get that arranged while we're streaming.
Mm-hmm.
So next week we can prepare it.
Are we still interviewing old mate tomorrow?
If we can, well, first we got to get rid of the Restream logo.
Yeah. I literally don't have the money to pay it right now.
Yeah, neither do I. I can't do
Have
anything.
we got? Is there any money in the Twitch?
There might be. Go check.
Because if there's money in the Twitch, just pull that out and pay it.
See if you can just link the Twitch account to the Restream.
What do you mean?
I just got a massive.
Like, just so they take the payments directly from that account.
Yeah, that'd be handy, wouldn't it?
I love the anti-fascist tooth fairy because it's implying that they knock fascist teeth out.
Score at Goodwill. It was like somebody watched
Hey.
my last video, saw me struggle.
Look at this start.
Good one.
Mm-hmm. You're telling me to settle on this shit. Fuck off. I'm gonna settle on this. It's rainforest tile. I won't be able to chop it, so settling will remove it. And then my warrior scout started on one side of the river, and my other scout started on the other side of the river. So now I don't have to waste movement moving them across the river. Ain't that neat?
With markers and help me out. So appreciate that. Friends, I want to do something different with today's video. I want to talk very directly to fascists and about fascism because I think we have hit a moment with the Epstein file releases, with the clarity that is now available to the reality that our entire system is constructed by some of the worst, most horrific people who have been utilizing it and bent it to their wills so that they could protect themselves from their crimes, from consequences, from the community. But before I go too far, let me introduce myself to the new people here. I'm AJ. I'm a cybersecurity professional and a motorcycle instructor, and I've been basically a full-time activist for the last 5 months. I got one of the gayest motorcycle crews around, and I like to keep those people safe. So that's what got me involved in all this. That's how I got here. And I think a lot of normal people are getting activated because the same thing is happening to them. They're realizing politics comes for you. Eventually, you don't get to just sit back and watch the world spin by and get better. It's going to get worse unless we all dig in. And that's what I'm here to help everyone do. So yeah, the major goal of this video is to provide an opportunity to talk directly to people who are in fascist cults. If you are in patriotism, if you are in neo-Nazi groups, if you are in Adam Waffen or whatever, there's a million of these fucking things. Now, if you're a Nick Fuentes follower, whatever. I want to help you deconstruct out of those beliefs because those beliefs are not good for you. They are not going to create a good life. They are actually only going to lead to your death, either by your own hand or the hands of somebody else. And if you're not a fascist, I hope to give you more information about fascism, about how fascists think.
Bro just said if you don't want to die,
as well as some ways to communicate to those people as well as other people about fascism, because I think that's one of the biggest breakdowns and why we're here right now. Fascism is a problem for all of us. You know, it has created a lot of these interlocking crises. It is creating violence in our streets, and that is why there's going to be a lot of accountability for this coming out. And I really want to help the people that might be in these white supremacist groups realize that. I want you to avoid the worst accountability that's coming, because if you get out now, you might be able to have a semblance of a normal life. But if you don't, the longer you go down these roads, the more likely you are to crash out very, very hard. I want to deconstruct this stuff because you do have a choice. We all have a choice. As much as it's hard to transition, you know, I transitioned when I got divorced a couple years ago, and it was very difficult to leave that life. And my life is nothing like what it was 4 years ago. I have a totally different set of friends, and it was, yeah, I've been through some hard times, but it's better out the other side. And I care a lot about this because so many of the friends I'm surrounded with today, so many of the amazing people who do this mutual aid work, some of the best, most capable people came from these groups. They came out of religious cults. They came out of abusive domestic environments, like parents that were just terrible to them. And we can unlearn these things. You can get better. We can all break the cycle together. So let us start, as we always must, in this anti-fascist
You know what's
movement
really fucking
by
annoying?
focusing on the tip of the spear.
There is enough. There is enough. But we can't take it out because there isn't $50. So maybe we'd be like, hey, we need literally $18. Just donate money, please. That's very frustrating. Engagement. Okay. We already started, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell Wendy that we got that interview too. Okay. Video?
Minneapolis, Minnesota, where although they are saying, indicating, signaling, we're drawing that down, we're gonna back up, we're out of there, y'all. Yeah, the reporting on the ground says basically none of that. So yeah, they've removed like a couple hundred ICE agents supposedly, but what's mostly changed is the tactics they are using. They are getting even more surreptitious. They are getting even more manipulative. So for example, instead of having cars filled with masked agents, they might have a single dark-skinned female in a car doing recon who will then report to those giant cars of masked agents.
We continue to see them use a range of different disguises, getting reports in of them dressed up as school observers, USPS drivers, FedEx drivers, Uber and Lyft drivers, photos of them. Potentially, we have a photo of a potential agent dressed as a firefighter leaving the Whipple Federal Building, as well as a number of cases of them dressed up as utility workers now. And if you are aware of the situation that happened the other day over on Humboldt Avenue, they basically pretended to have a broken down car in order to lure people out of their houses and then brought in additional agents to do an abduction.
At 11 minutes after 1 last Thursday afternoon, a car pulls up in front of Jesus Flores' home in Brooklyn Center. About a minute later, two women get out and raise the hood, and shortly after get Jesus to come out to take a look. And all of it was a ruse.
Like, they lied to my dad that they needed help with his car. I mean, they figured out that he was a mechanic. You know, my dad's a generous guy. He's willing to help anybody.
Within minutes, you see 3 SUVs pull in and take Jesus into custody.
See, now they're doing tactics to turn, because all the neighbors came together to fight him.
Yeah.
So now they're trying to turn neighbors against each other.
Yeah,
where
that's
you can't
exactly what it
trust
looks
anyone.
like. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's happening.
Like
Like
they
this-
tried to get people to rat out their neighbors.
Like, they are
to begin
literally
with.
destroying the social fabric of America to do this. It's insane.
Yeah, well, that's their goal.
And it'll work too. That's the craziest
Yeah, because
part.
Americans are just gonna sit on their ass. Like the Midwest was already the commie capital.
That is true.
Oh, fuck! Yes. First Tribal Village just gave me 100 faith.
Nice.
If I don't get religious settlements next turn,
Next turn.
yeah. Because I'll have the faith I need for it next turn. Boom, religious settlements. Got it.
How the fuck did you form a pantheon already?
I just
it's
told you, I
accumulate
got a
20
tribal village that got 100 faith.
You actually literally get 25. That's how it works. Okay. I didn't realize that's how it worked.
This is drawing attention to the need to be able to interact with these people in order to confirm whether or not they are ICE. And the good news is I really don't think you're going to struggle with that. And we'll talk about that later with my Patriot Front interaction. They also seem to be staging more equipment and building out permanent facilities there to run a longer operation. And that is something that people in Minneapolis should be concerned about, but it is also something that all of us should be concerned about, because despite all of the horrific realities of what ICE is doing, all of the detention centers and concentration camps they are building out, the scandals of this administration, they are full speed ahead on this ideological project to destroy these communities.
India?
I am seeing reports of thousands of people facing eviction and food insecurity. And this is really a question of where the fuck the government is at in all of this, the local government. They could be raising funds, they could be doing taxes, they could be doing a lot of shit. They could be asking for help from other states, for example, because we might need to start doing like interstate compacts to support each other, given the fact that this administration is ideologically targeting specific communities, blue states and not red states.
So to my fellow white people, if you're
Traitor. That's great.
one of them who took a deep sigh of relief after Tom Homan and Governor Walz said Operation Metro Surge was over, you guys have some work to do. You really do. Okay, because first of all, politicians, they lie. They always lie.
True.
And these Democrats did less than you did to protect your neighbors. They're still doing less than you did to protect your neighbors, because where's that eviction moratorium? Right.
This is a big lesson. I hope people outside of Minneapolis are learning and seeing is just how much their state and city government is just not meeting the moment at all. The entire strategy seems like strongly worded letters and pounding fists on a fucking table. That's why we need to get far more direct with our city officials as far as what we expect them to do and finding out if they're going to fall the fuck down, just like Minneapolis will. You want to figure that out before they get into your community. That's why I attended a city council meeting, because one of my local community members just made a phone call and said, hey, what are y'all doing about ICE? And they basically said, what the fuck are you talking about? And hung up on her. So I had to show up to be the consequence for their lack of desire to listen to the broader community. And I'm going to keep making those meetings more and more painful until something is fucking done.
That was everyone signed up this evening.
Okay, so this is the last call before we close public comment. Did we miss anyone?
I'm AJ Randall. I've been a Shoreline resident for about 10 years. In 2017, a King County detective drew a gun on me. It's a, you can just Google motorcycle cop gun and you will find it. It has led me to not trust the police, and I don't think any of our community should trust the police either. So if we're going to protect ourselves, if we're going to protect this community from ICE, we need to be very direct about what we expect from law enforcement. We need them to be helping us at a minimum know what is going on in this community. Who is getting taken? What are their names? I pay taxes here. I expect customer service from my civil servants. As everyone else here, I think, communicated, this is an unprecedented moment.
That gun.
I'm not afraid. I'm angry. I'm incredibly angry to hear people that have been impacted, to have your neighbors taken from you. That is horrific. I personally ride Aurora constantly looking for these people because there is no other solution. Nobody is doing anything else. And for some reason, people,
I've got two
it feels
above
like
me. I don't need to take that one. Oh, you put on
People are asleep at the
barbarian
wheel. This was very much predictable.
Civ thing. Great.
Very predictable if you're paying attention. Being connected to the trans community means that I do not have the luxury of not understanding what is happening here. I've known it and seen it from the moment Trump walked back in the door and he started attacking trans people, people in my community, my partner, my best friends. So I ask you to take this incredibly seriously and understand this is not going away. They're not going to be done, and these proposals that we're offering are extremely milquetoast. So this is really a starting point for us to begin protecting our community. And I hope that you're committed to protecting it as much as I am.
Never ends with this little short stack.
All right, thank you so much.
So that's the doom and gloom. But the positive is that the Trump administration and MAGA in general have taken a massive fucking L right here. This is the equivalent to a full backpedal. And what is important to understand is that they
not
didn't
allies.
fucking lose to hardened
right.
Antifa super soldiers. They lost to normal, everyday people. This is the reality we should have.
The game gave me a tile to settle on, and then I got down here and realized it's a fucking volcanic tile. Why would I put a capital or a city next to a volcano?
Well,
Terrible recommendation.
You have to be an
Have
AI.
all learned from the Afghanistan
they'd be
war.
doing
The
that.
U.S. military, its training, its tactics, the people are totally incapable and unprepared of defeating a guerrilla-style warfare.
Guerrilla?
These people didn't even really pick up guns, and they were able to defeat the most armed, the most well-funded, the most theoretically they could be well-trained. They're obviously not, though, because these are trash people who are only interested in doing a racist mission. And that's not how you're going to get the best people, because fascism doesn't create smart, intelligent people, as we're going to talk about. Trump and this regime's power is just totally cratering, and we are seeing the power of decentralized, autonomous organizing. Organizing not done by a trained vanguard, but
Nice,
just by
second scout.
normal people who have existed in a capitalist society and built up skills and give a shit about each other and want to do the work, who are willing to put themselves at risk. And I am seeing that too in my local rapid response. We have gone from people who are scared and afraid to actually planning out really effective mutual aid items and how we're going to take the next steps towards protecting our communities, doing rapid response, keeping people housed and fed. No thanks to our city government. This is what I would really be afraid of in this MAGA category, and it's why these shitheads are showing up to things like school walkouts, because they are so angry and afraid that they're fucking losing the entire culture war, and that at the end of all of this, there's going to be consequences. The fact that normal people got together and organized to defeat this hyper-violent secret police from the Trump regime should be terrifying to any MAGA or fascist, and it should really cause them to step back and reflect and realize that they are missing something. They don't understand. They have been confused. And every day, some people do. Some people are leaving that regime. That's why the support is tanking. But some people are doubling down.
Make America great! No fear, no hate! Immigrants make America great! Fucking kiss my shit! Ever! Listen to the young girl!
Some of these really unhinged provocateurs now are going to these student walkouts and they are harassing kids or even physically attacking kids. Grown men attacking children. Students, schools, and teachers need to be on guard in the future here, because that seems to be where their focus is now, and it may be in the future, because again, they cannot fucking stand the fact that other people learn shit that demonstrates that they're fucking wrong. I haven't had breakfast yet. I think I'm gonna eat something.
What are you plotting?
All right, so the first thing I want to do is just kind of flesh out the...
You better not be thinking
of fascism, what it looks like, what it feels like, and kind of the cycle that it has that we've seen many times. A key factor of fascism is the desire to dominate. That is how you solve conflict. If you're building coalition, it's to group
Oh
up.
my God. Oh my God. What a great start for me. All right. Not only did I get a pantheon first, I just got a tribal village and it gave me astrology. I didn't even need to find a natural wonder to boost it. I just got the whole tech. Can't hear you.
In order to dominate another people, to
That's great, 'cause
force
it
your
helps
will
me
onto
too.
them. They assert their dominance through violence.
Did it give it
it's
to
not
you?
about
Yeah, it
building
did.
coalition. If you're
Nice.
having a non-violent resolution with
gonna
the
build a
fascists, it's
campus
because you
first, but
gave
I'll build a
them,
holy
you
site.
surrendered what they wanted. It's not about collaboration. It's not about empathizing and coming and understanding another person's mode of being, the difficulties they have, the challenges that make it hard to come to your side to give you what you want. They just want to take it. If you don't give them what they want, they're not going to look to collaborate with you to find a middle ground. They're going to look to take what they can by hook or by crook. That is why you will hear the right wing talk about toxic empathy, because empathy is a barrier to making you a more violent, aggressive person.
Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage.
And that's why militarism is glorified under fascism, is because they need to create violent people who are willing to assert their dominance. It's about creating a hierarchy for people to rise so that they can get in the position of being able to dominate other people. And, you know, the thing about militarism is who fights and dies in wars? Well, it's not the rich people. It's not the people at the top doing the dominance. It's the people below. It's the grunts that are handed a fucking gun
why?
and said, get out there. Great
That's
job.
because nobody
Try not to
tells
die
them
too
to
fast.
know.
The goal is really to
know?
get you to
If
seek
everybody
a violent
in
death.
every
And that is
country
why,
was like,
you know, look up
instead
Dave
of us
Grossman,
dying
the
in
creator
war,
of Killology
how about we
or whatever,
stick
all
you in a
these
gladiatorial
psychological
pit
training programs
and have
for our
you,
U.S.
both
military.
of you,
They
fight
don't
to the death
create
and then
healthy
execute the
people
winner.
who can have normal relationships.
Problem
and
solved.
it creates a lot of problems when those people leave those military environments and are
Entertains the
being
people,
expected to,
cleanses
operate
fascists.
with some sort of level of empathy with their
Win-win.
fellow human being and community member. To justify these dominance hierarchies that put specific people on top, you got to give people a reason to believe that they are better than others. And so to do that, they reach to a mythologized past, a fake, totally pseudoscientific or just straight up, it's just literally fabrications. It's stories they tell themselves to justify the violence that they want to be doing to people. This is where the different groups can kind of separate on their focus, but at the same time, they will almost always intermix every one of these things to various levels. Like Nick Fuentes' fascism is based on white people and Latinos being superior to black and Jewish people. And it's tied into his Christianity. But Charlie Kirk's was different because his version of Christian nationalism took the Jews and kicked out the blacks and the brown people. And you've got people like Patriot Front just talking about heritage Americans and shit, where if you're part of this first founding colonies, then you're in, but only if you can prove it. And it's all bullshit. Again, don't try to make sense of it. That's the mistake that I made for a long time and why I was really late to calling things fascism that were clearly fascist, because I spent a lot of time really trying to make this make sense. And it's because it's very clear that it's designed to support whatever the people on top want and just sacrifice all the pawns underneath. The end goal is just to create a in and an out group. And right now, the biggest in and out groups are the in group are white people and men and Christians. And the out groups are queer people and people of color, and women are really on the fucking chopping block right now. God help you if you're all three. And the out group fulfills a very important function of being the pressure release valve for all of the failures and the corruption and the problems of society are just simply blamed on an amorphous out group that can change and shift and just keep people angry and emotionally invested in that war, in that battle. It always goes back to fascism. You gotta be at war. You gotta be attacking at all times. You can never stop. You can never slow down. But the reality is this way of thinking doesn't fucking function. It does not create a stable society. It only destabilizes society. It slowly destroys everything. And eventually, material conditions, the reality, how much money is available, what physical objects are available, police operating, abducting people, who is around you, who is living and dying. This happens, and none of this mythology and bullshit can overcome that reality for people, so they start to figure it out. And then as society collapses, that is when the suppression is ramped down. And suppression can happen via physical, kinetic, attacks like what is happening in Minneapolis, but most of it is a mental attack. It is propaganda. It is misinformation designed to make you either stutter, not know what to do, or just sit at home in fear. The suppression tactics only work for so long, and they have to keep getting ramped up, because as long as the fascists are in charge, material conditions are going to keep degrading. And as much as people want to, I'm just going to hold back, I got to save my money for my kids' college. Okay, well, I can't afford that kid's college. At least I can send one of them to college. Oh shit, I lost my job. Fuck, I can't afford my house. Like, if fascism comes for you eventually, which is why it's critically important to fight back early. Don't wait until you are on the back foot. By focusing their targeting on the outgroup, they're able to convince people that, hey, it's going to be okay. We're going to keep going. We're going to get to the things we're promising. You're allowed to kind of like suspend disbelief at the reality of what you are seeing in front of you. Historically, propaganda and misinformation and fear just work really, really well. But the difference this time is we have way better lines of communication. People are much smarter. We have the ability to adapt faster. As the collapse proceeds, more and more institutions are abandoned by people who no longer believe in them. ICE, for example, people just want that to be totally abolished. And then the Democratic Party, we are seeing that our resistance party to that is totally insufficient for our needs. And that is the positive part, is that leads to new organizations, new configurations, new ideas that rise and begin to fill the gap, the needs of people. And that is what we all right now need to be involved actively in doing. Otherwise, the future that comes out the other end isn't going to be the one we want. It's going to be the one that the powerful people who have already been doing this and enabling this, it's going to continue to be that version until we take over. Fascism isn't for the normal people. Fascism is for the powerful. Fascist leaders do not respect or care about the people at the bottom doing that work, regardless of how much they will gas them up, give them money, and support them. Their actual safety and happiness is totally irrelevant to the leaders. Fascist leaders know what they're doing is dangerous and puts their followers at risk, and they don't care. That's why you'll never see a fascist leader lead by example. Trump was not on the front lines of January 6th. He fucking did his little press conference, and then he went up in a room and just watched the whole fucking thing on Twitter. American fascism exists to protect the horrific crimes of the Epstein class. They invented an entire transphobic psychosis in the media in order to divert from their crimes. That is how far these people are willing to go. And again, the soft forms of power using news and media and information is more effective in mass than violence, but they are more than happy to do the violence, to actually have you do the violence, to be clear. They're not gonna do the violence. Again, they're cowards. The people out there right now that are still wearing MAGA hats with Trump stickers on the back and waving that stupid fucking Trump 28 flag, they're protecting the worst people in our society, the tech fascists who are looking to enslave us so that they can instate themselves as king. Wealthy pedophiles like Epstein and fucking Trump and all the people he surrounded himself with, and all the other tech billionaire people, Bill Gates, and then the people who are just currying their favor, like Tim Apple and fucking Jeff Bezos, so they can do their little fucking projects, and Elon Musk, who is a central figure in totally degenerating the goodwill between the average Americans. They are totally protected by this system, and the day-to-day, all of us, we're the ones being chewed up by it. Come on. All right, that's page one and done.
Come on. Let people know
I like that this man is using a whiteboard. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Now, I'm very familiar with the techniques and strategies fascists use, not just from my research, but because growing up as a white man.
BG's finally getting let out, but now he won't go into the bucket to go back inside because he's scared that I'm going to wrap him and start force feeding him.
You've terrorized him.
Excuse me for saving your life. I'm looking. I need to use my brain right now. Give me a second.
So what else has been going on in
I
the
don't know.
world? Well, America be dropping 2,000 bombs on 2,000 targets. What else has been happening?
I don't know.
Kurds have been hit. Baloch been hit.
And in society, I can see the small ways that we are nudged into these ideologies, as well as the people who overtly dog whistle and try to pull us in. I've talked about my experience working at Best Buy, where I did a lot of different sales trainings, and truly the techniques and methods that these people use is the same. The first and most important thing to understand, because it can save us a lot of time by helping us realize we need to not listen to fascists or consume their propaganda, because they are just insane liars. They will lie about everything all the time. They will just assume they don't get caught. If they do get caught, they will use other techniques and methods to try to get themselves out of the jam they put themselves in. And they have no problems manipulating people, either utilizing their insecurities or the ways they're vulnerable. You know, if somebody needs money, often you are forced into situations you don't want to be doing. I've talked to a lot of sex workers. Some of them enjoy it. Many of them do not, but did it to survive, especially with trans people. When they do talk about a real event or something, they will frame it in a very selective way. Again, not including other perspectives, not trying to give you a complete picture of reality, but specifically to take you down the path that gets you to agree and do what they want you to be doing. Because before they can get you to start doing what they want, they need to build your trust that they are somebody you should be listening to, that they either know the way or they're willing to bring you up with them. But once you're actually in, once you're behind the curtain and you're in the group, what they're going to encourage is this very lazy, selfish, shallow thinking. That is where, again, the rejection of empathy comes from. Don't think about other people's perspectives. Don't listen even to what other people have to say. If somebody is telling you something that I didn't tell you, the guy you trust and you know, that person's a bad person. They're trying to steer you wrong. They slowly teach you to stop listening to yourself, to your insides, your own mind, your own heart, your own morals and ethics. They'll have you turn your back on fucking everything. Again, they don't care about you at all. They don't care about the consequences you experience in your personal life. If you have to leave and get rejected by your family, they are happy to have you do that just so you will come live on their white supremacist compound, because then you are really deep. This is what makes it really hard to pull people out, because once you have abandoned your own critical thinking to take the opinion of another, it's difficult to rebuild that. And so to support the lack of critical thinking, they give you rules for your life. Follow this. This is exactly what a man does. This is exactly what a good Christian does. This is exactly how you get to good business. Like, it's all fucking rule sets. And they will enforce
12 rules for life, am I right? I showed my boyfriend the Jordan Peterson crying over Pinocchio video.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorites of all time. This motherfucker had the nerve to ding me.
those rules through violence, through chastising, through any method that they want. Some of these groups where you are involved in truly like violent, horrific things, I mean, they might kill you. And that's why, bigger picture, these fascists try to destroy alternative systems, or at least destroy your desire to seek them out and join them? Why do you think the media only calls somebody an anarchist when they're doing something violent? Why do you think that people who haven't so much as read a paragraph from an actual communist or anarchist are out here screaming about that being the biggest threat to the foundations of our country?
They're stupid.
It's about pulling you
Also
along
correct.
with emotion, reducing your ability to think for yourself so that you can be a drone in their violent army to
pause it for a
give
second.
them their violent means. The ways they do this are...
I'm semi-joking, but also I'm being truthful here. Like, anarchism as an ideology is a threat to the state. Like, autonomy in thought, action, belief is a threat to the state. That's why they oppose anarchism so much, is because horizontal power structures don't allow power mongering, in theory. As far as we know. So it's like you can say this, but yes, it's true. Like, just the mere advocacy for an anarchist system would, to them, be some kind of... They would probably call it terrorism. But at the end of the day, it saps their power. Thus, they're never going to allow it. It needs to be fought for. That's the problem. And then they're like, oh, well, anarchists are violence. Well, you don't make it easy. You know, if you are open to listening to these ideas, then anarchists wouldn't resort to that kind of thing. But when the state ends up pointing guns at anarchists for simply existing, there's a problem there. And violence begets violence. So, like yeah, it kind of is. Communism, less so. Like, it's... At least, like, practical communism. What's a communist praxis? But even then, I'm like, it's not really communism. Like, it's state capitalism put into practice. It's Soviet socialism.
That's the thing. It doesn't matter how good the system is. Like, the system is only as good as the leaders who represent it, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, the reason why liberalism dominates the World War II post-empire world is because liberalism didn't have Stalin and Hitler.
Yes.
Like,
it was literally like, this is the one option.
Hirohito, that's the Japanese
Hirohito,
guy,
yeah.
right? Like, if anything, he was the most practical. Like, he was like both, like, he had elements of liberalism, but it was more like a fascist type of thing. That's the thing, is like, the reason why I think it's complicated to say the Japanese were also fascist is because even though Nazism and fascism are so different, like, Hitler literally copied Mussolini in his rise to power. But
yes,
when it comes to Japan, they looked at how all these Western societies modernized and built themselves up. So they were actually looking at institutions that led to liberalism when they built their empire up. It's almost like Japan became liberalism under a tyrant, what it's like under a tyrant. Nice. That extra economic policy bonus coming in right away, huh?
For your Civ gets one.
Yeah.
Insidious, again, this entire Epstein class has been at the top of our society. They have been nudging every single system we have in a direction that best does this and creates these types of people. That is our entertainment system, which just spits out bullshit, military, propaganda slop. It is our education system. If you want something fun, if you want to just totally lose faith in it, just Google how are textbooks assigned, who creates them, who chooses what goes into them. Good luck. And the media, of course, which is totally captured by the powerful. It really expects powerful people having them on their program to bring an audience there. It's totally enmeshed. All the incentives are fucked. And that's why we all need to be investing in alternative information systems. You need to be finding the Instagram accounts and the small people on YouTube and not TikTok anymore. Fuck TikTok. Get off fucking TikTok. But Blue Sky and Matrix and podcasts, you know, going back to older forms of information or media distribution is the way. Zines, local book fairs, that is how you can get the good information that's relevant to you and your community. And
You know, I'm in this guy's Discord.
Who's this one?
Yeah, so if he's so down into promoting these small platforms, huh?
I've been saying we should try and get him on for a while. I really want to talk to him. I think we could have a really good discussion that wouldn't be very, like, interviewee. It would be very discussion. And I think that would be very interesting.
How do I select? I want his account. Yeah, I sent him a message. I sent him a message May 5th, 2025. And I'm just writing. Just watched your new video. Where you say, what does he say? These small. I'm going to put to support small sources of information. So I'm reaching out again to you because we could really use the support, but because we are so small, nobody who claims to care about small platforms Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's important for anybody who has been part of these fascist cults to forgive themselves once they realize that they have been misinformed, that they've been drawn into this horrific system. You know, JD Vance and all these idiots talk about apologizing for being white or whatever. I've never once in my life apologized for being fucking white or had anybody ask me to do that. And I run in the wokest fucking circles you will ever find. It's really just about apologizing to your victims, the way that you victimized other people. And I think the best way to do that is through action. At a basic level, that should look like is not re-victimizing people in the same ways you've been victimizing people in the past. Communities that help with deprogramming, like my Discord server, which I'm going to shut down here soon because of the changes.
No, I
there's
just
not a lot
messaged
of
him
these
there.
communities, and we're going to need a lot more, or we're going to need a lot more people who are open to the idea of helping other people get out of these cults. So just before the Minneapolis ICE invasion, I had my first direct interaction with white supremacist groups in the streets of my community. That's what led me to start making a video exposing this group, its terrible, violent history, and its ties to wealthy neo-Nazis, not
I
just
love that
in...
I sent him a Discord message and then unpaused and he immediately he's like, I'm getting rid of Discord.
That's awesome. Message him on Twitter. He's pretty responsive on Twitter.
How do you know?
Because I every time I tag him, he likes it or replies.
Why don't you message him?
I fucking will. Send me the
go
message.
ahead.
Send me the message. I'll message him on Twitter.
Okay, I'll send you what I said. There we go.
my area, but throughout the country. But after Operation Metro Surge happened, I decided that I needed to change my content in order to meet the moment better.
Watch we get him to play Dungeons and Dragons with us.
I wouldn't be opposed.
Squid's like still moving and unpacking. They said they would be good at the start of the month, but they said their shit is still buried. And they haven't unpacked yet for everything that they'll need. That reminds me. Just because, like, I don't mind filling the gaps to have a good team composition. So, let me see if I can find this little thing. There's like a little info. Yes, I found it instantly. It was the first result. Because he's already said you're going to be a dragon. Okay, also, I looked. There technically is no purple.
Okay.
But, like, the blue and the silver is, like, purple enough. But there isn't that, like, actual, like, violet purple like Spyro is.
Yeah, okay.
And if it was, it would be a thunder, because that's the purple is thunder damage.
Okay.
How do I get it to not zoom in that far? Okay. Check this out. It's a little chart for planning your how you want to play. It's a little cut off.
Yeah.
It says, how do you want to fight? I think this one is pretty weak. They could have wrote this better to make it more interesting. Got some tricks? What does that mean? Let me hit things, magic, got some tricks. You know, that doesn't. What does that mean? That's like, so I understand what they're going for, but the way that the game works is that there's like 5 rules.
Okay.
And then 3 types. And one of the roles is utility. It's like somebody to pick locks.
Okay.
We're not going to be like if we have a utility person,
be
it's
a
just going to
rogue?
be somebody at camp that we can bring to unlock a door if we need them. You know, we're
Okay.
not actually it's going to be an NPC who we'll use for utility.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so the other ones is martials, as in martial arts. But there's like things that are like martial weapons and stuff.
Okay.
And then
like tonfas and
there's no
fucking samurai
tonfas
swords.
that I know of.
Yeah, you go around dunking cunts. Dunk. The tonfas are one of the funniest weapons. It's just a donk stick.
Well, the thing is like if you play druid, like druids can use different weapons and stuff, but if they have a staff, they have a. Do you know what a cantrip is?
No idea.
Okay, it's a spell that doesn't cost magic.
Okay.
So, they have a cantrip that they can cast for a bonus action called Shillelagh.
Okay.
And if you have a club or a quarterstaff, it like amplifies its damage.
And tonfa is Okinawan. I didn't know that.
You can get torches that are just used to light things, and you can cast Shillelagh on it, and they end up being an extremely strong early game weapon.
Okay, interesting.
But anyway, so it's martial, full casters, and then half casters.
Half casters being spells and weapons, but they're both
Yeah,
weaker?
yeah. The half casters are more of control than anything.
So like they have area spells.
No, technically, like even a fighter. So like a fighter, if you go Eldritch Knight for the fighter, you can get a cantrip called Booming Blade.
Okay.
And it's like a thunder spell that's cast with melee, and it uses your attack instead of, because like certain spells, so like Firebolt uses intelligence, and elves get Firebolt for free.
Yep.
Well, they don't have to, but it's one of the spells you can get for free. But if you don't have intelligence, you'll always miss.
Okay.
So, using an attack roll is like really good because then you don't need to spec into any of the magic stats because it will use your attack roll.
Yeah.
And then like also the Eldritch Knight ends up getting an ability where if you hit an enemy with a cantrip, it doesn't. It not only doesn't cost an action, but it gives you another regular attack. So you can hit him with the Booming Blade and then follow that up with 2 regular melee strikes, when normally most people can only do 1 strike.
Yeah. Interesting.
So yeah, anyway, you got hit things, magic, or got some tricks.
Okay. I like got some tricks.
Okay, so then it's like, how do you get your power? I'd rather be sneaky or power from the environment. And then, there's also, can I just vibe instead?
What's the vibe one?
Bard.
Do I get to play music?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna do that.
If you want to be Bard, you can be Bard.
It'll be like the guy with the loot in the in the Witcher show. The guy that follows him around.
Well,
Annoys the fuck out of him.
even then, the swords barb is really fucking good.
Okay.
The actual combat bard is really, really good.
Okay. Can I be a dragon and a bard?
Yeah, yeah. And then it's like, why do you perform? 'Cause I'm cool. Add flair to my battles.
That one.
Yeah, that's the one that's good. Inspire my allies or educate these fools.
The second one.
Yeah, College of Swords. It's a pretty good class. The College of Swords bard.
Okay.
Where's Paladin? Oh, it's over here.
Interesting. I'll have to get some some lyrics to some funny medieval songs that I can just sing.
Yeah, you also get to pick what instrument you want.
Fuck yeah.
And it will give you a free.
Do I get a
one.
pan flute?
You can. Yep.
Oh,
You can get a
fucking
flute.
amazing.
You can start with the flute. And also another thing about bard, so that's the thing is because there's a set amount of gear, and it's set where you get it. Some of the early stuff you can get, like two of the early items are specifically for bards.
Oh, neat.
Like I don't know if there's anything else that's specifically for cleric or something like that. But like these things specifically have a bardic inspiration thing on it. While the others will be like if you heal, which plenty of classes can heal, including the bard.
So instead of finishing that video and doing all the production I was going to do with that, I'm going to insert that relevant section right here. So let me set the stage here. This was back in December, maybe
I thought
2
those were
months
tacos for a second.
ago. I had just dropped off
you
a
can
bunch
try
of
to eat them.
donations for flood-impacted victims.
Don't you already have an annoying flute too? There you go. You got everything you need. You got your costume, you got your flute.
This is going to be good fun.
Now you just need to come up with a name.
Now I need to learn how to do the Willy Wonka tune. You know what he does in the Gene Wilder one when he calls the Oompa Loompas? I should learn how to do that.
Well, you could also just record that for a sound bite.
That's true.
And press the soundboard. Also, as well, because like all kind of to streamline stuff, I'll do like kind of like a dungeon master role.
Yeah.
Because oh my god, the inventory system is so garbage. Like there's so much crap that just takes up space. It's one of my pet peeves about games is having to open every container just to get enough gold for stuff. So we already won't need to open every container.
Yeah.
For gold. But like not knowing what to sell and what to hold and stuff can be annoying. So if everyone just sends me everything, then I can be
handed out
sorting the loot. Also, if you're a bard, you'll be the face of the party, so you're going to be the one dealing with the conversations.
Okay.
With people. Which works out because then while you're talking to somebody, I could be doing some utility work.
Down Auburn apartment complex. So it's Saturday the 20th, and I'm down here at the Coppers Gate apartment complex, which is one of the big ones that was flooded massively in this last week. And what you'll kind of see is that right now, this is kind of like a restoration cleanup project. So I was just dropping off some supplies like N95 masks and gloves, things that people need in order to be able to clean up safely in these conditions. In all my organizing and actions, I have ever done. And despite it being the primary concern of other activists and organizers around me, I had never ever run into one of these paramilitary white supremacist groups before. So I really didn't expect to see them on a random winter day in an area that I ride all the time. I'd never really mentally walked through the steps of what I would do if that ever did happen. Well, here's what I did. So after I rode past them the first time, I was kind of dumbstruck and had to go back and confirm that this was in fact Patriot Front in my community. This group got on my radar after the first No Kings protest when I had gotten reports that they had been bannering this exact overpass.
What you boys doing here? What y'all boys about? Yeah, is that you? Is that you boys? This you? Yeah, okay, all right. I know you boys ain't from around here. Why are you in my hood? Go do this at your own Nazi house, motherfuckers.
After confirming that, yep, these are in fact white supremacists, I moved into recon mode, looking to gather as much information about them and their operation as possible. I put 2 and 2 together, realizing that the cars that were just down the street in a spot I had never seen vehicles parked ever were probably there. So I went to go make sure I captured the make, model, and license plate.
Are those your cars? Are those your cars that you got here? Down there? Okay.
Now this isn't as clear in the video, but one of the cars had a
Is he wearing
very
pit boxes?
distinct
I fucking
Texas
love this
sticker,
man.
indicating that these were definitely one of their personal vehicles. After gathering intel about the cars and what they were doing, I figured it was time to go ask them a couple of questions, and I really didn't expect the basic shit to stump them as hard as it did.
What's the sign say? What's the sign say?
Reclaim America from Donald Trump.
Oh. Why?
Because we believe he's bad, man. It's just
Why do you think he's bad?
Sorry?
Why do you think he's bad?
Because what do you mean?
What do you like about him? Just give me.
Are you a conservative?
I'm a man.
Why do you have a problem with us, my friend?
I don't know. Y'all are in white masks and shit. It's weird.
How is it weird?
Hey, why is it weird? Because you look like Patriot Front dudes. Let's see.
The banner didn't say Reclaim America from Donald Trump. It said Reclaim America. And if you Google those
Patriot
words,
Front.
you're going to find there's really only one hit. See, a primary goal of these bannering actions is to be a sales funnel into their cult of racism. And the first step is to build a line of communication directly to you, not through an intermediary, someone like me who understands what these people are about and will cut through the bullshit for you. And if you go to these websites and it looks stupid and cringe to you, realize you're probably not in the target demographic. The content is designed to appeal to disaffected men who are already sympathetic to their racist worldview. Men who maybe just didn't realize that there were groups like this in their area that they could be joining. After doing that basic recon, I contacted some friends and asked if anybody was free to hang out for just a little bit. Recon's great if you can't do anything else, but every moment that bannering action was going on, they were potentially intimidating people in our community that are targets of their racist cause, or bringing more people into their bigoted black hole. So you really want to shut that shit down if you can. I was low on gas at the time, so I figured I'd head down the street and fill up, then ride by and get a good look at that sign they were bannering.
Hey.
I like your sticker.
Yeah, which one?
Fuck eyes.
Love it.
By the time I got back up to the hill here, a friend of mine had showed up and done a couple of passes in their big old black truck. So by the time we rolled back down together, the Patriot boys had decided that it was time for them to pack up and head home.
I got their vehicle plates.
See, it's shit like this where I wish I had networks here.
I wanted to make sure these boys didn't get lost on their way
like,
home, so I decided I would just
this is a
follow
great
them
way to scout
down the
Nazi
highway
routes.
and make sure that they found their exit. I also wanted to make sure these boys knew I was wise to their little fucking games, and I find the simplest way to do that is to just point to the little sticker on my helmet here and make sure that they get a nice good look.
Should be bigger.
Should be much bigger.
Now, to be honest, I thought these boys were going to send me on a wild goose chase somewhere, but I'm pretty confident they just drove me right home because the car had a Toyota of Renton frame around it, and Renton is definitely the exit we got off on. These guys aren't exactly operational security geniuses. As they say, the Nazis aren't sending their best. With all the information about these dudes gathered, I headed home. When I showed other friends and activists, they were all kind of worried that I might have been putting myself in danger by engaging with these people. And interacting with these people could be risky if, let's say, you are part of a demographic that is the target for their hate. But I am part of the demographic that is the target of their recruitment. In my almost 40 years
It's a
as
really
a man
good
on
point.
this earth, I have been in many different circles where there are
He's putting
racist,
himself
bigoted men speaking
at the
quite
front
openly
because
about
they're
the things
likely
they
not going
believe.
to attack him.
Racism has always been a big component of outlaw motorcycle groups who I consider to be far more dangerous than these Patriot Front LARPing motherfuckers. In my experience, as much as these dudes want to project strength, the reality is they're just immature man-children. I don't fear men like that because I am the fucking Ubermensch that they wish they were. Now, if you're more liberal-minded, you might be thinking, hey, Jay, that's a pretty harsh way to talk about some people who didn't do anything violent to hurt you or anybody else.
Nazis.
They were just bannering. It was peaceful. And of course they didn't do anything to me. I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, but this isn't the interaction they have with everybody. This is an act designed to appeal to people who have a more liberal persuasion. Because when they're not doing this benign bannering action, this group has beaten people. They have defaced public murals, and they have tried to divert blame for their actions onto other groups like Antifa. And they've gotten away with it for years because they are propped up by literal Nazis. All right, let's go back now and look at the deadly racist beginnings that brought Patriot Front into existence in the first place. Thanks, AJ, for the on-the-ground reporting. Let's now go over a short history on
I fucking
Patriot
love this
Front.
guy.
Before 2017, they were known as Vanguard America.
Cringe.
Then, at the infamous Unite the Right rally in Charlotte, Virginia, one of their members drove a Dodge Challenger into the back of the march, hitting several people, injuring many severely, and killing Heather Heyer.
I've been to that street. It's fucking covered in writing all over the walls, anti-fascist writing, all of it. Honestly, it's
Go.
knowing what happened there, it's kind of weird.
In the panicked aftermath, trying to distance themselves from this act of violence, a guy by the name of Thomas Rousseau took over the Vanguard America Discord and rebranded the whole thing as Patriot Front, declaring that absolutely nothing was changing other than the name and graphics. Since that point, they have been well known for going around the country defacing murals dedicated to queer rights, racial justice, like they did for Arthur Ashe, and by doing these flash march style actions in order to provide viral content as their primary recruitment tool, as well as give them opportunities to do randomized street violence like they did to Charles Morrell.
But it's a phenomenon that happens at all these white nationalist rallies. A bunch of men get together and they can't log on to Grindr all of a sudden.
For my entire life, I have not taken white supremacist groups like Patriot Front seriously because I hadn't personally seen signs of them in my community, and obviously they don't generally target me. But then last year, right around Christmas time, I went down to a gun range in Olympia, Washington, and found this card. And then last June, I saw reporting that 2 men in Lacey, Washington, maybe 50 miles from my house, they'd stockpiled over 30 firearms, ammunition, night vision goggles, flashbangs, body armor, and they had a massive amount of Nazi paraphernalia. And in reading those articles, I came to the realization that this was their card. They had been to that exact gun range and placed it there with the hopes of recruiting people into the race war that they intend to start. This was my wake-up call to the reality that conflict was inevitable with these groups. And I needed to start taking it extremely seriously. I just finished reading a book called To Catch a Fascist by Christopher Matthias. Highly recommended. It's a history lesson and exploration into the rise of the far right in America, but through the lens of anti-fascist groups that work to expose them. This book made me realize that as I've shifted more of my energy to doing mutual aid and community defense, I've fallen into doing the same types of work that anti-fascists have been doing for decades. And with that realization, I've decided that I'm going to lean in. So I want to speak very openly and plainly to these members of Patriot Front, as well as anyone else who is part of a similar cult extremist group. Although I'm doing the anti-fascist work of publishing these men's faces, vehicles, and license plates for others to do correlation, I am not going to go further into trying to dig into who these people's identities are. That is, assuming that I never, ever run across them again.
Just
you know,
full
as
on
I've talked
putting the
about on this
license
channel a
plates
bunch
too.
of times,
Yeah.
I know what it's like to have
Completely
a significant
in favor of this.
lapse in judgment, which could have sent my entire life down a very different, far worse path. But I was fortunate enough not to experience those consequences. And I know that those are the moments that can be great motivators for triggering significant change inside of people, the way that they triggered that change in me. So I want to say directly that if you are one of the people in these groups and you've made it this far in the video, I am willing to move past this event and potentially anything else you have done in your past. If you abandon this hateful, self-destructive, world-ending ideology right now. Because after this moment, after this video releases, I'm not going to be that generous with any more of these people. The next time I come across a group like this, I'm going to use it as an opportunity to hone my cybersecurity skills by finding everything I can about these people and bringing that information to the public to continue the anti-fascist tradition. The thing is, most people doing serious anti-fascist work are desperate to protect their identities for many valid reasons. But that becomes a vulnerability that fascists try to exploit as well. But after Charlie Kirk's death, when the right wing decided that it was totally fine to dox and harass anyone who said anything negative about this administration publicly, I voluntarily abandoned anonymity when I confronted the fascist propagandist Cam Higbee.
I mean, this is. Why don't you show the sign? He's crashing out like this because I have a sign that says nobody should be killed with their opinion.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I tripped.
Touch my stuff.
I tripped. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna mace me?
Yeah.
Please,
Back
mace.
the
Please,
back
mace.
the
Cam Higbee's got to mace me.
Don't
live
touch
on
my
fucking
shit.
stream.
Back.
Tripped. I tripped. Oh my
You
god.
didn't.
I handed them my information on a silver platter and said, do your worst. And their worst was getting me fired from a shitty Fortune 500 company who didn't give a fuck about me or any other employees. But all that really did was give me way more time to pay attention to what is going on in this world, to research, to study up, to think, and to expose this entire system of both the right-wing propagandists and the entire corrupt pedophile oligarchy that pays them to do their work. Oh, I'm sorry.
Platform
Some
this
of them
man.
are just rapists and sex traffickers. I would hate to besmirch anyone's good name by connecting them with a pedophile. The only immigrants in the Epstein files are horrible people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. and the only trans person is a victim. And yeah, this type of work exposes me to more risk, but it also gives me the unique opportunity to appeal to the humanity that remains in every person who falls down one of these extremist rabbit holes. And to demonstrate just how serious I am about this, I am gonna drop my signal right here. And if you are in one of these groups and you wanna get out, but you don't know how, you can reach out to me privately and securely, and I will do my best to guide you through that process. The truth is that you're probably gonna need to find local community support, but that process. The truth is that you're...
Is it just 6'9"?
Yeah.
Got him. Beautiful.
And I will do my best to guide you through that process. The truth is that you're probably going to need to find local community support, but I can maybe assist with that and possibly even find you someone to trust in your area as a starting point. There will be lots of skepticism towards your reform, but I will take you as sincere until you demonstrate that you are being dishonest with me.
Okay.
I've had people try to fool me in the past. It's never been effective.
I wasn't going to say anything until I heard him out there, because I was about to say, be very careful with this kind of thing. Very, very careful. You are introducing potential foxes in the hen house by doing this. You need to be extremely careful. Extremely, extremely careful. That is my only thing here. But that being said, I'm sure he's very aware of this, and I'm sure he's taking the appropriate steps to protect people who may be vulnerable to people like this if they were not genuine. That is my only concern. But again, I'm sure he's taken appropriate steps to protect those people.
And I'm just going to ignore anyone who tries to fuck with me and waste my time. I've gotten hundreds of death threats since Cam Higbee is constantly reposting that fucking video of me just making him look like the smallest bitch of a man that he is. Either show up to my fucking house or shut the fuck up. Washington's a stand your ground state, motherfucker.
It's great.
I believe that there is still a non-violent way to defeat the Trump regime and American fascism. But it's going to require a lot of people, especially white men, to speak out against fascism and speak up for the equality of trans people, immigrants, people of color, women, and the disabled. If you think this work is important and want to help me continue it, like, subscribe, most importantly, share it in as many places with as many people who need to hear this shit as possible. You can also directly contribute financially by dropping me a tip on Ko-fi, Venmo, PayPal,
This is great. Just QR codes. We need to do that too.
Or becoming a member of my YouTube or Patreon. I just added a new tier for bonus content that I simply don't have time to make into a full video or even a short. And this month, I've got an over hour-long video that's going to be exclusively for that tier. And just to tease it in the future, I am actively working on personally recording an audiobook for something that I'm reading that I couldn't find the audio version for. So if you want to hear my sweet, sexy, sultry voice, that's coming. But that's going to be like 10 plus hours of reading into a microphone and producing that. So that's what you're paying for. This operation is very much running in the red right now, although I almost made enough last month to cover all the stickers I bought. I'm like 20% of the way towards covering all the normal costs of everyday life, so I'm funding all of this with my savings that I made from my douchey tech bro job. But either way, I am all in on this project, and I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can. So until next time, never forget that a better world is possible. So ride fast and take chances.
man, where's this video I thought I saved? This fucking playlist isn't fucking loading.
What's the video?
It's a Bobby Lee video.
On the stream playlist?
I hope it is.
Is it Bad Friends or Bobby Lee?
It's a video about Bobby Lee. Here we go. It loaded more. It's just taking a second, you know?
Uh-huh.
I saw this and I was like, oh, Jack will love this video. Then I'm going to remove all the stuff that's at the bottom real quick.
We do miss you a lot. I think about you all the time.
Yes,
I really do. And I go, I wish Theo, because we saw you more often.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Back in the good old days.
And you're one of the only guys that have moved away that I kind of miss.
And who else moved away that you don't miss? Go ahead.
No, I see
Well,
them
there's a
more
lot of them that it's blatantly obvious. I think. Do you have to ask him that?
Alright, so at this point in March 2026, I think it's pretty clear now that the comedians from Los Angeles and New York don't really take the Austin comedy scene too seriously. And honestly, I'd go as far as...
What was that pronunciation of...
Don't really take
what was that
the
pronunciation of Los Angeles? That's how that one girl says it. In this is trying to pronounce American city names. One of my favorite videos.
Comedy scene too seriously. And honestly, I'd go as far as to say now that they actually look down on some of them. Because as you just saw in the
We do miss you a lot. I think about you all the time.
Yes,
I really do. And I go, I wish Theo, because we saw you more often.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Back in the good old days.
And you're one of the only guys that have moved away that I kind of miss.
And who else moved away that you don't miss? Go ahead.
No, I see
Well,
them
there's a
more
lot
often.
of them that it's blatantly obvious. I think. Do you have to ask him that?
Alright, so at this point in March 2026, I think it's pretty clear now that the comedians from Los Angeles and New York don't really take the Austin comedy scene too seriously. And honestly, I'd go as far as to say now that they actually look down on some of them. Because as you just saw in the opening clip there, Bobby Lee pretty much alluded to the fact that he just doesn't miss any of the comedians that recently moved away from LA besides Theo Vaughn, which indeed was a blatant jab at Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe, and all the LA comics who are now grifting at the comedy mothership in Austin, Texas. And the funniest part about Bobby saying this is that he's clearly been holding his tongue on this topic for a while. Like, he's still in good graces with the Rogan sphere and is good pals with Joe Rogan, but he absolutely rolls his eyes at everything they do over there, especially Tony Hinchcliffe and a couple of the guys that he's brought up. Like, Bobby Lee genuinely doesn't like the way those guys approach comedy and has actually confronted them about it on air a few times in the past. Like, of course, the time Bobby Lee told Ari Matty that he actually doesn't agree with them, openly using racial or homophobic slurs.
You know when like you're hanging out with another comedian, he says the N-word around you for the first time?
Yeah.
I like that. That's a little trust that I'm in the circle.
Here we go. Let's talk about this real quick, okay? I'm not with that. What you guys are doing in Austin.
What do you mean?
Well, let's be real. I don't like some of the words you guys use freely.
Like what?
It's like edgelord. It's like
not all of it.
I know, but
there
it's becoming so hacky to me that people, you
100%.
guys use these words just for the shock factor.
100%.
It's like, I'm not into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think the R word sometimes, but I would never say the N word.
Jack is also a
in
sad
any
girl
environment.
today.
Okay.
The F word I don't really use ever. You know what I mean? And I see Austin comic use it regularly.
It's in the contract.
It's in the contract. Yeah.
If you want to play in Austin, it's in the contract.
Yeah. So I don't know. This is my little tidbit. You know, I've talked about it with other people, and I
So yeah, I mean, you know it's pretty bad when Bobby Lee has to be the one to tell you that this so-called material your Rat Pack does on stage is some of the most bottom-of-the-barrel racist slop that truly doesn't belong anywhere in comedy. Because Bobby Lee is genuinely bought into being a part of the
You know, because also if we can be talking to the Squid Tips guy, he's going to love the story of you being de-radicalized.
Yeah, true. Do you want me to include that in the message?
I mean,
because
he
I
should
am kind of
respond.
cold messaging him on Signal, so I feel like I should give a bit of background and be like, hey, this is who I am.
If you want.
I feel like that'd be
Didn't that one guy admit? Which one guy? The one.
The Rogan sphere. Like,
well, not Brandon. What's his name? Chris D'Elia.
he and Andrew Santino credit
What do you
all
admit?
of their success in podcasting to this entire group effort that they've all curated over the past 10 years or so. But it gets to a point where the stuff these guys are saying on stage is so embarrassing that it needs to be addressed. And really, only
Isn't it
Bobby
really,
Lee
really
can do
cool
something like
that
that.
we've got
Like, sure, he's in the
Christian
Rogan sphere, but
fascists
he's also deeply
in the
connected
United
with
States
Mark.
praying for the apocalypse while bombing an Islamic fascist state in Iran supported by a Jewish fascist state of Israel. I love theocratic fascist wars. What the fuck? Yeah, 2026, baby, it's the time of theocratic fascism. Fuck me.
Marin, who, if you don't know by now, is an absolute anti-bro comedy guy. So him and Bobby are pretty close friends, and honestly it seems like Mark Maron's exposed Bobby to a lot of the slop that his friends have been producing as of late. Because in their most recent WTF
Holy Grail.
podcast that they did together, you can kind of hear Mark getting through to Bobby about how all these Austin meatheads are actually a tribe, whose main goal is to sell out to the lowest denominator of subhuman as possible. And once they figured out how easy it was for them to sell out stadiums like that, they then proceed to turn around and claim to be the greatest comedians to ever grace planet Earth. And once Mark Maron finishes speaking in this next clip here, you're gonna
It's
hear
very funny how Joe Rogan thinks he's like a comedy god.
Isn't it? Considering that he's done, what, like 3 specials? And they're all
Considering
shit?
that not only did he do stool humping, he defends stool humping.
Yes, he does.
Saying it's
Vigorously.
actually funny.
Yeah, vigorously.
The funniest thing Joe Rogan did in his career was host Fear Factor.
Bobby Lee tell a story about how a comedian.
Which, by the way, I'm not sure. Did you see they brought it back?
What, stool
Fear
humping?
Factor?
Ah, no.
And Johnny Knoxville's the host now.
That's great.
I don't know if it's any good. I don't really care about it. But that is a good host selection.
I agree.
Especially, it gives Johnny Knoxville an ability to do
Crazy
something
shit.
where his skill set is.
But not hurt
And-
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like... Do you know how Johnny Knoxville got started? Like, how Jackass got started? What the first stunt was?
It was all journalism, wasn't it?
No. The first stunt.
Oh, no.
Getting shot in the chest with a real bullet.
Wow.
So it was, I think it might have been Mad Magazine or something.
Yeah.
But it was one of the, basically it was, or an affiliate of them. It's like someone in that company. And so they were like partnering with Johnny to go do this stunt. And none of them would even like be present to even film it. Because they didn't
Insane.
want to be responsible for how crazy and risky the stunt was.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I did know that they were, it's the same as Hoonigan, actually. Do you know who Hoonigan is? Like Ken Block and the drifting stuff?
No.
So Hoonigan also started from journalism. So they were doing...
Yeah, Johnny was never a journalist, though.
No, but like they did journalistic
He was a skater
stuff.
trying to...
Who's the other? Jeff Tremaine is the journalist that was...
Yes, so
that
that's
put it
the guy
together.
who
Yes.
was at the mag who Johnny
Yes.
associated with.
That's why I'm saying that it started with journalism, is because Jeff Tremaine was the one who started it, and he was the one...
I don't know if it was a journalistic thing. I think it was just like a skateboard or Mad Magazine or something.
Mad Magazine, whatever. You can. It's journalism. it's
I don't know
skate
about
journalism. You know, if they're Ooh, Holy War. Increases healing by 30.
Holy War.
Oh, God of War. Craftsman, strategic resources. I have a lot of strategic resources. No, that would be a guess. Quarries.
Comedian once told the audience to worship him like a god. And even though Bobby doesn't mention any names, there is a 99% chance that this person was probably Tony Hinchcliffe.
It's like, you know, they're not for everybody. And this is the other problem I have with the tribalizing of comedy, where you get a bunch of meatheads that are like, "Fuck you, that's not comedy. He's selling out stadiums. You're not funny."
All right.
So there's this judging of comics in a...
Are they doing that?
In a sports-like
Are they doing
fashion.
that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If you rail any criticism of YouTube comics, Matt Rife or anybody. The legions of meatheads who call themselves comedy fans based on the competitive nature of what's been established by the Austin School. That what happens is, you know, you get this sports-like attitude. It's like, you can't sell that many tickets. You're not as funny. This deciding tone of what is and isn't funny is such bullshit, because the best comics, the most interesting people, almost no one knows.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's just the way it is. As a comic, I can see it. I know it.
Yeah. You're right. I think you're right. But I don't know why.
Because they're challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, the people that are hugely successful, they're not that provocative. And when they are provocative, they can't shut up about it. And it's not even real. Like, I don't want to get canceled. You won't.
Yeah.
You fucking hack.
Yeah. I remember seeing, I don't want to say his name.
Wow. Okay.
But I saw a guy, a friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he, you know, after a set, he's in a stadium. And he tells everyone to pull out a lighter or a fucking, you know what I mean? Camera's running,
sure.
Right? And he's just like, not like, he's kind of like on stage, like almost like
for the
Jesus,
picture? Yeah.
Like a photo.
Yeah.
Right, and everyone's standing, you know what I mean? Almost worshiping him.
Yeah.
Right?
Behind him.
Yeah, behind him. And I vomited on my phone. I literally had a reaction to it.
Wow.
I'm like, what are you fucking doing?
Yeah.
That's insane.
So, without a doubt, the anonymous comedian who has his crowds worship him like Jesus is most definitely Tony Hinchcliffe. I mean, there's dozens of photos available of him online doing this very thing. And to Bobby's point, it's extremely corny. Like, Tony actually thinks he's the greatest comedian of all time, but Bobby sees right through that. Because if you didn't know, Bobby Lee was actually already an established regular at the Comedy Store in Los Angeles when Tony Hinchcliffe was like 13 years old back in the late 90s. So when Tony started working as a door guy at the Comedy Store in 2007, Bobby was already 10 years into this huge comedy and acting career. So for the entire 2010s, Bobby saw Tony try really hard to become this A-list acting comedian, but he was never able to get that big break. Which, according to Lee, is the only reason Tony moved to Austin. Like in this next clip here from 2020, you're gonna see Bobby telling Santino that Hinchcliffe actually ended up moving to Austin because he could never nail down a big TV role. In fact, Bobby says that goes for all the other guys too.
He went with Tony Hinchcliffe.
Tony
Yeah, but
yeah, those guys moved down there for the Rogan train.
what do you think of that?
There's so many people.
I know.
I don't
You
even
wanna
know.
go?
Tim Dillon's moving down there.
I know you want to go.
To Austin?
Yeah.
Look, I don't.
We just got our houses, man.
Yeah, we just got our houses.
I mean, at the end of the day,
We
it's
just got
like,
our houses.
Yeah, it's like I'm paying mortgage on my house. I'm not.
Here's my other thing. If you sounds crazy, and I'm going to say this, and I mean this.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, you don't need to stay in LA. You don't need to be in LA. Okay, fine, I get it. I don't need to be in LA to do what we do. Kind of.
You do.
You do.
Because those guys.
They say that, but they
no,
don't.
But also, those guys, right? Guys like Tony and those guys, they don't have like dream. You and I. They don't have dreams. No,
they don't have dreams.
But you don't.
They don't work in Hollywood.
But they don't want to like get on a movie or TV or act.
Right. They're not actors.
And that's why. Not that I'm an actor, but I like doing it, and
You
it's
are
a
an
part
actor.
of my. It's a part of what I do, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like I like the challenge of it.
Right. Those guys aren't That's what I'm saying. They're not in the acting side of Hollywood.
And they want to be, some of them.
I think a lot of them don't.
Yeah, but some of them do.
I don't know if Tony, I don't think he goes out for stuff like that or.
But he's said stuff to me like, I can't get anything.
So according to Bobby, Tony's actually talked to him about giving up on Hollywood because he couldn't nail down any roles. Which is pretty funny because that's exactly what Luis J. Gomez said about him. So this has just gotta be true. I mean, the guy just couldn't swim with the big fish in LA, so he packed his bags up and moved to the smaller pond, where he is indeed now killing it. I mean, there's just no denying that Kill Tony's a huge hit down there. But it's the fact that he's so high and mighty about that towards every comic that he interacts with these days that really rubs Bobby the wrong way, which he's actually talked about on Bad Friends with Mark Maron last August.
So
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
No.
I'm
tired. They come up back to L.A. One guy, I want to name his name, and go, oh, you seem like you're thriving. He goes, I'm killing it.
Killing it,
You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here.
Yeah.
This is a different...
It's an animal.
And so Bobby never named Tony there, but the way he said,
I'm killing it,
just makes you think that that was Tony. Like no other comic talks like that. But with that being said, guys, we've all got to remember that Bobby and Andrew Santino are still friends with these guys on the surface, because they actually benefit from them having these major platforms. Like Bobby Lee just shot his first ever comedy special with Hulu earlier this January, so you best believe that right before that comes out this year, you're going to see Bobby make the podcast rounds promoting that. So that's pretty much the entire reason that they never name names on these podcasts. Like, they actually still need to be in good graces with these guys. But with all these clips of them assumably sneak dissing the Austin comedy scene, I couldn't imagine how much Bobby's actually trashing them off camera, you know? I mean, he just jumps at the opportunity to trash comics on Tiger Belly, with even the most random guests. Like, there's this one clip from a year ago where Bobby mentions going to an unnamed comedy club, reading the list of comedians set to perform there that night, and thinking to himself that they were complete hacks that only are on that list because they're in a community, which can kind of be in reference to any comedy club, but it sounds awfully similar to what Joe Rogan's got going on in Austin.
What I was saying the other day, right, is I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. But
this is where you draw the line?
Yeah. I was at a club the other day. I was looking at the lineup. And I go, this lineup's terrible. And
who was on it?
What? I'm not going to say it. But...
give me their initials.
And our point, the point was like, if we just booked it based on who gets the most laughs, it would be a completely different lineup. But we don't do that. It's more loyalty and who's been around
Nepotism,
that gets
baby.
on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where was this?
I'm not gonna tell you. But my point being is that even like even other nationalities and color, you know, there's so many other people I would choose before the ones they put up, you know what I mean? But it's out of loyalty and that kind of thing before anything else, and I hate that.
I did a show there once, and it was pretty tough. When you're the only gay guy on a show, and the audience is just primed for some straight white man comedy. And there are some funny straight white men. I'm not here to say that all straight white men are funny. There are some funny straight white men out there. But I mean, there was like some
He's
like
Ratatouille.
there was some like, what's up with women and their pussy?
Yeah.
So they could obviously be referencing any other spot, like the Comedy Cellar in New York, for example, which features a lot of these straight white male comics that the guest was referring to here. But regardless, that's pretty much the epitome of Joe's Comedy Club too. Like, sure, they feature a lot of women and people of color there, but the overall vibe there is majorly that sort of locker room humor, which is indeed hack. Again, though, Bobby Lee knows that they're his friends, and he knows that he's actually in their group. He even states in this podcast that he feels that this type of bro comedy has sort of taken over, and he knows that he's in that circle, but also relates to Mark Maron's belief that comics should be loners that don't really join up in these fraternal rat packs or comedy death squads.
It's interesting. Comedy there is now a real alpha male, like, you know,
There's like a bro.
It's like bro. That's a bro. Like I'm still
I love
kind
the
of a part.
picture
I'm not
of
a part
Bobby
that,
Lee as
no, or
Kim
no.
Jong-un.
Like my
Or Kim Jong-il.
ecosystem, there's a lot of bro.
You are.
I know, but still,
There's like a class of
but the people
comedians
that my
are bro.
group of guys, you know what I mean, like Theo and these type of guys are like more in the bro.
Oh, Theo Vaughn is like
bro
the
world.
broiest of bros.
Yeah, and
are you and Joe Rogan in the same class?
Yeah, we're in the same. I'm in the same
He's like the
ecosystem of his.
president
He's the
of the
president of the bros. Yeah. But there's a little bit of Mark Maron in me too, though. You know what I mean?
President
I'm
of the
sort
bros.
of kind of in his thing too. So, but
you're like the altiest.
Have you
of the
seen Bobby Lee as Kim Jong-il?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
Bros, I feel.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Bobby Lee knows that his bank accounts have seen a huge rise since starting his podcasts and getting that Rogan boost. But he can still recognize a hack when he sees one. Like when Ari Maddie said that thing about saying the N-word earlier in this video. Bobby Lee also gets visibly happier whenever his guest trashes that whole scene, Joe Rogan, or any of those other guys. Because Bobby's never really able to name names when he calls them out. So when a guest just crashes out and starts calling them out by name, Bobby really enjoys it. Like for instance, when Jay Moore went on Tiger Belly and said that Joe Rogan's just not funny at all, and that it's really strange that Joe's seen as this arbiter of comedy.
Millions of dollars when Rogan and Bert had that thing on, and Rogan being the comedy end-all, be-all.
Yeah. Wow.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
That he's the arbiter of funny.
But can I just... yeah.
Considering all the times Joe Rogan has made us all laugh.
I understand.
And so I think Bobby probably thinks Rogan's not too great at stand-up, but by all means, Bobby and Joe Rogan are way better pals than him and Hinchcliffe. Especially since Joe Rogan stood up for Bobby Lee after he was threatened by Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen over FaceTime. Like, Joe really didn't like that, and some people even think that he pushed Brendan further away because of it.
I might have to fly to LA and hold his hand and drag him on a flight.
I think he just needs a real invitation.
He knows I love him. I cry
Yeah.
because there's been a lot of drama lately, and one of the things that happened was somehow or another my name got entered into this thing, and I don't want to get into it in too much detail, but I'm like, okay, I must call Bobby, and I called him and I said, listen, I don't know what kind of, I'm just hearing about this nonsense now, but I love you. I would never let anybody talk bad about you. I would never let anybody come on my show and talk bad about you. I think you're an awesome guy. I think you're incredibly talented. And I know that you have fear of like performing and putting out a special and stuff like that, but I really think you should, because I think you're one of the best comedians alive. And I think, and I've said that to him many, many times. I always give him shit like, when are you going to do a special? What are you doing?
So Bobby Lee and Joe Rogan are probably good pals in real life. Not sure if Bobby really agrees with the Trump backing though, but he'll still go on to Joe's podcast once he works up the nerve. Like, believe it or not, the only issue he has with Joe is that he scares Bobby, which he said multiple times on Bad Friends. And it's apparently the only reason why he doesn't go on Joe's podcast very often.
Who?
Buff Eyes.
Who's Buff Eyes?
Rogan.
Buff You think he's my dad?
Yeah.
Is he my dad?
You get like a little like, you know what I mean? You look at him like your dad kind of.
Why don't you like Rogan?
I love him.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Why?
It's so funny what you're doing right now because obviously I love him.
Well, you called him my dad, my daddy. Like, oh, I am president. Like, you don't like him, you love him.
I love Rogan, but I'm intimidated by him.
Every time he comes to the store, do you get nervous?
Well, it was 3 weeks ago. His wife was there. I love her.
Yeah, she's cool.
And she noticed the shoes I was wearing, which I really liked. And then Rogan pulled me aside, and he goes, "How come you get so scared around me?"
It's a legitimate question.
And I go, "I'm not scared." I go, "Because what you white people don't fucking understand."
So it's pretty funny that Bobby Lee is intimidated around Rogan, because Bobby Lee is just leagues above Joe when it comes to comedy, and he really runs laps around the guy when it comes to audience approval ratings. I mean, a lot of people think that he's really the only reason that Bad Friends is so successful. Because when you compare the views that Santino gets on his solo podcast compared to Bobby's solo podcast, Bob just blows Santino out of the water.
But the show itself
Santino's
is both
not
of them.
really the draw here. But
I
Bobby,
wouldn't watch
after
Bad
all,
Friends
is a
if it was
pretty
just
timid
Bobby.
guy that doesn't really...
Like the
Well,
Santino Bobby Lee mixture
I wouldn't know
is
who
the show.
Santino was if it wasn't for Bobby Lee.
See, I would, because he's been in a bunch of movies that I have seen, and I was aware of him before Bobby Lee. or before I was aware of Bobby Lee.
Well, I know
So-
Bobby Lee because of Mad TV.
Yeah, see, I never watched that. It was never here, I don't think.
It was only around for a brief period.
Mm.
And like he's like the only guy that like I still see. Like there's other guys who are in movies,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't like know anyone else from that like Mad TV thing that I'll see
Yeah.
besides him.
We understand how much
Like
pull
the one
he
guy, I
has.
forgot his name. Phil Lamar, maybe? Does that ring any bells?
No.
I think he's one of the bigger guys from Mad TV. Oh! I forgot. Keegan Michael Key and Jordan Peele were also on it.
Ah.
Will
Fascinating.
Sasso, I've seen him outside of other things. Michael McDonald. He was the longest tenured cast member.
Mm.
Frank Caliendo. Yeah, I've seen him. He does, sometimes they'll bring him in on Sports Center because he's really good at doing John Madden.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Lamar. Yep. I did get his name right. So Phil Lamar is big in the voice acting universe.
Mm-hmm.
I think he plays Hermes in Futurama.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Let's see. But yeah, he's got... So, Phil Lamar's acting credits,
Yeah.
598.
Damn.
And so, yeah,
What's
he
his
does
most known?
Hermes and Dwight Conrick and then Reverend Preacher Boat. And then he's got 24 episodes in King of the Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Webb, Roger Sack. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Monster High. Like, this dude is in everything.
Yeah, one of those guys.
Invincible. He
Okay, who's
played
he play?
Lucan.
Lucan.
Or Lucin. Lucan.
Huh. I don't know that character. Might be a minor one.
Mm-hmm. It says one episode.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see. Harriet the Spy. They made a TV series?
Ah, he's a Viltrumite. He's a random Viltrumite. Interesting.
Rick and Morty, alien terrorist voice. Shao Kahn.
Hmm.
And Shao Kahn and Kotal Kahn from Mortal
Interesting.
Kombat.
Oh, cool. I love that America is bombing oil fields now and polluting even more.
They made a Beniculus TV series? That's crazy. Robot Chicken. Only 4 episodes in there. I'd assume they would bring him in more. He's Samurai Jack.
No shit.
Samurai Jack doesn't really talk that much.
No, it's not really. I need to rewatch that show. I watched it a little bit, but never really enough.
the Muppets. But like this guy fucking works. Dota 2.
That's crazy. Although
He's
voice
in,
acting,
he's in so much.
You could do this kind of work if you have a recording studio at home. You could just get sent lines and record that shit.
But that's what I was saying. Is like I think I was saying, like besides Bobby, he's like the more successful Mad TV guy. But I totally forgot. Key and Peele were on Mad TV.
Yeah.
But they weren't on it long enough for me to remember really any of their bits.
Yeah. I mean, it clearly morphed into Key and Peele.
Bobby Lee has a few characters that he would do, but fucking his Kim Jong-il, it was so fucking funny. He does like Kim Jong-il hosting his own late night show.
But anyways, Bobby Lee eventually worked up the courage to go on JRE, and they actually had a great episode together. There was one part of the show, though, that got pretty interesting, because Joe Rogan ended up confronting Bobby Lee about trash-talking Austin and saying that he would never move there, which was all in good fun, but at the same time, it was pretty petty.
No, somebody's not
of course,
gonna
Joe
move to a
Rogan would
city.
have scored the jackpot if Bobby Lee lived there instead of Los Angeles, but his feelings got hurt when Bobby turned that down.
He lives here now, right?
Yeah, Duncan lives here.
Everyone's asking me to come.
You should come. I know you were talking shit about moving to Austin, but listen.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. I watched the video.
No, I didn't.
Don't lie. You did. You did.
What I
I'm
said?
not fucking moved to Austin. I don't leave my neighborhood. I don't go to Compton. I stay right here.
Could I say something?
What?
You know what, man? You know what, man? You know what, man?
What?
Listen, you have to understand what you guys did.
What did we do?
You guys took half of the talent out.
Yeah.
So I was just butthurt.
We brought another bunch in, too. Like Shane Gillis lives here.
I know. I know he does.
We're doing
now.
great.
I know you guys are killing it.
We're having
I went to the
so
club
much
last
fun.
night.
Come move here.
I know, but
you're more than Paulie's thinking about it. Paulie's here a lot.
I know. And
Paulie
then
was just here the
Theo's
other day.
thinking
He's
about
killing
it.
Theo's thinking about
Right.
it. Yeah. You're all just worried that like people go, oh, you moved there to suck on Rogan's nuts.
I would never suck your nuts.
I don't ask.
I wouldn't do it.
If you did, it would be a problem.
Yeah.
I'd be like, why are you doing this? I'd have to be asleep.
Would you hurt me?
No.
So after seeing all these clips, you can come to the conclusion that Bobby Lee has mixed feelings about the Austin comedy scene. Like he knows he's in the Rogan sphere, but he's not going to beat around the bush when it comes to acknowledging the fact that there's some of the worst comics to ever grace the stage. Like he understands where Mark Maron's coming from completely, and I'm pretty sure that he finds Tony Hinchcliffe absolutely insufferable. Everyone else over there, like Joe Rogan, seems to be just alright for Bobby. It is pretty strange, though, that he told Theo how he doesn't miss any of them. I mean, that's gotta say something, right? Anyways, let me know what you guys think, and with that being said, thanks so much for watching.
Interesting. I didn't realize Bobby was talking so much shit about Austin. It's quite funny.
Have you seen this McDonald's burger test? Where the CEO
no.
eats the burger?
No, I haven't.
Trending video that's been going around lately about the McDonald's CEO tries the big arch, and he has some feelings about it.
Holy cow. I love this product.
But apparently Dane does too.
I do. I do have feelings about it.
I've yet to hear anyone say anything good about this new burger at McDonald's.
What's the burger?
It's called the Big Arch.
Oh, they had that here. They did that here first.
Yeah.
It's like a massive Big Mac or something, right?
It's like 2 quarter pounders.
Yeah. They did that here. Took it away.
But like a lot of the people that I've seen, like it's not even that the burger is bad. It's that it's either overcooked or raw.
Oh. Oh. Interesting. Very strange.
Plan was, all right, snack wrap, right? Because that's been my thing here lately. But I pull up and they got it advertised so nicely right there in the corner. It takes up like a fourth of the billboard, you know what I mean? The little menu.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, we got the big arch, dude. I'm down. I'm always down for a new burger. I gotta try it. I pull up, I order that thing, and I couldn't even eat the whole burger. It sucked. It was burnt. It was dry. It all around just pissed me off.
Well, great, because he's here to try it out, and I feel like he feels the same way about it as he's eating it or doesn't eat it.
You've heard about it. Here it is, the Big Arch. This is something that we have tested in Portugal, Germany, Canada. I love this product. Holy cow. God, that is a big burger.
Holy cow, look at that burger. All right. Man. I love CEOs of companies, really. I do. Because there's no one that sounds more disconnected from reality when they're explaining their product than CEOs do. Like, look at this fantastic product here. Not look at this fantastic burger, this fantastic meal or food. This product. They've tested overseas, you know.
Yeah, in about 4 countries.
And on lab rats as well.
Probably how they saw those other countries. Jeez, with this burger.
Holy cow.
But holy cow, look at that sucker. It's massive. I wonder if they went and made like a special one for him too, or if he just like went to like a regular drive-through, like, you know, their
What happened to the game?
flagship store near wherever he lives.
Yeah,
probably, you know,
yeah.
the one that's always on top of things because you never know when the CEO may come by.
That's true.
And he even looks kind of just like, I don't know. CEOs have this like dead inside look to them all the time too.
Yes,
because
they do.
they don't actually like deal with any of the things actually in the store. Usually they're dealing with the back end stuff like the marketing and the new the products they're gonna have and
I love this product.
all that stuff.
I
and so I was
love
probably
this
looking at it
product.
and thinking, that doesn't look like it does in the commercials that we make.
Yeah. The commercials that I set up for us. Yeah, it's different.
Well, it reminds me, like I even do like the brand deals for Factor, right? Those little meals.
Oh, yeah.
Not sponsored this. I don't think we're gonna be sponsored. Maybe we will. Well, we're not this one. And so, like, whenever I film them, I usually don't show the food inside because it looks bad.
Oh, yeah,
it
until it's cooked.
It doesn't look appetizing. But it tastes good. Like, I like them. They taste good, but they don't look good on camera. And then I saw a commercial for them, like actual commercial, and they have like all the super fluffy looking vegetables. And,
Yeah.
like
Like, bro, that did not come out of your mouth.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. And like even when they're making the commercials, they use like they like colored glue and all this other stuff to make it look as appetizing as possible. And then you get the real thing. It's like, you know,
Motherfucker.
their minimum waged worker like smashed in there.
Yeah.
Fucking Christina.
Who doesn't want to be there, but they.
What'd she do?
Literally was about to clear the woods to finish it, and she fucking sniped it.
Oh, wonder. I mean, you only have 2 cities. You really shouldn't be building wonders. I keep telling you this. She has
It's
4.
literally my Civ. What are you talking about?
Huh?
It's literally my Civ. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Half of
You
my
need to-
Civ is revolving around wonders, specifically early
but
wonders.
you need to expand first. Because the early game, it's important to get your snowball rolling so you can build stuff later. If you don't, you're just going to be behind the whole game.
You know, whatever they got to.
It's their only job they got right now.
Anyway, that's just my my read on the situation so far.
We've got a very unique kind of sesame poppy sort of bun on it.
Yeah, sort of bun. Maybe it's a bun. Sort of.
Sorta.
2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious Big Arch sauce.
It's all in units too. A delicious Big Arch sauce, because that's how many they got. They put one unit of sauce on there.
Oh, there's so much going on with this. First of all, let's try to get this thing. I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it.
With your mouth.
It's just so big. I don't even know oh, it's just getting away from me. Whoa. Whoa! What a monster!
Hey,
bro, calm down.
Hungry
You're just
Jack
dropping lettuce. That's
has
not
been
what you're
doing this
All right,
for literally 20 years.
Here we go. Oh, wow. What a
Oh my god,
massive
come to
nibble.
my McDonald's and buy a Whopper.
Okay. In the CEO's defense here, where they say what a massive nibble, a lot of people have been clowning on him for this.
Mm-hmm.
I saw best ever food reviews. take the biggest bite possible, and it looked about like that. The burger's just thick, so your mouth can't like dig deep into it, you know? So it looks like a tiny bite, but it's a normal bite, even though it looks like he barely touched it. Sorry for defending the McDonald's CEO that everyone's clowning on, but that's the only thing I'll defend him on in this video.
He opened his mouth up that wide just for that little bite.
Well, see, he's probably only eats like salads and like high-end dinners when he's out, schmoozing with his other CEO buddies.
Yeah, you don't
so,
understand.
Oh, yeah, he don't eat
it's a
McDonald's,
Macca's
that's for
CEO.
sure.
He only eats fine
that's the
dining
whole-
while he serves you slop.
Like, the whole thing that everybody's making fun of is like, does this guy actually eat McDonald's? He's like, okay, here we go.
That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
Yeah,
See, it's not that
huge, massive, but
it's not that small of a bite.
No.
That's a big bite.
Like the bun just overhangs a lot. You know?
Yeah, sure.
Bite for a big arch.
Yeah, that's huge, massive. But other thing that you may notice is that it cuts away. You never actually see him swallow. He takes a little nibble.
That is so good. That's a big
gone. You know, where'd it go?
Distinctively McDonald's. Only McDonald's could do this type of burger. But it also is unlike anything else on our menu.
It's delicious, right? It's
Hungry
only
Jack's has
McDonald's
been
can pull
doing
it
the
off.
Whopper for 20 years.
How do you feel about his claims so
Probably
far?
more. How long has
only
Burger King been
McDonald's can
around?
do that,
Has
that's
the
for
Whopper
sure.
been around the whole time?
The most disappointing burger I've ever had. I mean, I've had their dollar burgers when they were $1, and those were way
Hey,
more
we
delicious
finally
than
made
that.
a Big
I've
Mac
had
that fits the actual title of big. And guess what? It's just a Whopper.
Well, the Big Mac was big when it came out.
Yeah, and then it progressively got smaller and smaller. And now it uses the same patties as the cheeseburger.
I thought it always used the cheeseburger.
Well, it should
patties.
never have been the cheeseburger patty. It should have always been the quarter pounder.
I don't think the quarter pounder existed when the Big Mac came out.
Maybe. I mean, it was probably their original burger.
What, the Big Mac?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm going to check that.
No, it's too out of the norm to be their standard burger. Because first they had the hamburger and cheeseburger, and then the next product they added was the fish fillet.
Oh, it was a 10-cent hamburger. A 10 to a pound beef patty. Okay. So, what the fuck is that? 10 to a pound. What the fuck is a pound? 3.8 kilos? No, it's half 500 grams, right? So it'd be 50-gram patty.
I think it's 16 ounces.
And then a quarter pound.
16 ounces is what a pound is. Does that help?
No, not at all. Because American imperial systems are fucking dumb. A pound. So it'd be four patties to a pound of beef for the quarter pounder then. That would make sense?
Yes, that's why it's called a quarter pounder.
So what... If it's 10... So it would be... Yeah, it would be a 250... No. 125 gram patty-ish? I don't know.
Half a pound.
Imperial... the Imperial numbering system is incredibly fucking stupid. Incredibly stupid. Oh, how far do I need to go? A foot. How long is that? It's 90 centimeters. It's not even a meter. A foot is
I thought it was
not
30 centimeters.
No, a foot doesn't
A
quite...
yard is 90.
Yeah, a yard is 3 feet.
Yeah, which is 90 centimeters.
But a foot is not 30 centimeters. It's slightly more.
Oh, well, my ruler always went to 30.
Yeah, the rulers are wrong. Like, they're literally wrong. It does not equally line up. So all those
they're
rulers
offset.
are wrong.
They're offset for that reason.
Like, dumb. Here's an idea. Factor of 10. It's called the metric system. It works pretty well. Would highly recommend using it.
Yeah, America, they kept saying they were going to switch, but...
And even England is one of these stupid countries that does both.
Yeah, but they also have stones.
That's true. That is true. What the fuck is that? What's the other weight that they use? Stones and what?
I don't know.
It's super weird. And it's like measured with some kind of like bead board where they have to balance it. Like, what the fuck, England? Like, it's literally factor of 10. How is nobody like, oh, we should just use the 10 factor measurements? Like the entire rest of the world. Like,
Yeah,
how
but
do
now
you even get a foot?
Americans are too stubborn, and apparently it's measured from a king's foot.
So it's literally a nonsense measurement. Is what you're telling me.
Pretty much.
Great.
But like,
I thought America was anti-king. But you use measurements based on off a king's foot.
Okay, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Big and tasty. They just tasted like pepper before, and it tastes better than that.
Come on!
Just making laughs.
Are we for real? I just repaired the tiles.
You should build a dam.
Whenever I saw this last night, I 100% thought it was going to make this, and you'd be like, oh, wow, you like, I want to go try it now. But the fact that you've already had it.
Yeah, I've already had it, and I'm pissed.
Get like an actual user review.
I was so mad, dude. I was hyped. I was like, I'm a new burger guy.
McDonald's claim team is going through like, you know, we're going to take that video down right there because, you know, I'm sure they have all the rights to this and we can't. We'll try to go for fair use, but I'm sure they'll shoot it down.
Yeah.
But Dave's just giving an honest review. Like, so what about the burger pissed you off that much?
Okay, well, it's so
Did you
big.
see
It's not.
Ben Stiller retweeted the White House using Tropic Thunder clips to promote the war?
Just doesn't
and he
taste
said,
good.
take it down.
The big
we did
arch
not give you
sauce.
permission.
Delicious
We do not want
big
you
arch
using this to
sauce.
promote your
Isn't
fucking
that good?
war.
We think it, I mean, well, they probably.
It just kind of
Which is
tasted
great.
like mayonnaise and mustard mixed.
Yeah, over
They keep doing that.
creamy, savory,
Yep.
slightly sweet condiment with prominent notes of tomato, mustard, and pickles.
Maybe the pickles. I could probably taste a little bit of the pickles.
So it's one of those design tastes that goes specifically with the. So it's just another chemical kind of. They got the scientists on this.
Yeah.
They try to get it going.
Just throw some Big Mac sauce
Like
on
this
it, man.
picture right here. What is this? This is like, look at this. This is the McDonald's Reddit page. It's a massive, delicious, shocking, worth the price. What is the top bun even sitting on?
Yeah. And also, dude had like white cheese and not the yellow cheese on his.
Maybe it's the sauce. They got a little sauce dribble on the outside.
Oh, maybe.
Interesting.
Like, it's like the
used the wrong
spacing
cheese.
between the patties and even the bun. It's like levitated by something, some separation in the middle.
I think that's
what I'm
called lettuce.
saying.
Right.
I'm so tired of just marketing. Like you can't. Like nothing you see is ever what you actually get.
Never.
Ever. And even like the explanations. This is the greatest thing that we've ever created. This crunchy onion, the zesty sauce, these overly thick patties. Oh, I don't even know how to attack this because it's just so fucking amazing. And it's not.
It ain't.
It's just like they'll probably do better if they were just like, hey, look. Go back to what McDonald's was originally about. Here's a cheap fast food meal for when you're at work, working class people. Here you go. We got some thin patties and stuff because it's cheap. We want it to be cheap for you. Pass on them savings. Boom. Here you go. Eat it.
Yes. Dude, the other thing, it's supposed to be fast food. I must have been the only customer to order this burger because they made me pull up and I sat there for 15 minutes waiting for this burger to come out. So I even had anticipation.
Look, it's brand new. They had to like watch the live video. How to prepare
They watched him, you know.
They had to like, how do we make this thing? First off, oh God, I for real, like I hate the commercials, like all the, oh man, this fantastic the best thing you've ever had. You get it, it's like sideways and hanging out, and you're like, I just paid like $10 for this.
Yeah.
It used to be half that price because it was called something else. years ago. I didn't recreate the burger here.
It's a delicious product. You know, you've got sort of the cheeses and the gooiness, but those crispy onions as well gives a nice texture. And of course, we've got the pickles. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my lunch, but Big Arch,
bro,
try it when you can get it.
Did
Chris K
not
here.
eat that.
Try when you can get it,
after
man.
the camera
Try
turned
when
off.
you
He threw that in the bin.
So, I think they go on to say here that this must have been approved by multiple people at corporate and stuff like that. No. Apparently the McDonald's CEO just does this shit.
What?
And so, this video has been a brand disaster for McDonald's.
Crazy.
A&W is even clowning on them and getting success and pop off of it. Nobody knows what that is. They thought it was just a root beer brand.
Amazing.
And AEW's burgers are pretty good.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's a fast food burger. It's nothing special.
Sure.
But it's fine. It's better than McDonald's and Burger King, who are the shitty ones.
Bing, bing. Are you close to building a district?
Yeah, I have a holy site.
I look like I'm being exposed to dangerous sunbeam radiation. Look like I'm turning into Adam Warlock. I don't know what's going on with the light. I haven't been able to fix it, so I think we're going to probably just have to deal with it, but I'll give it one more try. Oh. Also, no.
You already
Maybe?
found a
Any better?
religion.
I'm glistening.
No, I haven't.
No, no,
Nope.
no. Someone did.
That still didn't fix it.
Unmet Eastern Orthodoxy, Russia.
Eastern Orthodoxy, probably the Vikings. Fuck! They took choral music.
I'm suffering from jaundice now. Well, out of my hands. Anyway, big thing going on right now. There is a burger mogging battle. Finally fixed the lighting. It was bothering me too much. It all started with the McDonald's CEO embarrassing himself, where he posted that video, which was supposed to serve as a marketing component to the Big Arch burger that was being released, where he was talking about how excited he was to eat it for lunch, and then when he goes in to take a bite, he actually takes like maybe a couple of morsels of the sandwich into his gullet. It genuinely looked as though he was afraid of the goddamn thing.
I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow. I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth. That is so good. That's a big bite for a Big Arch.
I swear to God, if I threw the Big Arch burger on the floor, I bet a Roomba would probably show more excitement sucking it up as opposed to the fucking CEO of the company that produced it. He struggles to even call it food, he just refers to it as product. Naturally, everyone was making fun of this, clowning on him, because it does feel like, you know, he was held hostage by terrorists and forced to eat the Big Arch burger here. It doesn't seem genuine enough or authentic, and it's actually incomprehensible that they not only filmed this, but then watched it back and said, yep.
That's the thing. He shot this and posted it himself. Because that's just what the guy does.
That's so
and so, like, the entire board is fucking pissed at him now. Like, this might lead to him leaving the company. He made a video that bad.
Hilarious if that happened.
I know. It's giving me great joy. It's so funny. Wow, Indonesia cleared that barb camp finally. I was leaving it down there because I had a mountain protecting me from it, knowing that... you know what? It was probably the city-state that did it, not Indonesia.
Yeah, the city-states love clearing barb camps.
That looks
really
good.
Annoying.
Our CEO really looks enthusiastic about this product. Send that bitch out. Let's go. It's going to get everyone hype about it. However, it did actually work as a marketing campaign because it got everyone talking about the fucking Big Arch burger. Granted as a punchline and jokes, but it did get the word out. and it even started a trend. It started the burger mogging battle, where other fast food CEOs have been scrambling to one-up here and use it as their own marketing tool to showcase that they actually really like their product. Burger King was the first to hop aboard this train.
Not bad, right?
Only one thing missing.
You know, it's funny because you can tell from the background audio they actually shot this in a kitchen because the audio's shit.
A napkin.
Burger King CEO really did kind of come in here from the top turnbuckle and Gangnam Style on the McDonald's CEO. This one feels a lot more candid. It's not set up in like a fucking studio-like setting with lighting and like a whole ensemble faking that it's your lunch and then being really reluctant and frightened to even bite your burger. The Burger King CEO just comes in here and bussy maxes. He's like, oh, fucking new Whopper? Can't wait. And it does come across more authentic. Granted, it is still staged. He just happens to be doing a better job at appearing human and appearing as though he actually wanted to consume the product. And I gotta tell you, his acting here is pretty impressive. It is not an easy role to play. A Burger King fan. That is tough. I think even like the highest paid A-list celebrity actors would struggle to fake enthusiasm for a Burger King burger to this level. Because it's damn near impossible. It's fucking Burger King at the end of the day. Now, all cards on the table.
Do you guys have the
yesterday
bacon
we
deluxe?
did post that video trying the Big Arch burger versus the new Whopper. I do think the new
It's
Whopper
called
is
something
better.
else. It's probably
Okay.
just called a bacon cheeseburger.
Yeah, okay. Best fast food burger. I don't know what it is about them.
What restaurant?
Hungry Jack's, so Burger King.
Oh, Burger King sucks.
No, I know. And this is what I'm saying. Is the best fast food beef burger is from Hungry Jack's, but outside of that, sucks. It's Hungry Jack's in Australia because Burger King already existed here when they moved here, and then the Australian company that was called Burger King sued them and they lost, so they had to change their name. But like, I'll stand by my statement. Like, the Bacon Deluxe is the best beef burger from a fast food place that you can get in Australia. Like, and that's like, I don't eat beef fast food burgers really. But like, if I'm getting one and I'm not going to a fish and chip shop, Hungry Jack's. Might be controversial. But they always suck. Like, the service always sucks. I don't know what it is about Hungry Jack's, but they just don't give a fuck. Which I respect it, because fuck that job. But when I'm doing Uber deliveries, it really fucks me up. It's like KFC as well. KFC sucks at doing delivery orders. They'll literally ignore them. It's insane.
Well, yeah. Yeah. We do. You want to know why?
Why?
Because we're fucking slammed, and there's people inside the restaurant that are going to put tips on the table for people who are associates with us. We don't know the delivery person.
See, that makes sense in America. In Australia, it
and
doesn't.
like even then, it's like these are customers who cared enough to come to the restaurant. You know?
Sure, it's fast food. It's no different to the drive-thru. I would agree with you with real restaurants, with like not fast food, right? But fast food already has
Fast
drive-thru.
food, it's even worse. I
agree that
worked
it's
at
worse.
Dunkin' for a period. The menu for a place that's just supposed to be fucking coffee and donuts is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like actually difficult for somebody who worked in restaurants that, you know, to go to something and see a menu that large, and then on top of that, everyone, like, as somebody who like has, if you work in a kitchen, the most annoying thing are the substitutions. Get something else.
I'll just remove shit. I don't add stuff.
So like, the only tickets that we'll care about is food allergies.
Yes.
Like other things, it's like they can take it off themselves. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But like,
and in the most case, like if I get pickles and I say no pickles, I just pull them off because I really don't give a shit.
It's really irritating when you can just take the shit off yourself. Like people they're so self-centered, they have no fucking clue how much every time you customize something upsets workflow. Now, Dunkin' Donuts, on the other hand, because it's coffee, that's what it's about.
Yes.
And they want me writing on the cups. I can't fucking write, bro. You want me to use a grease pen to fucking mark a cup for other workers? They're not gonna know what it fucking says. Fuck that job. Fuck Dunkin' Donuts.
And it's like, and sort of, the only other thing that I would add is a sauce. Right? So instead of, like in an,
Now, additions are different. Because the thing is like you have a flow of doing stuff, right?
Oh, so you're like, if you were to get like a cheeseburger from Macca's and you
I'm gonna default and put the shit on there, and then I'm gonna look at the ticket, see it's wrong, and have to make the food all over again and throw the food in the trash.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
But
so
if it's an
you're talking about,
addition,
like, adding bacon.
if it's an addition, and I do it standard, and then I look at the ticket and it's like add something. One, it may not even be on my side, so it may be up to the server to add it as a side.
Yes. Because like the only thing I'll get added is like a sauce. So like KFC has a spicy sauce, like a spicy mayo, and I'll get that added to my burgers. That's about it.
There's this. The only time that I've really modified an order was very funny. So like, they were quesadillas, but it comes with a side platter where it will have like pico, cheese, sour cream, maybe lettuce or something like that. But it's like 4 things that are in like a boat.
Yes.
That's a separate thing from the quesadilla. And I was like, all I said was, and they were like so taken aback by this. All I said was, just instead of bringing the boat, dump it on top of the food. And she was like, well, they're really busy back there, but I'll see what I can do. First of all, fuck yourself. And she even came back and made fun of me again about it. The reason why I wanted him to do it is because I want the cheese and shit to melt while the fucking quesadilla is hot. Yes. There's a practical reason why I'm asking for this. Go fuck yourself. But like, even everyone else looked at it, like, because she just took the boat and put it on top herself. Right? And she even mentioned how everyone was like, what are you doing? And she was like, that's what he wanted. And it's like, yeah, I do, because I want the cheese to get melty on the top.
Yes. 560 for a settler? The fuck? Gross.
No, I muted.
Guess I'll buy a bill.
But if Burger King does keep trending in that direction of actually trying to make improvements, all power to them. I have been probably like the biggest Burger King.
Like, honestly, anyone who takes stuff off of food, you're just weak. Because like, when I first started eating burgers, I didn't think I liked mustard and pickles, so I would take them off. Then every now and then there was one that had mustard in there.
Pickles are gross.
Pickles are fantastic.
They are
By
disgusting.
themselves, I don't know about that. But like there's things that I think are really gross, like fried pickles. I'm not about it.
Their best
pickles,
use is throwing them on windows.
Pickles serve the same role as onions and tomatoes in a lot of food.
I take them all off.
Yeah, you're just weak then.
I will sometimes leave a tomato on if I'm feeling like it.
You're just weak.
But a lot of the time, the tomato is dog shit. Like they'll give you the
still
very end
still
of it.
have a child's palate instead of an adult.
Yeah, fuck tomato. I will eat my baby food.
Just learn to eat food like a real person. Because I also don't like tomato. I'm not about to eat tomato by itself. But like, there's like the chalupa from Taco Bell. The tomatoes are like the best part in that shit.
Okay.
Because they're like the diced tomatoes. And they're like these little flavor packets inside the food.
Yeah, okay, I see.
So every time you get one, it's like a nice little texture.
I see what you're saying.
Scrooge imaginable. I find extra time in the day to shoot spitballs at Burger King because I think they serve up straight sludge, radioactive gruel. But if they are willing to make changes to the Whopper, for example...
Like, if anyone else who worked in a kitchen with me ever substituted food, I would not have any respect for them. One, you're working in food for a living and you're scared of certain types of food. Wrong job. Two, you know how annoying that shit is. Get the fuck out.
You know what? That's a really good point. But I will say this. I wasn't working in food. I was working in alcohol. And that is one thing where I actually agree with you with this sentiment. That, like, if you work in alcohol and you're like, I'm not going to drink that because I don't like it, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you need to know the flavors to be able to recommend shit.
There are certain things that no human beings should drink, like Malort.
Yes. But like, yeah, the idea of recommending things to people without actually knowing the flavors, like when I recommended things to somebody,
what's crazy? Buffalo Wild Wings. It's so stupid, but they like the training packets that you do, they also kind of like train you to be an upfront person.
Oh, okay.
They don't do anything about like tips and like how to like serve customers and stuff. But like because the waiters would have to like describe the food, they make you like try. Like, it's not like they actually look at the packet, but they'll give you demo sauces and then you have to like describe the sauce in the packet. It's not like they actually fucking look at it or care.
Yeah.
But like I think that is something that and like I can't like say enough good things about my working experience at Buffalo Wild Wings. It might have just been the location I was at, but
it could be as simple as the staff.
Nah, because I didn't necessarily like the staff.
No? Interesting.
No. So like, but just like, making employees like try the product before they get there. So it's like, because I did that, I really like, cause like before, like I'm kind of like I don't mind really what flavor chicken wing it is, but like I'm not gonna order anything other than buffalo. And the fact they had a dry rub buffalo, right?
Yeah.
And so like when I tried their like regular wing sauce, it's really impressive what they've done with it.
Okay.
Because like the flavor is actually really, really complex. And
interesting.
The way the flavor is that because like they always have a side of celery that nobody ever touches.
Yes.
You're supposed to chase it with celery.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So like Buffalo Wild Wings like took the entire plate of wings because the flavor profile for the buffalo wings is supposed to be followed by that celery taste.
Yeah.
So they took all of that, the entire plate of wings, the celery and the blue cheese, and they put it under the sauce, right? So that means when you dip the wings in blue cheese, it amplifies the blue cheese.
Okay.
And it amplifies the celery that you chase it with.
Interesting. Okay.
Like, it is such a well-designed sauce, and I like wrote a paragraph in the packet that nobody cares about all the notes I could taste in the sauce and stuff.
That's great. Overly
Apple to make it better, which I do think they did.
It's what the
That's
corporation
great.
loves.
And hopefully they keep going in that direction. And as
They don't
far as
care.
the burger mogging battle goes, I think Burger King definitely slapped McDonald's. But that's not where this clash of the titans ends, because then the Wendy's CEO wanted to hop aboard.
These fresh, never frozen beef, our Applewood smoked bacon, our brand new bun, our square burger cooked on a flat grill. Amazing.
That looks
absolutely wonderful.
Awful. But props for him actually getting a Wendy's burger from... Same with the Burger King guy. He actually ate it in a fucking kitchen.
That's a burger.
And look at the bites. He's not afraid.
This is exactly the way a great hamburger should be. You got to top it off with a fries and frosty. Excellent.
Now that is straight business right there. He is kind of flexing the ball knowledge on Wendy's here. Unlike the McDonald's CEO who struggled to like even explain what's on the big arch burger, it looked like he was confused, like, oh, there's crispy onions in there? Of course, pickles, right? Naturally. There's also some meat in there, or meat substitute, whatever fucking using. Like, it seemed like he had no fucking clue what was even in his hands. He didn't even register it as food. He just kept calling it product. Whereas the Wendy's CEO immediately just starts dropping the lore on the burger. And it seems like he scarfs it down. I will say, though, there are cuts. So maybe he started spitting into a trash can or something. We don't know. I don't imagine that's the case, but I gotta tell you, one continuous shot would have done wonders here. It's already set up like ASMR in the first place. Just let that shit ride. Just let it all hang out. And I do think it was a nice cherry on top that he did do the classic fries into the frosty tactic. That is a Wendy's classic. That is iconic, so that was cute of him to slide that in. I think of the three, his is probably the most well-rehearsed, but I still do think the Burger King CEO's piece just feels more natural, where it just actually looked like he wandered in the kitchen, like, let me try this shit. Let me see what this is all about. I like it. His is much more like calculated business. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's still good and significantly better than McDonald's. And then we get a really wacky entry in here. The A&W CEO threw his hat into the ring here. Full disclosure, I don't think I've ever eaten at an A&W. We don't have any here, or rather, I don't know if we do. Because I don't know a single human being in my life that has ever said, let's get A&W. I want some A&W right now. Can we place an order?
So, the reason is because of their location strategy. As we know with Charlie, he's scared to fly in planes or even like leave his like immediate area. And like A&W tends to target places that it's not so much like the highway where you'll see on the sign on the side of the road. It's like the back roads between here. So like the A&W we have is the next biggest college town. If you drive down to that big college town, there's an A&W there. So it's specifically like placed on a place where they know that like people like because like it's a huge college, so there's a lot of like commuting from our city to the smaller city where the college is, you know. And like Cornell is also down there too. So that's their strategy, is they put their locations on main roads that go through states, but not so much the interstate highways and stuff like that. Those will be where you find Cracker Barrel, because Cracker Barrel capitalizes on those. And they also they'll be in locations where other restaurants aren't. Well, Burger King just tries to open their locations wherever McDonald's does. And that's literally their strategy.
And I've never driven by one or anything either, or at least I didn't register if I...
No shit, really?
Yeah, they just try to... If there's a McDonald's in the town, there'll also be a Burger King.
That's hilarious. How's that go for their business model?
Well, they're second in the burger
They are actually
market.
second?
Yeah, they're the second biggest.
Okay. So decent business plan then.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
They were also the first ones that I remember having a veggie burger. Long
Yes, they
before
did.
Impossible
They did.
Burger.
Even before then?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, and their veggie burger was pretty good.
Very interesting.
You know, most restaurants, it's just this like black bean,
Yeah.
frozen patty.
Mm-hmm. Low effort.
Yeah, but like there's actual vegetable chunks.
Really?
Yeah, you'll like bite through like a thing of iceberg. That's just because, you know. So it's the patty's not even uniform because there'll be like big vegetable chunks in there.
Interesting.
And they smell like dog food, but it was a great burger.
did. So I don't know fucking anything about this chain.
Alan from A&W here with, you heard about it, here it is, the Teen Burger. We love this burger product, which
that's right.
most people call a burger.
The only time I went to Wendy's, I got a raw chicken burger. Never again. It was literally pink in the middle. I couldn't fucking believe it.
What do all the secret societies got?
I always do the owls for culture.
Well, they give me another economic policy, you know?
Mm. They also give you spy stuff.
Well, the one guys, they're not good, but the hermetic order, they're for city planning and districts. So if you're a big city planner, that's what they're good for.
Oh, the ley lines. Yeah, I tried the ley lines. I didn't like them.
Yeah, that's they suck.
Yeah, it takes too much land, and you can't build on them.
And they're
It sucks.
random too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Hey, golden
See,
age.
if you go Void Singers, I don't know if you've already chosen your society, but if you go Void Singers, you amplify her ability. Because she works, her whole ability is around loyalty and great works. You get the Old God Obelisk for the great works. And that gives you an extra great work slot, which would amplify her. And then later you get the cultist, and she's already gonna have the city pressure.
Quick here and
Like
just
she
briefly
is like,
pause. Just to
she
make
like
a mention
takes
that
them when they're already one of the better ones. I mean, they're all three of them are equally good because nobody does the hermetic order.
Yeah.
Like, all three are equally good, but you obviously don't want the Sanguine Pact if you're not going to do any military stuff. But, like, I don't know of anyone else who would benefit more than her with that faction.
I took the L's.
Yeah. Mistake.
That name needs a little workshopping. The Teen Burger. I decided to go to their menu to see like what naming scheme would lead them to think that that's a good idea, and it looks like they named their burgers like Papa, Mama, Grandpa, Double Buddy Burger,
What the fuck?
and then there's a Baby Burger, and then a Teen Burger. Kind of a peculiar naming scheme for the burgers. I would say probably worth maybe hopping back in the think tank and brainstorming a bit on some different names. Teen Burger and Teen Sauce in particular are just fucking weird.
I'm going to do a tasting right now, but this is actually my lunch. So let's see what we got going on here. Look at that. It has a unique bread that some people would call a bun, but really the star is what's inside. I mean,
unique
we've
bread
got the
that
lettuce,
some
which is
might
green,
call a
and
bun.
pickles, which make
That's
it
what he really just said.
What?
He's like, a unique bread, some might
Yeah,
call
he's
a bun.
mocking the McDonald's guy.
Okay. Because I was like, oh my god.
That's why he said, we got this nice product. Some might call it food. Like, that's the thing, is they're all making fun of McDonald's.
Hilarious.
And the fact that A&W get on it early, it's like, wow. Because, like, I think they were the second one to do it, which is like, wow, A&W.
Very funny.
Tastes pickly. And the teen sauce, the iconic teen sauce. So this thing is packed. I'm sorry, that was a little. I don't even know how to attack it. I guess with my mouth. Here we go. Moment of truth.
Is he? Hey, he actually took a bite.
No, I've got. Got a little
Swallow
bit of
fucking
bacon.
food.
That is a big bite of a teen
Fucking
burger.
Hassan.
And Chris, I invite you to join me for lunch. Just you, me, and a couple
Stop.
of teen burgers.
Why would you? Couldn't you have done a better burger? Do not call it that.
A&W.
The CEO gives me the same energy as the dancing old guy in the Six Flag commercials from back
Wasn't a
in
real
the
old
day.
guy.
He feels
What?
like, you know, he's being quirky, kind of bringing like...
Guy in a mask. Thought an old guy was dancing like that? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know what ad you're talking about.
The dancing old guy from Six Flags.
Yeah,
You just
obviously
said
I
it.
know.
Well,
what
why
he
don't
just
you
said.
Google it then, fucking shithead?
I don't know what the ad is what I'm saying.
Just type in dancing old guy from Six Flags.
Play it.
It's gonna be.
Might not be the
copyright
only
music.
one.
It's gonna be copy. Nope. Odds are, if you type in dancing old guy, it will be the Six Flags old guy. I know I can't play it because it's copyrighted music.
Oh, it's music.
vibes to the function here, and it's not a bad thing. I also
Do you have Six
appreciate that
Flags
his...
there?
No.
What is the company called then?
We don't
'Cause
have it.
they're definitely there. They're just not called Six Flags.
We have 3 theme parks, and I'm pretty sure they're all owned by Village Roadshow.
I just heard that they bought Schlitterbahn. Six Flags did. I wonder if they're keeping the name Schlitterbahn.
You talking what?
Yep. Six Flags bought Schlitterbahn.
Are you
You know
talking
that
about
water
Cinnabon?
park that built a ride that decapitated people?
No.
Yep.
Very
That
cool.
happened. Now you ask yourself, how the fuck do you make a water slide that decapitates people?
Yeah, that is fairly impressive. So they do not have any amusement parks in Australia. They have 2 in Canada, 2 in Mexico, and 1 in Saudi Arabia.
Of course, they have one in Saudi Arabia.
It is in Riyadh.
Their main market is buying up failed, like mom and pop family run park.
Okay. Interesting.
So they'll buy those parks that show that they're successful,
Yes.
but can't be run at the level that they're at without
the
like
mom and pop thing.
overhead. And they also they have licensing with Warner Brothers. So Warner Brothers pays them as well, which mom and pops aren't going to get fucking access to that. But it's funny because Warner Brothers, because Six Flags they're like all over the country, right? There's only 2 Disney parks though, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's funny because it always threw me off that Bugs Bunny was at Six Flag Parks because it's called Six Flags. You know, Disney is called Disney. I expect Mickey Mouse. But Bugs Bunny? But because of that, they have, like, I firmly believe Universal building the Islands of Adventure and doing a whole, like, Marvel zone was because of shit like all the Man of Steel and Batman rides out there.
Yeah.
From Six Flags.
So, Dreamworld here is owned by a company called Coast Entertainment, which is Australia only. And it only owns parks in Australia.
Yeah, it sounds like Six Flags is only North America.
And then
and
Village
Saudi Arabia.
Roadshow owns a bunch of cinemas and does film production. But they also own Movie World, which is where they do like DC and themed coasters. So, think Disney, but like Village. So it's like they do their individual things, like they do their individual properties, and then they, I guess, make the coasters out of them with licensing. What is this? Another Scout?
Is a lot more like directly confrontational with the McDonald's CEO. Like he's actually starting some fucking beef here, and he's not looking to squash it. And so now he's inviting him to share in some teen burgers together, which again, like even just saying that just sounds weird. I just think they need to change the name around. And especially when he says like iconic teen sauce and then starts like raising his eyebrows. It's just, that name needs work.
Stop
Not
it.
back in the lab. Overall though, his video with A&W's burger there was a lot more like comedic in nature, like poking fun directly at McDonald's CEO's video, which I thought was a good approach. I thought it came across well. I also would say there was a cut when he bit into the burger. I think these would hit harder if there were no cuts like that, because again, could have been swapped out for a stunt double. Maybe he swapped it out for a fucking Five Guys burger for that bite, where like he took a bite of the AMW one, put it on the floor, and then took a bite of a Five Guys burger in order to fill his cheeks. We don't know because there was a cut. Again, I think that's very unlikely. That's just conspiratorial for no reason. I just think that it would have served them better to just let those kind of shots ride where they're actually eating it and supposedly enjoying it. Anyway, though, I just wanted to kind of give you a...
Hilarious story. Struggle?
And everyone named Mark Wayne, which a disproportionate amount of people in Oklahoma are named Mark Wayne. It's a good day for Mark Wayne Mullen, who is a senator who has been out in front cheerleading the not war in Iraq. I mean, Iran. I mean, he's getting all kinds of confused right now. Who famously wanted to fight, I believe, was it the head of the Teamsters? He was about to get into a fist fight with the head of the Teamsters in a congressional hearing. Bernie Sanders had to stop it. Markwayne Mullin is now head of DHS, and it is a big day for him. He said, he said something to the effect of, who would have thought a small town boy from Oklahoma could, I would say a senator greater than DHS head, because you're probably going to be out pretty soon, depending, given the track record here. But, give him a turn on the queen size bed and the jumbo jet. Why not? There's some people have put together some of the best,
That's referencing how
best of
Kristi Noem was
Markwayne
fucking
Mullin,
a
and
guy.
so I'm going to treat us to a little bit of
Oh, is
that
it?
for a bit.
I remind people all the time, Sean, that it wasn't that long ago, 47 years ago, before the Ayatollah came to power, Iran was more westernized than the United States. I remind people all the time, Sean, that it was.
All right, this was the same appearance where he called Iraq, Iran, or Iran, Iraq.
War is ugly. It smells bad, and if anybody's ever been there and been able to smell the war that's happened around you and taste it and feel it in your nostrils and hear it,
So
it's
I believe
something
that's
that
called
you'll
sarin.
never forget. And it's ugly. And
No,
fortunately, you
sarin
have
is odorless.
President Hegseth, or I say President Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth.
I'm saying things you
that
know.
has got a
The
great relationship with
the
President
smell
Trump.
of war.
And President Hegseth's been there. He's
I mean, they just swapped someone who
chlorine?
huffed glue in their childhood with someone who ate paint chips in their childhood. I swear, this is like, this is the classic. Like, I'm sorry, officer, I didn't know I couldn't do that. We have
Oh,
this is
fuck
so
yeah,
bad.
somebody took
It's so
war
bad,
guns.
guys.
struck in 2009,
That's what's up.
way before I was in office,
Taking
way
a
before
worthless-
Trump was even considering to be in office, way before Pam Bondi was in
Upgrade.
office, way before Kash Patel was director, 2009, there was a sweetheart plea deal that was made underneath the Obama administration
that's
with
not right.
Epstein,
That's not
and
right.
that sweetheart has not been exposed.
No, it was 2000.
Oh, it's not? Well, when
No,
was the
it
case
was-
heard?
It was 2008. It was the U.S. attorney at the time was a guy named Alex Acosta. He was a Bush appointee. He went on to become President Trump's Secretary of Labor. It all took place in 2008.
Who was in office at the time?
2008, George W. Bush
Who was in
the-
office at the time?
George W. Bush.
No,
was-
2009 is when the case came out, and it was and
Not true.
Obama was in office at the time.
It's not true.
Okay, so there he is talking about the Epstein files. Crushed it. Very much crushed it.
No.
There's one more. I gotta watch it. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's fun. Best of Markwayne Mullin so far.
President, he was never duly elected, so there can't be regime change if he should have never been put in place to begin with. Was his vice president duly elected? I don't know how their elections happened. I don't know if they're on the same ticket or separate. I don't know how that works, but no.
Oh, this is him. This is him talking about Ayatollah Khamenei. This is him. I mean, first of all, at least he's not overseeing foreign policy. That's good. But here is Markwayne Mullin today on his new promotion, demotion. I don't know what you really want to call this. I feel like Senator is pretty high up on the list. They should have just given it to Fetterman.
Humbling. And that's the best way I can say it. It's super humbling.
Have you talked to Secretary Noem yet? Did you?
I
have a
haven't.
chance
I'm actually, we neither one of us had time to talk, so I'm going to go give her a call in just a second. Our families are very close, and this happened very quick, so we're gonna go have a conversation with her in just a second.
Our families swap keys from time to time. That is exactly what that means. Also, he didn't know. Wanna bet he didn't know until he saw it on Fox News? I will bet you, I'll bet you a coffee. I will bet you anything that Markwayne Mullin had no idea he was going to be DHS head until Fox News broke the story. Just gonna go out on a limb. This is the face of someone
Let's
who's like,
see.
I love the president. I can't say anything
What
about him.
religion
But
do I
oh
wanna
my God,
find?
I'm just walking. Where's my office now? Wait, FEMA. What does FEMA do? Does that have to do with fracking? We got a lot of that in Oklahoma. I did do a story about fracking for National Geographic once. That is me speaking as Francesca and not Markwayne Mullin. But I just like. He doesn't know there's hurricane season. He doesn't believe in climate change. Like, wanna fucking bet he does not believe in climate change. It doesn't matter if he did.
Did the president say anything about what
It's giving the earth is flat.
he would like you to do in this job that Noma's not?
I will never discuss private conversations. Never have. I'm not going to do that now either. But we're super excited.
It didn't happen. Mark my words, it didn't happen. He didn't talk to the president before he was put in this role.
With the mod
I'm not
we
going to
have,
tell
it
you,
will be because
you
it
know,
has
personal
everything.
conversation. Bullshit. Because if the president tapped you, you would say it was a deep honor. It was great to hear from him. I'm so happy he put his trust in me, and he told me, you know, that they blah blah. What? Like, you would say something because that would be a phone call you would want to, you know, celebrate and tell people about. It didn't happen. It did not happen.
About the opportunity, and we're going to, do the best we can. We're going to get Department of Homeland Security making sure that we stay focused on protecting the
it's in
homeland.
here somewhere.
And no matter if you support me, you don't support me, I'm going to be laser focused on getting that done.
Senator, I just have a really quick question. What was your first reaction to just the news that you were nominated for this position, just amidst everything that's happening?
Humbling, because
it's not alphabetical.
I had to
that's
call my
the
dad,
issue.
and because it happened quick, right? I had to call my wife, call my dad, both, and it's just pretty humbling when you start thinking about it. A little kid from West Oklahoma gets to serve in the president's cabinet. That's pretty neat. So thank you guys.
How did you find out?
Pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Now, there's a little bit more
There it is.
on Mark Wayne Mullen. We should find out about.
Oh, look at
this
this one. This
is
looks like a bird pooping.
from Inc.com. How Mark Wayne Mullen became the most influential business owner in Trump's Washington. Let's see. How much can I read of this? Oh, I got to disable my ad blocker to read the whole thing. Oh, Lord. I don't know if this is even Oklahoma accent, but here we go. There's more. I got to expand it. Oh, I got to read. I can't read everything. Anyway, he's an MMA. Oh, no. His ex-MMA fighter. Let's see. He's a business owner in Oklahoma. His wife him and his wife own one of the many businesses throughout Oklahoma, spread across more than 1,600 acres. The ranch and wedding venue is one source of income. Mullen also owns twin real estate businesses, Mullen Properties and Mullen West Properties West. Wanna bet this ends in the exact same way. This fool is gonna funnel money to one of his businesses. He's just gonna be better about hiding it. Anyway. He's owned more than a dozen businesses over the years, including an HVAC company, septic service firms, construction company, restaurant. His financial disclosures show. Mullen sold his Mullen Plumbing, a once struggling family business that he took over from his ailing father and transformed it into a multi-million-dollar home services firm. He sold it to private equity in 2021 for an undisclosed sum, but he still owns a minority stake. Since his first campaign for Congress, Mullen's status as a blue-collar business owner has been his brand. I'm a guy that can lose money really good raising cattle. I can make it back in a truck, he once said.
What?
Mullen's Main Street background has buoyed his political career and established him as one of the voice of small business owners in their fight against government overreach. But his business entanglements have also dogged his time in office, prompting ethics investigations into his company's advertisement question. Wait. His businesses have been entangled in ethics investigations into his company's advertisements. I'm sorry. Are we swapping advertisement fucking swindlers like con men? You do the same grift, but this I'm calling sexism. That's it. This guy's already been doing advertisement fraud, and now we're putting him in charge of the agency whose head we just ousted over advertisement fraud. His net worth exceeds $66 million. That's more than 11 times the Open Secrets estimate of his net worth the year before his first term in Congress. What? As former Oklahoma Congresswoman Kendra Horn once told a local television station when she was running for Senate against Mullen in 2022, it's an objective fact that he is much, much wealthier now than when he went into Congress. Okay, so like I said, just stay in Congress to keep on making hand over fist money. He's also much, much more powerful, says the article. He's often been called upon to be the Senate liaison to his former colleagues in the House. He's been called the GOP Dem whisperer, and yet he's among the Senate's staunchest, most outspoken allies of Trump, including offering his full-throated defense of the administration's recent attacks on Iran. President Trump, in turn, has referred to Mullen as a MAGA warrior. For a plumber turned politician who once staked his political career on Main Street, Mullen is now a long way from home. The first time Carl Algren met Markwayne Mullen, he didn't seem much of like a politician, which is what led Algren to believe he might be a especially good one. He was just a guy, Algren tells Inc. It was 2010. Algren had spent decades working in Republican politics, including as chief of staff for Tom Coburn, then Oklahoma congressman. Now he was running a political consulting firm with business partner who went to Mulligan's gym. I'm skipping words. Mullen was Oklahoma through and through. He was a Christian and enrolled member of the Cherokee Nation, a small business owner with a double-barreled first name, and a local radio host who, of course he was a local radio host, who in requisite regional fashion pronounced the word wrestling with an A. How do you do that? Wrestling? Yep. Oh boy. Mullen began co-hosting a popular home improvement show on conservative talk radio, which further contributed to the company's clout. Soon, its red service vans were ubiquitous, and TV ads in which Mullen offered tips on how to, say, clean a garage, a garbage disposal with ice and a wooden spoon were everywhere. Oh, okay, so he was kind of like a Trump of Oklahoma. But he, built himself a brand. It wasn't until the following year that Mullen's thinking shifted when, according to his oft-told political origin story, a minor change to clean water standards at the EPA during the Obama administration threatened to shut down Mullen Environmental, his water treatment business. Mullen said that he figured if his company's biggest threat was some faceless bureaucrat in D.C., then Washington was where he should be. Mullen announced his intent to run for Congress in Oklahoma's 2nd District in the fall of 2011, went on to defeat 6 Republicans in the 2012 primaries. Amazing what you can do by giving people garbage disposal advice. His campaign relied heavily on his business reputation, so much so that his TV ads, which featured Mullen Plumbing's vans and offices, drew ethics concerns about whether they qualified as business promotions. Aha, got it. His media experience as a local radio personality didn't hurt either. His show, Algren says, was among the station's most popular, which provided the campaign with a reputational boost. Markwayne and his guests were practical, but also very entertaining. His name ID was incredibly strong. Hey, AM radio birthed many, many people. Usually they stay in AM. In 2014, the House Committee on Ethics began an investigation into Mullen's business activities. The rules exist, of course, to prevent self-dealing, but to Mullen, it was evidence of a double standard that keeps anyone but career politicians out of Congress. Yeah, let me also grift. Many of the problems facing our nation today require a kind of common sense, practical business approach that citizen legislators can provide, he said. The politicians believe Congress is a place for other professional politicians. Mullen was ultimately required to pay back $40,000 to his family business, which the Ethics Committee attributed to an accounting error, but was cleared of any wrongdoing in 2018. By that time, Trump had come into office, and the Republican Party was being fundamentally reshaped by MAGA. This person has long experience with self-dealing and using his businesses. Again, he seems like the Trump of Oklahoma. Obviously, he's played into all of the, culture war bullshit, the anti-trans stuff. He backed Doge, and now we are backing a war on Iran, in addition to wanting to fight everybody else. Having read this, I'm going with sexism against Kristi Noem. Are you kidding me? This guy also self-deals. You're going to put him ahead in charge of the DHS. And that's the other thing. Pete Hegseth has tanked, how many veterans organizations? At least 2. He couldn't handle the tiniest budgets. It was like $1 million budget, or it was like $10 million at most. And he ran those into the ground. And guess what? He's running the U.S. military into the ground, literally, figuratively, financially, and the entire country along with it. Anyway, R.I.P. Kristi Noem. We hardly knew ye. No, we knew way too much about you. Way too much about you. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already,
I feel much better. And I'm in a golden age. Fuck yeah.
Monumentality, baby.
Great. I got it too. Haha. Were we...
When the war in Iran
what
kicked
was
off last...
happening with the history thing? Did that fall through, or was that put on hiatus? What
No,
what was
I mean, we
happening
can
with
do
that?
it whenever. It's just
Okay, because if we do want to try
I
and
told
expand...
you that you needed to do the research, and you never did.
I did do the research. I'll have to refresh though. I'll do it over the next week, and we'll sort. I'll take notes. We'll sort it out, and we'll record. Because if we're gonna expand on our content, I think that's a really, really good way to do so. Like, I really, really like this idea. So, that would be...
Because, like, I already know the, like, angle that I'm going to take.
Mhm.
Because, like, I don't see very many people really talking about America being the reason the French Revolution happens.
True. So, do you want me to, like, hyper-focus on one specific
Well, the
thing?
first one would be the French Revolution.
No, I mean, like, within the French Revolution. Did you want me to hyper-specifically focus on...
I mean, I just want you to learn as much as you can about it.
Okay, I can do that. I can manage
Because
that.
potentially we could do multiple...
Episode
Mhm.
ones on that certain topic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are podcasts that do that do multiple episode topics.
Exactly.
So, to keep it consumable, we can keep it to an hour. Strictly an hour. And break it up.
Like, the whole, like, America angle could be its own thing in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, there's also different phases of the revolution. Like, so it's so funny because they were supposed to be the people's representatives.
Yeah.
And then the people felt like they weren't represented, so they brought in an actor who was one of the worst, who didn't really give a fuck about anyone as the representative for the people.
Mm.
Last week, there was a widespread
It'll be
assumption
interesting.
that,
'Cause
however
the French
it went,
Revolution does
the
interest
US
me,
would
like,
not
a
be
lot.
putting boots on the ground. Not only would a ground invasion risk turning what Trump apparently originally envisioned as a quick Venezuela-style decapitation into a prolonged Afghanistan-style quagmire, but it would also be incredibly politically risky, given that Trump campaigned against so-called forever wars and has
Yeah,
done
but it
very
doesn't
little
matter.
proverbial pitch rolling. However, on Monday, Trump opened the door to the possibility, telling the New York Post that apparently, unlike his predecessors, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground." And his war secretary, Pete Hegseth, also refused to rule it out.
The thing is,
and
the way they're talking about ruling it out, let's keep in mind that there was boots on the ground in Venezuela too. That doesn't mean that we're, like, in a full invasion. So, a lot of people are really worried about Pete Hegseth because of his attitude about this. Not
And he's
saying that
stupid?
they won't commit to troops on the ground, but, like, a full invasion of Iran in this economy. But, like, the thing is that limited specialist operation can quickly become a war. Because guess how Iraq started? Guess how Afghanistan started? You know, the CIA were the first ones in Afghanistan. Doing Operation Anaconda and shit. And when it's run by idiots, that is a worry. But with Israel's intelligence, I don't think that's the thing with the difference between Venezuela and Iran, right? Is like just decapitating with bombs people in power in Venezuela is totally different than how people would perceive bombs on Iran. Like, if this action was taken in Venezuela, a lot of people would have problems. It would be one of the more controversial things that Trump would do.
Yeah.
But in combination with Israeli intelligence, like, when do they ever fucking render an IRGC guy? They don't. They kill them with fucking Predator missiles.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what the Golden Zone is for, baby. We've known about this. We know about this. We talk about this constantly.
But like I said, a limited specialist operation can quickly become a full thing. But also, like I've been saying with Azerbaijan, if Azerbaijan does move in, I don't see why the U.S. wouldn't back them through Turkey. They wouldn't do it directly.
Yeah, that's true.
Plus, Trump has already done favors for the Azerbaijan regime in his whole ending the war thing.
Press conference at about the same time. So in this video, we thought we'd do our best to explain why a ground invasion looks at least more likely than it did a week or so ago. And ask
it looks
whether it will
more
be
likely than a week or so ago because they've already bombed Iran, guys. That's the answer.
Good idea.
Is it a good idea? No.
If you read George Orwell's
Oh,
1984, you might remember the book's 3 of our magazine. We're considering a new age of empires. That's just one of the 72 pages in clicking the link in the description. So, without further ado, the basic reason that boots on the ground now looks more likely than it did a week ago is that, as we mentioned in our previous video, Trump's 2 preferred outcomes, the first being a Venezuela-style outcome, where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is succeeded by a relatively pragmatic regime insider who's more keen on doing a deal, and the second being regime change via a popular protest, look less likely than they did last week. On the question of a Venezuela-style outcome, the bookie's current favourite to succeed Khamenei is his son Mojtaba, who has a reputation for being both more hardline and, unfortunately for ordinary Iranians, less competent,
Yeah, that's why.
and will presumably be unwilling to
it's
do
not gonna
any
be
sort
him.
of deal with the people who just assassinated his father. Moreover, on Wednesday morning, Israel's foreign minister, Israel Katz, announced that any new leader of the Iranian regime would be, quote, an unequivocal target for elimination, no matter what his name is, which does seem to functionally preclude a Venezuela-style outcome. So, on the question of protests instead, while the regime is still incredibly unpopular,
This BB
Khamenei's death
motherfucker
seems to
better
have
not blow up
mobilized the
our
minority
nuclear
of
shit.
Iranians that still support it. And at least judging by videos on social media, the pro-regime protests, or at least the anti-Israel/America protests, look a lot bigger than the anti-regime one.
The fucking the black and red flags
goes hard.
always go so hard.
Yeah. Black and yellow go hard too.
At the moment. While it's obviously very difficult to properly gauge sentiment inside Iran, there have been numerous reports that the severity of the ongoing bombing campaign, which has already included strikes on a primary school and a hospital, has stoked anti-American.
I can't believe it. Israel involved with a bombing on a hospital.
What's your thing?
It is a big achievement for us, heating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it.
So, speaking of black and red flags, so I was fucking around and I saw something online that gave me some inspiration. So I did a little doodling on Capwing, and I designed a new Australian flag. And personally, I think it's pretty cool.
I'm sure Bob Catter will get on board.
Right? I reckon that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
And
blood and soil?
No, this is the
I know,
Aboriginal
I'm
flag.
kidding. I'm kidding.
So I moved the Aboriginal, the sun off to the side, and just included the Southern Cross and the Federation flag, or the Federation Star. This I'm whatever about, because it may not necessarily be the same in the event of a nationalist movement where we leave the Commonwealth, but the Southern Cross is kind of important. The Indigenous sun and the Indigenous flag, I think, also goes pretty hard. A black flag with a red, like black and red, as you said, I reckon that goes pretty hard. The inspiration that I saw was similar to this, except it was the German flag as the background, and I'm like, that's awful. And so I was like, hey, I can do this better, and designed it differently. And then I was like, fucking around and tried.
Why the German flag?
I have no idea. Because the Aboriginal flag is red, black, and yellow. So I guess they were like, haha, German flag. Instead of using the black and the red and the sun and like playing with that. I don't understand why they did that. But I was fucking around with the colors. I don't like this one as much. And then this one, I'm on the fence. But like
the first one was the best one.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I reckon this one is by far the better one. And honestly, how many countries have flags with like solid black in them? Not many. That's pretty unique. Yeah, exactly. The indigenous are spiritually German. So yeah. So that's
how do the
kinda...
Vikings already have Diplo favor?
The fuck?
They must have gotten it from a tribal village.
So I had a little bit of a doodle, and I reckon that would be a pretty cool flag. I'd be pretty happy with that as a flag, to be honest. You get like people. A lot of people want a kangaroo in the flag, and I'm like, that's so tacky.
Yeah.
Like, can we not be tacky about it? Please. I would love that. So many tribal villages. So many fucking barbarian ships. Why?
Bro, look at how many policies I already have.
The Australian military has the kangaroo as the ensign, yes. The Air Force, actually, that gives me an idea. Let me show you the flag with the kangaroo in it. And, like, personally, I actually really like this flag specifically. But, like, open image in new tab. Share this tab. So, I actually don't mind this as a flag, except... You notice the Union Jack is literally the dark blue still? Fuck you. You fucking dumb cunts. Like, it should be the light blue. This looks shit. Like, the combination between the two blues looks shit. But the light blue is kind of
Also, there's a weird
neat.
edge around the Union Jack. I don't know
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it's
that's
just
what I'm
the
saying.
digitalization of the picture.
Like, it's super strange.
But where there's white, there's like a black line.
Yeah, I noticed that as well.
Is that how the flag is? 'Cause
Yes,
if
actually.
so, that's fucked. Why do you even have an outline around it?
Hold on, let me find a picture of an actual flag.
They do have. There is like literal black lines. That's awful.
Like, that is by far the worst part about it. But that's like kangaroo on the flag. It's a military flag. It's the ensign to symbolize that it's Australia. New Zealand has a fern. Canada has a maple leaf, right? That kind of stuff. So I can excuse that as not tacky. But having a kangaroo on a flag, I think, is very tacky. Personally. I do not speak for the Australians. Shut the fuck up.
Anti-Israel sentiment, which might plausibly make ordinary Iranians less likely to heed Trump's calls for protests. Again, maybe it's too early to be pessimistic. Trump has advised that protesters wait until the war is over before trying their luck. And it's worth noting that if Mujtaba does indeed succeed his father, in the medium to long term, this will probably make the regime's demise more likely, given Mujtaba's apparent incompetence and the fact that things didn't end too brilliantly for Iran's last hereditary leader. Nonetheless, it's at least true that neither a more pliant successor nor a protest-induced regime change look likely in the short term. So given no clean outcome looks immediately forthcoming, in the past couple of days, journalists have started asking the administration how long they expect the war to go on
Hell
for.
yeah.
This was a question put to Hegseth on Monday, and this was his response.
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long
Shut up,
time.
dickhead.
This department or president
Show us your Nazi
tell the
tattoos.
American people this, and our enemies, by the way. Here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long
Are you
we'll
drunk?
go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness.
You
And
bombed
so President
kids.
Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to
bombing
go
kids.
to advance American
Very
interests.
cool.
But we're not dumb about it. You don't have
You
to
know,
roll
you're
200,000
as
people in there
bad
and stay for
as
20
the
years.
regime. Did
Hegseth
you
didn't
see?
give a
Pause
specific
it. Pause it.
timeframe
Pause it.
and basically said
Did
that
you
the war could
see
continue and
the IRGC fucking cunts shooting at Iranians chanting from their balconies? Did you see that?
Yep.
Fucking insane. And then on the other side of Instagram, I see fucking leftists sucking off the fucking regime, posting regime fucking linked photographers of posting photos from Tehran, being like, oh, the regime is so bad, look how much we care about the people. Meanwhile, they're shooting at people at the balconies. Unfucking believable. Like, this is the most disgusting display of, like, campism that I've ever seen. I've never, like, to see people, and I think I ranted about this the other day as well, but it's still pissing me off. To see people who constantly post calling cops in America, rightly so, state thugs, then turn around and support the fucking Iranian regime is immensely fucking aggravating. Like, fuck you. Like, the guy that makes all those political cartoons.
Just
that crime.
imagine. Just imagine. Like how we were talking on that Syria show. Right? Like, just imagine how annoying this was for Assad.
Yeah.
The entire time.
Yeah.
Like, at least when Assad fucking, like, after he went. Also, if you look back at our very first episode, the one guy says Assad will go. Right? He was right. So
He certainly was.
That's the thing. It's like, imagine what it was like with all these people with Assad for a decade.
And
'Cause all
I'm
these-
so
all
happy
these people who are
people are
carrying
fucking right on
the
it.
water for the regime.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same network
Yeah.
that was behind the Assad propaganda.
I mean, they had to move somewhere, right? They were out of a job.
Yeah.
You got to keep those paychecks rolling. You know, if you support Assad, the regime is not that far from that. So, you know, quacks like a duck. But, like, it's just crazy to me. Like, the guy that does the political cartoons, that's like Crime, I think is tag is, he's doing it. Like, this guy that does posts about ACAB and makes things about killing cops is now posting in favor of the fucking Iranian regime. Are you fucking kidding me? Unreal. Disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Like, you should actually look in the mirror and have a hard examination and look at yourselves and actually observe the living, breathing pieces of shit that you are. Yeah, take a picture. See if you can see the stink lines coming up off you. You fucking vile scum. Imagine carrying water for the fucking Iranian regime. What a fucking joke.
Yeah, like, and when it's so easy to just point to all the civilians the U.S. and Israel has killed.
Exactly. Like, you
And
don't
instead of
need
holding
to
up
suck the
civilians, you're
regime's
holding
dick.
up the regime instead of the civilians that have been killed.
Exactly. It's like, why don't you platform Iranian voices instead of the PSL slugs that you're platforming? I'm struggling to English.
Yeah, it's all very gross for me, but I'm so used to it.
Yeah. A bit desensitized.
Till the US had executed what it needs. This puts pressure on the administration to more clearly articulate its military objectives in Iran, and Trump duly laid them out in a press conference a day later. According to Trump, the US has 4 military objectives in Iran: destroy Iran's missile capabilities, annihilate their navy, ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon, and ensure that...
On fucking North Korea, this is the other thing, right? I saw somebody post about this, and it was the best take I've ever seen. These people cheering on North Korea, being like, we'll nuke you, right? Are all pro-Palestine, right? Where's Palestine?
Well,
so what? They're pro-nuking Palestine now. Oh, they're pro-completing the genocide of Gaza, are they? That's great.
Oh,
that's
talking about
awesome.
nuking Israel?
Yeah, they're cheering on Kim Jong-un threatening to send missiles to Israel. I'm like, okay. So you just...
Well, that's the thing. As
Okay.
I've said for a long time, the IRGC doesn't give a fuck about Palestine.
No, they don't. And clearly, the people who are sucking the regime's dick also don't give a fuck about the Palestinians because they're cheering on Kim Jong-un sending fucking missiles over to Israel, which will start a nuclear war. You fucking idiots. Wake the fuck up. It's actually unbelievable.
Remember when they were all crying about Putin's nuclear threats that were constantly happening?
Yeah. So cool. Like the blatant hypocrisy is revolting. I expected better.
I didn't. I've been here.
Iran cannot arm, fund, and direct proxies outside of Iran. These are some pretty maximalist objectives. Taken together, they basically imply Iran's total demilitarization and will probably require the Iranian regime to essentially surrender. The problem here, however, is that history suggests that air power alone isn't sufficient for such maximalist objectives. Air campaigns often achieve impressive tactical success, but there aren't many examples of air campaigns achieving big strategic objectives. In fact, according to historian Robert Pape, who wrote his seminal book on the topic called Bombing to Win, air power alone has never toppled a government, even when paired with intelligence, and very rarely achieves meaningful political change. Perhaps the closest parallel to today is the 1991 air campaign against Saddam Hussein's Iraq. Much like today, at the time, George H.W. Bush was calling on the Iraqi people to rise up and encouraging Kurdish rebels in the north. But a brief uprising was brutally repressed, the Iraqi regime survived, and Saddam was only ousted when the US staged a ground invasion in 2001. The US and Israel already seem to have tacitly realized this, which is why they're apparently trying to convince Kurdish militias in Iraq to stage a ground invasion. And there was even a report in a Saudi news outlet earlier this week that Israeli special forces entered Iran on Monday night. But if neither Kurdish militias nor Israeli special forces prove sufficient, a US ground invasion will probably emerge as the only way for Trump to achieve his maximalist objectives. Now, to be clear, we're not saying that this is definitely going to happen, and the odds are still probably below 50%. It's still very possible that the regime crumbles or is overthrown, or that Iran descends into a messy civil war. It's also worth noting that Iran is incredibly difficult to invade.
Exactly.
After all, it's a massive country covered in mountains. It's also possible that the regime survives, but Trump just decides to withdraw anyway, and blame it on ordinary Iranians for not protesting
almost exactly
calmly.
what's going to happen.
Nonetheless,
and then the
odds of
regime's
boots on
going to
the
crack
ground are
down
at least
even
higher
harder.
than they were a few weeks ago. And
You know who's going to be fucking silent on it?
Who rose to political prominence,
Leftists.
criticizing forever wars. As we mentioned earlier, the latest issue of our magazine, Too Long, is out very soon. And if you subscribe...
Too long. Didn't read.
Yeah, your videos aren't long enough. You're doing a lot of padding with branding.
Yeah, a lot of ads. There's a new Annette video.
Oh, I know. Watching geopolitical accounts learn in real time.
I'm William Wrangham, and this is Horizons. We all know exercise is good for us, but how exactly does it impact the human body?
That's not what I was trying to
Does
do.
it change
Stop,
us
YouTube,
at the
for
molecular
fuck's
level?
sake.
And if so,
Build a
how can we
website that
best
fucking works.
harness its power?
Stop!
Coming up next.
Here's a video.
No, there was something specifically I was clicking on. I just misclicked.
No. No, it is not.
What?
Questions.
No, they do have democratic infrastructure. That's why I said from the start you just need to fucking decapitate the upper head and outlaw the IRGC.
Sure.
Like,
I mean,
you don't have to
infrastructure,
rebuild
but
the
it's not-
government from ground one.
Sure, but it's not practical. Like, it's not practically democratic. It has institutions, but they're corrupted and
Yeah, but they still have
non-democratic.
elections and shit.
Sure, it doesn't make
That's
it
more
democratic.
than what Iraq had before democracy was brought there.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, like, when we're talking about a transition, you compare what this transition will be like for Iraq.
Mm.
Like, the first election post-regime will have massive turnout instead of just one ethnic group turning out.
That is true. That is very true.
So, yes, there is these undertones.
Mm. Do you reckon it would get close to 100% of the vote if the regime falls?
I couldn't tell you.
Surely it would be, right? Imagine if they
I'd say
enabled
easily
mail-in voting for
70%
diaspora.
of the country would come out to vote.
70?
Yeah.
Mm.
It
Just invert
depends
the
though,
numbers.
because like I mean, this all started with the Green Movement, right? And that was like even before like all this stuff.
Mm.
And they've continually punished the people for protesting.
Yep.
That's why Reese's Pieces got put in. You know, but the people have tried to use the democratic process, and then Iran continually limited that process.
Yeah.
So, but who knows?
We'll see.
But yeah, I don't. That's the thing is like I don't like Iraq needed an entire new government.
Mm.
So did Afghanistan, but good luck having a government that runs that country.
Unruly. There's another question for you on the screen.
What?
It's on screen.
I don't know. I just know that. Like, I think the like regime loyalists are between 20 to 30%.
Yes, that's the
Which is
numbers
why I
that I've
said
heard.
70% would probably turn out.
Yeah, that's why I said just what, invert the numbers.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, what if, would they enable mail-in voting for diaspora?
Yeah. I think you
Surely
already
they
could
would.
do that.
Surely they would. If the
No,
institutions
I think you
are
already
there.
could do that.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. I'll ask Pega. She'll know.
Yeah, well, I think what you do is you actually vote at the embassy
Ah.
for a
okay.
lot of these countries.
Interesting. I'll ask her. Yo.
Guy, Michael Tracy, for a little bit.
I was laughing because so they keep going like Iranians are the Persians or the Latinas in the Middle East, and somebody was like, "No, we're Persian. We're not Latinas. We're a distinct thing. Okay, fuck off. Stop comparing us to other things."
It's a very Persian answer.
I know.
If you're not familiar with him, you're probably
DYT?
He was a part of the
another one.
reporting drive. Yes, another one. And you know, at the time, I kind of felt bad for him because he was pretty socially awkward, but he was a bit of a contrarian.
Still is.
Yeah. His whole thing was being a contrarian. And so, like, if you don't know who he is, you've probably touched grass, and that's a good thing. But he's in the news because his contrarian nature has taken him to being the lead smearer of Epstein survivors. Now, I'll say that this is a bit of a through line with him. Michael Tracy, I'm just going to put this out. He's got an issue with women. It's pretty apparent. It was apparent when in my interactions with him. It was apparent because he lost his job at Vice initially for doxing Lena Dunham because he was angry about her Hillary support and proved that she didn't vote in the New York primary or something like that and ended up posting her address, which, okay, that was one of, you know, how he got onto the scene. TYT hired him after that. And, yes.
That's like... You want to see a great Michael Tracy video?
Yes.
Funny enough, this was him protesting Ann Coulter, which I
Okay.
do support. Such a classic video. This is like when he's a college student and he rushed the stage Ann Coulter was on.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I think I've seen this video.
Back up. Help! Back up. Help me! Oh! My head! Get off my head! Get off my head! Get off my head! Oh!
Step back, please.
Oh!
Step back, please.
I'm back.
Of course, officer.
We don't need to be clapping for cops, guys. What would you expect from Ann Coulter's audience?
Exactly.
That's a great origin story, though. I doxed Lena Dunham.
I mean, but like, and then the other thing was when he claimed Maxine Waters assaulted him, which was when we were at the TYT together, and it was a really embarrassing moment because it was obvious that it didn't happen. Another woman that upsets him and
Isn't
causes
she like
problems.
80?
Yes, yes, it was very embarrassing.
It's called battle testing.
Yeah. So this is how he makes waves on the internet. But really, right now, his latest jag is just smearing the Epstein survivors. He did an interview last week that I saw with Barry Weiss's The Free Press's Coleman Hughes. Remember that guy? He's with Manhattan Institute or right-wing think tank person.
He's a Zionist plant that, for instance, got paid by Barry Weiss to talk about how it's completely not appropriate to compare Israel to South Africa, and he owns this
and
because
he's a black man, so
Yeah, exactly.
he's paid by Barry Weiss
with like no expertise on anything other than that people like Barry Weiss thought he'd be good to hire, which tells me everything I need to know about Coleman Hughes. Personally.
Exactly. And so in that conversation, I saw the title of it. I didn't watch it, but it was called "Separating Fact from Moral Panic in the Epstein Case." Here he is on Piers Morgan, and this is Tara Palmieri, who's become, I think she's independent now as a journalist, and they have this interaction where she asks him straight up, "Are you being paid by someone associated with Epstein?" And I won't spoil how this goes.
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories.
Oh my God!
Coming out of you.
Oh my God! Look who's in the middle.
Is that Kyriakou?
Yeah.
He's been making the rounds recently.
If there's a conspiracy theory shit going on,
Mm-hmm.
he starts making rounds. Whenever conspiracies start heightening in the U.S., he's suddenly on all the podcasts and shows.
Crazy. How interesting.
All over my YouTube shorts. Exactly, man.
CIA.
I
know
mean,
who else I saw posting
He
him?
is ex-CIA, but the question
you know who else I saw posting
where's
him?
he working now?
Those same leftists sucking the regime's dick were posting videos of him.
Yep.
How interesting. How fascinating. What a connection.
Yeah, maybe don't carry water for the guy who facilitated the torture program.
Yeah. Isn't it very interesting how these anti-cop, very anti-CIA, McCullough Revolution, Iran is the good guys are also posting Kyriakou. How interesting.
Your mouth. Let me give the final word to Tara because
your mouth.
He
What
keeps.
conspiracy theory did I postulate?
When he's not lecturing.
Can we
When
also
he's
just
not
go
lecturing.
Michael, good job dressing up for the occasion, buddy.
You still look way too greasy and wet.
Very wet.
Like,
Yep. Anyway, keep going.
Lecturing me about my interview skills, he's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what David Boyes had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of
Question for
the tapes at the Palm Beach, the police in Palm Beach, the detective? Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young as 14?
I've listened to them all.
Yeah, and you think that they're not
I've listened
credible?
to it all, Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school?
Do you think Virginia Roberts Giuffre is credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations against
let her speak, please.
a Harvard
Let her
professor,
speak.
Stephen Koslin, recanted against
Let her speak.
Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the credibility
Let her speak or I'll cut your mic.
of your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in my entire life who would who's paying you? Who do you work for? I think a lot of people are wondering this because I've never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of sex crimes and attacking them like this. So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them. And I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh my God.
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
I'm asking you if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of...
You're having trouble listening because you never shut the fuck up.
That's awesome.
Bro, he is like the filibuster king.
That's awesome.
Like, I want to say it's... Oh, I think Vosh debated him and had to mute him constantly because he wouldn't shut up.
But maybe somebody can
astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question, and rather telling it, I may say.
I heard it.
Okay, I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying.
If he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah,
I think it's a fair
Michael, can you hear me?
Did you just,
hear me,
I can
Michael?
hear you very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
No.
I asked if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries
That's
to
all he does.
imply
He never shuts the fuck up or answers questions.
What's the answer?
He is the best filibuster.
I'm so glad we let that run. So Matt hadn't seen that, and you were shocked.
I think he's lying. Just
so
guess.
Pause it.
So does Piers Morgan.
So if somebody was to do that to me, I would be like, so that's a yes. So that's a yes. So that's a yes. So that's a yes. So that's a yes.
It wouldn't
so that's
work
a yes.
with him. It would.
I know.
He would
I wouldn't move.
continually say filibuster shit for every question you asked him.
Yeah, and I would be like, okay, so you're refusing to answer the question. That is a yes. We'll
and
move
then
on.
he'd say,
and then I'll ask him another question that's a simple yes or no. And then it would be like, okay.
He is not
that's a yes.
capable of a simple yes or no.
Hilarious. Vosh's debate. Oh, he's a tanky. Okay.
With
That
the
makes a lot
Yankee
of sense.
Tanky. Yeah, that didn't he like I don't know. Yankee Tanky had some
It's a coincidence he stopped hearing her at that particular moment.
I don't think so, man. Look at Michael Tracy. He's doing this for the love of the game. He hates women, all right? Like, you know,
Well, it's a
Jessica
chicken
in
or
third
egg
grade,
situation.
Wait,
like,
that's
didn't
Michael
pay him
Tracy?
attention, didn't give him a Valentine's Day card
Yeah.
back.
Wow, he
you know,
looks so
he's
greasy.
he's little Ralphie. He's grown up little Ralphie.
Was he?
And here he is as an independent
fuck?
journalist. And this is the thing about like people
What
like
do
Michael
I know
Tracy,
him
that
from? Like
someone has
6
to
years
have
ago, like before 2020, he did
because he's
something.
always been a contrarian.
Yeah.
He was one of the big fucking anti-Ukraine people because it was popular to support Ukraine.
It
Like
was
that's all he
before that.
does is contrarian shit.
It was before that I.
Yeah, and he used to be at TYT.
No, it was after that. Somewhere in between, he's done something that I know him for.
Always something stupid.
Probably was.
lane.
It was probably when I was
Some piece
in
of
my
shit
stupid phase.
has to say all of these women and victims are lying. And, you know, obviously there can only be one Alan Dershowitz, but
Dershowitz.
who's also saying similar things.
But we don't know where his funding is coming. He's a so-called independent journalist. I mean, there's no oversight about
Well,
that.
I told Emma this morning, but I think that he looks like he's not being paid by anybody at all.
Those resources may be going.
He's
elsewhere.
acting as if he is part of the Alan Dershowitz style conspiracy. Like here's an old clip from a Palm Beach Post. A famed Harvard law professor, Alan Dershowitz, met with Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office and provided damaging information about teenage girls who they say gave his client, Palm Beach billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, sexually charged massages, according to police. The case originally was going to be presented to the grand jury in February, but was postponed after Dershowitz produced information gleaned from the website MySpace.com showing some of the alleged victims commenting on alcohol and marijuana use. So this whole thing of, and it's very interesting that Tracy mentions Dershowitz by name. I'd be curious, do you have any association with Alan Dershowitz?
Yeah.
This thing that Tracy's doing is the playbook that has been used by these folks the entire time, which is to go after the women who, by the way, were targeted because they might have certain. I guess there's a tweet here by Tracy himself. Put it up by a guy, Bryce Green, where he says, Courtney Wild, the alleged Epstein victim, was convicted of trafficking methamphetamine, absconded from a residential drug treatment facility, and was arrested again for stealing from Walmart. That's the type of women that they targeted.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or girls.
Right.
Girls
who needed the money.
Yeah, who like issues with crime or poverty for that second.
100%.
For that while. And that they did it for exactly this reason. Because they know that they can get their slimy ass lawyers and media associates to smear them so that they never seek justice. What Tracy's doing is one of the grossest things you can see in this profession.
Because this is well documented. Palm Beach is very, very wealthy. Ghislaine Maxwell and her associates would go over to West Palm, where it's a lot more impoverished and lower income. And they would drive around and look for girls, and they created a pyramid scheme, and this was just...
Forward settle Sweden.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
She's got this. She's got these two cities that are little outcrops. Here.
Names? Karlstad?
Yeah. The ones that aren't connected.
Okay. I'll go down towards you. There's a little river here. I'll put my city on.
I'll be sending some stuff over there.
Just in Palm Beach, just in Florida, let alone what he did internationally with some of these women from Eastern Europe, let alone what he did in New York, let alone what he did in New Mexico, let alone what he did in European countries. We have no idea what the full scale of this is.
Yes.
And I think that Tara's question was phenomenal, and I didn't expect him to be so poorly prepared to answer it, which... I can't hear you. Suddenly, couldn't hear. It's very convenient, and even outside of the Epstein story and how disgusting it is what Tracy is doing, I think it's opens up a lot of questions about so-called independent media and how influential it's become, and how billionaires and others have noticed that very fact.
And
there's.
Easy it is to pay him off. Sorry, it would be so easy, right? Like Peter Thiel or Musk could just give him a few $100,000.
It's cheap. It's way cheaper than corrupting more traditional media sources, and probably more effective because the demographics that they're trying to reach are disproportionately online. We learned this with Tim Pool, where he was getting paid, and Dave Rubin, hundreds of thousands of dollars from some sort of front for Russian money. And now, very conveniently, Tim Pool has been cozying up to the Israel lines. And we know from reporting that the Israeli government and lobby is paying influencers money to parrot certain talking points. I would not be shocked if he is one of those people. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. We have no idea. We have always known that right-wing media in particular, the Daily Wire and other companies, right-wing media companies, are subsidized by billionaires and wealthy people and get off the ground. And they probably take financial losses just because it's more valuable for them to have right-wing media out there being subsidized. But I don't think we have any sense of the scale of how right-wing media is subsidized, or billionaire money is subsidizing these so-called independent creators, because they're on their own, and that's cheaper than throwing tens of millions of dollars into the Daily Wire, for example. You could probably pay Michael Tracy $500K for the year, and that's more than he would make on his Substack in quite a while, and you get him to smear all the Epstein survivors. That's like buying a soda for a billionaire.
100%. And I think the other thing to know is that mainstream news has also kind of dropped the ball covering the Epstein files. There's a lot of it. We don't know how dedicated the journalists, if there even is like dedicated teams to sort through it. We haven't seen a lot of that. And so a lot of people do turn, myself included, to like, you know, Twitter or other social media. And like myself, I've done content on the Epstein files, right? Because that was also part of the rationale for just kind of releasing the files with, you know, completely no organization, completely no understanding, completely no, you know, table of contents or like, you know, mapping all the different places. Obviously, they didn't even, you know, censor victims' faces and names and all this. And so that's part of it. It's just like flood the zone, let anyone pick out any random thing, because your average viewer or reader, your average person is not going to be reading all the millions and millions of files that, of course, they've even stopped releasing at this point.
What?
Exactly right. Francesca
No way.
Fiorentini, we shall let you go here. I just saw it's nearly 2 o'clock.
Iran.
In Iran, real power doesn't sit with the president. It's held by the supreme leader. He's the country's top political and religious authority, believed by his followers to be divinely ordained. The role was created after the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Based on the doctrine, a senior cleric should oversee the state to ensure it follows Islamic law. That principle is written into Iran's constitution, giving one-man authority over all elected institutions. The supreme leader is commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He appoints top military commanders and has direct influence over the Revolutionary Guard. He can declare war or peace and has final authority over national security and nuclear policy.
Just rejoin.
Politically, he appoints the head of the judiciary, half of the powerful Guardian Council, and important oversight bodies. He can approve or dismiss the president and signs off on major state policies. He's also the highest religious authority within the system. The supreme leader is not chosen by public vote. Instead, he's selected by the Assembly of Experts, an 88-member clerical body elected by voters, but whose candidates are vetted by the system. The Assembly reviews potential successors and appoints one leader or a leadership council. If the supreme leader dies, resigns, or is incapacitated, a temporary council, usually including the president, the judiciary chief, and a senior cleric, oversees the country until a successor is chosen. Iran has experienced only one such transition since 1979. Because so much authority is concentrated in a single office, succession is one of the most sensitive moments in the Islamic Republic, with implications not just for Iran, but for the wider region.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
Did we watch this?
I don't even know how to. Will you also? We'll play this in a second.
Okay.
Will you also look for? Apparently, there's a huge rash on Trump's neck that's going around.
I have seen that. I can find that.
Okay.
I said at the beginning of the show, after the report that Trump has not been seen really since this weekend, right? I mean, like Saturday night late, they ran a video that he prepared because he couldn't stay up that late to announce that we were engaged in a non-war war regime change thing. There is Donald Trump is out there with a huge, like disturbing rash on his neck. I mean, it happens.
Ugh. God,
That
it
could have been
so
gross.
repulsive, and now we add the rotting, the reports of how he's shitting himself all the time, allegedly, and smells horrible. God, he really is like a festering sore on this planet.
But this is, I mean,
Who's that? Warhammer guy, Nurgle. Chat. Anyone know Warhammer enough?
We did watch this.
Do you know who Nurgle is?
I do not.
It's he's a leader of one of the Warhammer factions.
Okay.
And like if you're inside his faction, you see him as like elegant and stuff.
Okay.
And you think that you're great too, but in reality, they're all rotting.
Beast.
And as long as you worship the Nurgle, you can't tell that you're rotting. And it's basically the zombie faction in Warhammer.
Okay. But they're all
And basically, if you ever leave the cult of Nurgle, you'll immediately realize how much festering pain you're in.
Sounds like a reason to stay in it.
Well, they're mind controlled anyway.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they think that they look fine.
Fair enough.
I've heard him go off and get loony before, but this is something else.
Okay.
I remember Emma saying the festering.
I have afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country.
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
So the guy that you just saw being interviewed is the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who gave a exclusive interview to NBC News with anchor Tom Lamas on the 5th of March of 2026. And it's pretty wild that in the interview, he explicitly stated that Iran is not requesting or seeking a ceasefire. He emphasized that there is no request for ceasefire by us and no reason why we should negotiate with the United States. He also referenced past experiences where negotiations undermined by attacks, claiming that the U.S. has attacked during or after talks, eroding trust. And he also noted that in a previous instance, it was Israel, not Iran, that sought a ceasefire after resistance. Obviously, how do you expect the guy to respond at this point? He was asked regarding a potential instance where U.S. ground troops could end up in Iran, which the reporter referred to as boots on the ground. And Araghchi expressed no fear, no hesitation, and instead
You're gonna have to
said,
remake
no, we are waiting for them.
the lobby.
He also added that Iran was confident it could confront and counter such an invasion, describing
immediately
it as
dropped.
a potential big disaster for the U.S. if they decided to do it. He also said that Iran was prepared and
Just
ready for
load the quick
escalation to that
save.
level if need be. Now, if we've learned anything over the entire 20 years of the global war on terror, it would be that most of the insurgencies that happen on planet Earth were run by proxies from Iran. So if anybody is a professional at running insurgencies, it would be the Islamic regime. That being said, I think a lot of people know that and understand that. And at this point, if a foreign entity were to enter Iran, it would be messy. It'd be real messy. And the terrain there is atrocious. I don't know if you've seen a map of Iran, but the mountains are everywhere. And it is extremely treacherous and difficult to get stuff in by ground, which is also probably why their logistics supply chains aren't the greatest in there, because it's tough to get stuff in. You can get stuff in by air. It's kind of like Afghanistan in that sense. The big difference is that the Iranian people understand what the concept of a nation is much better than the people in Afghanistan that are a little bit more tribal, and a lot of them don't really understand like what a
They're
nation
also
means, because
a bunch of different ethnic groups.
Yeah.
Like, and a nation is traditionally a unified group.
Yeah.
Commonly through language. Like, one of my favorite things from the Afghan war is a video of the soldiers showing guys in like Kandahar, the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And they had no idea what it is or anything like that. And like they thought it was the capital of Afghanistan, and like that was the Taliban blowing up something in the capital. So like that's how distant they are from their own capital, is that they thought that a skyscraper would be in the capital of Afghanistan. I think it might have been a Vice thing or something. Like a Vice News report or something.
Haven't seen it.
Of Urkel? Like Steve Urkel?
What?
They're just used to like me and my tribe. That's all I care about.
I
Very
saw
different.
A great podcast clip from the guy who was the Black Power Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
I'm blanking on his name. I know it's Zach as a Power Ranger.
Black
but
Ranger.
Huh?
Black Ranger.
But he
People
was
know who you're talking about.
He was commenting on how people joke around how the Asian one is yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And the black one was black. And he was like, I chose to be the Black Ranger. I mean, let's be real. This was the 90s. I'm not going to be the Red Ranger who's the leader.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, he was talking about how originally in the pilot, the Yellow Ranger was a Latina.
Interesting.
But he was talking about how, as a black actor, being the Black Power Ranger was extremely empowering for him.
Yeah.
And so, like, he was, like, because Power Rangers syndicated in 40 countries while he was still the Black Ranger. And how he brought, like, a positive black role to 40 different countries.
That's
where
pretty cool.
he could be the hero,
I
the
like
black
that.
hero in all of that. And then not only that, the Black Ranger is technically the second in command.
Okay.
And so, like, whenever the Red Ranger was in trouble, it would be the Black Ranger who would end up taking over. And him and the Red Ranger were paired up a lot. So if the Red Ranger is the leader, then he has the face appeal being the Black Ranger all the time. And
very interesting.
He said, he's like, and like I heard the Blue Ranger was like the tech guy, and I don't look good in blue. I've checked. And he goes, he's like, and he wasn't as good as fighting. So like, I believe, because I know I've seen him do.
Is the green is the fighting guy, right? The martial artist.
Oh, in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a very accomplished martial artist, but I want to say most of them were martial artists.
Okay.
Including the Black Ranger, which is why he was talking about how he, like, the Blue Ranger isn't good at fighting, but the Black Ranger is. Also, in my opinion, Black Ranger is the coolest weapon.
What is it?
The axe that also is a gun.
Okay. Very pretty cool.
Like, Red Ranger just has a fucking sword. We've seen that before.
In every show ever.
Yeah.
Network connection to host has been lost. What the fuck is wrong with your game?
I'm just sitting in the lobby, bro.
You're gonna we're gonna have to shut down the entire game.
It turned you
the
into a
second
computer.
it connects, it just drops.
Well, I'll try one more and then we'll relaunch. I'll load a even further back autosave. I was about to say, whoa, his name is Zach, but that was the name of the Black Ranger. Let's see here. Yep, American actor and martial artist. So the Black Ranger was also a martial artist.
Cool. Did you see the new movie?
Singer and dancer. See, that's the thing. Is like I knew him for the I remember his dancing more on the show.
Did you see the movie? The new one?
The Power Rangers movie?
Yeah.
Oh, the new one with Bryan Cranston? Is he in that?
I don't know. That was the live action one.
Yeah.
I know it's all live action, but like, what was her face? Gold woman.
Rita. I liked that. That's Rita is about the only thing I did like in that mission or that movie.
I really liked it.
Red Ranger, also a martial artist.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Blue Ranger. American actor and producer. No martial arts credit there. Amy Jo Johnson, who I believe just died recently. Oh, she died in 2017?
Huh.
Right?
There
She
you go.
died, right?
I don't know. I know the Green Ranger did, didn't he?
Yes.
Uh,
It says she's still active. Okay, maybe she isn't dead. Okay, hang on.
it was Elizabeth
Canadian
Banks.
actress, musician, filmmaker.
Mm.
Okay, yellow. Doesn't say martial arts credit for her either. So,
Bryan Cranston, wasn't it?
yeah, he was Zordon.
Was he? Amazing. Bill Hader was in it too. I probably watched it twice, and it was when it came out, so it's been a while.
Yeah, I really... did you fucking see the quality of the Megazord toy?
No, I didn't.
Oh my god.
Pretty good?
Like, no!
No, bad. Wow.
Yeah, and like Megazords are like hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
You know,
Crazy.
I'd always ask for the newest Megazord, but I rarely got... I think I only got 2 Megazords my entire childhood.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was like a weird one that wasn't the main Megazord, but like alternate vehicles or something. No, you know what? Okay, I had the Thunder Zords as well, so I had 3. And then I remember having the White Ranger's Lion, but I don't really remember playing with that one much for some reason.
In Iran, obviously, I would say some people thought that was
But the the Red Thunder Zord was fucking awesome. Because it also could morph into a guy who could fight.
That is pretty cool.
About to look up a toy review just to show you how shit this thing is.
What are you looking up?
I'm looking up the Megazord toy, but it's obviously giving me the old one. What should I type in? Power Rangers movie new. I should type in the year. It's just called Power Rangers 2017. Okay, that's why. Power Rangers 2017.
You want to like Mighty Morphin?
No. It's not. It's not called Mighty Morphin. Review. Okay. Or maybe I should write in awful. So I can get somebody who's a real nerd.
Real nerd? I don't want Power Rangers.
No. A real toy nerd.
Ah. Yeah, I never got toys. The best toy I ever got was the remote control robot and dinosaur.
Oh, wow. Those are notoriously terrible toys.
They're fucking amazing. Fuck you.
Okay, we'll try this one. It came up when I wrote awful. Oh my god. Quiet down. There's no volume unless I go to YouTube. Jesus Christ. And it's even... No way. Oh, okay. It's full volume off of YouTube, but once you get on there...
From humble beginnings,
look at that.
you have shown remarkable
That's not the right
growth.
one, though.
Leave your bronze for iron, and
This
rule
is the
with horse and sword.
actual one
The
that's
sky
better.
above
The one that
begins to
doesn't
reveal its
morph is
secrets.
better.
A
This one,
collection
you
of
can put
heaven
little guys in.
that uplifts our hearts and guides us to foreign shores.
And also, I'm not
Kublai
sharing it.
Khan,
I'm sharing the wrong
grandson
screen,
of
but that's
Genghis
okay,
Khan.
because it's not the right video.
You will amass an empire to rival his. You
This
know
one is
when to
what
bend
went
and
wrong
when
with
to
the toy
strike
line.
to gain
Let's
the
try this.
advantage.
Hey guys, Ryan here. 5 years.
Another
prowess will
video.
serve you, as will your martial skill in your conquests.
Ugh. Ugh. It's so gross. It's so shit. Here's the combiner. That's what I want.
Mighty Morphin. Looking like it's working.
Okay, so just look at these toys to begin with. Look at the, like, I know that that's basically what Goldar looked like in the fucking cartoon, but are we
Yeah.
fucking for real with that? Like, that is a shitty toy.
This is what they released for the new movie.
Yeah.
Dog shit. Look at those figurines. Dog shit.
Yeah. At least they
Power
can
Rangers
stand on their own.
were always so detailed. That's dog shit. That's like 3D printed.
Yeah.
Just like shit you would get from a shopping center for $2. Doggus shitus.
God damn it. My mouse isn't working.
We're in.
Come on. Refresh. Okay. Let's see if this is gonna show us how shitty the toy is.
Fucker's already got apostles.
Wow, you're one big bad Megazord. Thank you. That's not a compliment.
This is what I'm talking about. This guy's already got a vampire accent. This is the type of nerd I'm talking about. Oh, bro. He's got an intro of him dressed as Superman.
Oh my god.
This is the type of guy I want reviewing it, okay? First of all, let's look
Amazing.
at the sculpt. Especially the T-Rex. You can see, like, the fucking Megazord I had metal parts on some of it.
Yeah.
Like, look at the quality in plastic. You can see how shit it is.
Yeah.
And it's just injection molded shit instead of like a solid thing.
Mm-hmm. What do you expect?
Better than this is what I expect.
The Triceratops,
Like
Mastodon,
none of the
Pterodactyl.
show toys were ever this quality. Like even if you weren't into Power Rangers, the toys were great.
They
So
were
same with
always great,
Transformers. Like Transformers toys, I never had them.
Uh-huh.
But like whenever I was at a friend's house who had them, that's what I was gravitated towards.
And saber-tooth tiger for $20, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex for around $35-40. Or you can get the Toys R Us exclusive combiner pack, which is only $100, so you save at least $20. Anyway, we need Megazord power now. So let's start with the legs. Let's start with the Mastodon. So the way you do this, you remove the head,
Also,
remove the catapult thing.
Why does the Mastodon have that many legs? You see how he's just taking it apart and pieces are already just falling off of it that he's not even touching?
Let's start with the Mastodon. So the way you do this, you remove the head, you remove the catapult thingy, you remove the legs, you remove the back legs. This little under part right here, you remove that. And the only part that actually transforms is you actually open it up like this. Now you actually put the head back in like that. Put the back legs now in the front on both sides. These back legs, you actually want to peg it in to these. You can actually place them right there too, but the way it looks in the picture, it's actually on the top part of the leg. And then you want to take this kind of knee part and you want to place it into the two tabs. And the catapult thing, you can actually put it on the back right here. You got the right leg of the Megazord. Next is the Triceratops. It's pretty much the same exact thing. Remove the head, remove the legs on both sides. This is not fun.
Like part of this is on the movie designers not actually thinking about the practical design behind something.
Yeah.
Just like with Michael Bay Transformers.
At all, but whatever. Move this part again. The only part that
Prime.
transforms comes out like that. Now we want to put Triceratops head back in. Then we put these legs back into these side pieces right here. Make sure that they're the single legs. And these legs, you want to peg them into these holes right here. Do the same for the other side. Then you place this part onto these pegs. There, you got both legs of the Megazord. Now with the saber-tooth tiger, you just remove this big gun piece. This one actually transforms, so you actually take this head and you actually just put it
just like the underside.
Yeah.
Hey, there are metal screws at least.
in here, and you just bring the arms out like that. These little pieces actually plug into the legs right here. You just plug them in. Do the same on both sides. You can already see how tall this is, but now you got the lower body of the Megazord. Now the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you have to remove everything. You remove the gun, you remove his head, you remove his arm cannon things. You have to remove both legs. And you remove its tail. Also, you don't want to forget to remove the head from the bottom of it. The legs look like this. You want to turn them into the arms like that. Do the same for the other arm. Now you want to plug in the arms to the body this way. You have the arms in here. You can actually take the T-Rex head and you can plug in the back. You don't have to, but that's where if you want like storage for it. You can take the head right here and plug it into the body. Now we want to connect the upper body to the lower body, and the way you do this, you just place it like this. There's nothing to plug this into that, which kind of sucks. You have to actually tab these parts into these little pegs right here. So make sure you do that. And it's not very stable, but you'll try your best. So you can plug in the canyon from the Tyrannosaurus Rex right here.
Canyon?
He did say canyon.
Very stable, but you'll try your best. So you can plug in the canyon from the Tyrannosaurus Rex right here, and the little thing from the saber-tooth tiger into here. So for the pterodactyl, you just want to remove the wings.
Everything is just
remove the wings from both sides. So these holes right here, you want to place with these tabs. So you just plug them in, plug them into both sides. And these little cannons from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you can actually plug them in the back here if you want to. You can have them in that way or this way, whichever you so choose to. And there we got the Megazord fully assembled. Now I definitely like the look of this Megazord. I really like the pink in there. It looks really cool. Very reminiscent of the old Dino Megazord and a little bit of the Ninja Megazord, which I really like. I really like the blue and the shading in there. It looks really cool. I like how the pterodactyl wings become the wings of the Megazord, and you can put the guns from the Tyrannosaurus Rex right here, but you can actually place them in a better spot that looks a lot better. You see this little spot right here? You can actually use this part of the Tyrannosaurus Rex arms and cannons, plug them into there. Like a cool shoulder cannon look, which wasn't in the movie. I think it makes it look even more badass. I kind of wish they kept that in the movie. I do like the whole morphing grid chest, and even like...
Talk about how shitty it is. Like, it does, like, all that's holding it together are these two tiny side pegs. Get out of here with that shit.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
Okay. Anyway. And that Goldar toy. Wow.
Pretty shocking that he said or responded in that way, but that's pretty standard for the rhetoric that you see coming out of the Islamic regime, regardless of if they're winning or losing, which I think you could probably argue they're losing right now. Speaking of losing, they lost a bunch of aircraft today that were destroyed by U.S. Central Command. They actually released a new video of some combat footage today on the 5th of March of 2026 showing precision airstrikes on Iranian aircraft hangars, some of which were hardened structures. And you could see like Hellfire missiles going straight into these hardened structures instead of like bombing them from the top, hitting them with some flat trajectory, probably from MQ-9 Reaper unmanned aerial system, more likely. There's also direct hits on aircraft that are outside of hangars as well that were parked, including some older fighters like F-5s and some Iranian modified Simorgh AN-140 variants, and possibly aircraft that carry other unmanned aerial systems. Now, based on some reports from CENTCOM, they're saying that the strikes continue to target Iranian Air Force assets to degrade Tehran's ability to project power, including air defense, missile, unmanned aerial vehicle sites, and command facilities. Even though they continue to degrade the Islamic regime's air force and their unmanned aerial system capabilities, it seems like they have an unending supply of these UAS because they keep hitting more people around, more neighbors around the Middle East. Like, for example, they hit Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic on the 5th of March of 2026. Specifically, there were unmanned aerial systems that came from Iranian territory that struck targets there, including the terminal building of the Nakhchivan International Airport, causing damage to the structure, including the skylight and some interior areas with some visible smoke and explosions coming out of verified footage. The airstrip is only 10 kilometers or 6 miles from the border with Iran, so it's really close for them to send some stuff in there to just like wreak some havoc. Apparently, there were some additional UAS that were sent in there that were intercepted or downed by Azerbaijani forces as well, with one or more hitting other civilian infrastructure. Now, according to the Azerbaijan government, the attack injured 2 to 4 civilians, although some reports differ slightly on the exact number. Some reports cited 4 injured in stable condition and taken to hospital. No fatalities were confirmed from this, but there was damage structurally to the airport and disruptions leading to flight suspensions from the area and rerouting to different regions. Now, Azerbaijan's response was pretty swift and strong. Specifically, the foreign ministry lodged an official protest and summoned Iran's ambassador in Baku and demanded an immediate explanation and accountability. And then the president condemned the strikes as, quote, an act of terror and ugly aggression, calling for an apology from Tehran, criminal liability for those responsible, and vowing that the acts will not go unanswered. Additionally, the defense ministry stated preparations for retaliatory measures to protect sovereignty and civilian safety. Azerbaijan also placed its armed forces on heightened alert and closed their southern airspace temporarily to take steps to restrict Iranian transit traffic. Iran denied the launching of any unmanned aerial systems towards Azerbaijan or any involvement with it, but everyone's like, what do you mean? You're the only person that's tossing UAS all over the Middle East right now. Who else would have done it? But officials in Iran rejected the accusations as unacceptable and unfounded. They think everybody is stupid or something. Some Iranian sources have suggested alternative explanations, including possible false flag attributions or misattribution, which that's what everybody throws that word around all the time. They try to say false flag all the time, but Azerbaijan is right next to them, and I'm pretty sure they could track it leaving Iranian airspace and entering Azerbaijan territory. Apparently, there was a second unmanned aerial system that landed and exploded near a school that was often specified as a village called Shirkurabad, which obviously puts like students and civilians in danger, which I think that was probably where some of the injured were at. At least 2 people were injured near that school when that second one unimpacted, but no fatalities again. Aside from Azerbaijan, they also managed to piss off Qatar, or Qatar, however you like saying it, as well, because on the 5th of March of 2026, Qatar's Ministry of Defense published an official statement confirming that the state of Qatar was targeted by a fresh...
What the fuck is Qatar going to do compared to Azerbaijan?
What do you mean?
Like, Azerbaijan, like, the military they have is already hardened. They've already been in conflicts.
Doing genocides.
Yeah.
They know what's up.
Specifically
Wave of
conflicts
Iranian
against Iranian weapons.
UAS earlier, and also ballistic missiles. How fun. Apparently, the Islamic regime launched 14 ballistic missiles and 4 unmanned aerial vehicles towards Qatar, and the Qatari armed forces, in coordination with air defense systems, including Patriot batteries, successfully intercepted 13 of 14 missiles and all 4 UAS. The remaining 1 missile fell into Qatari territorial waters without causing damage or casualties on land. And as a result of all these interceptions, there were no injuries, fatalities, or significant damage reported from this specific incident, and all defenses remained on high readiness. Now, the Ministry of Defense actually put out a press release saying that these attacks were part of Iran's broader retaliatory campaign targeting Gulf states that host U.S. assets, and Qatar's defenses thwarted the threats effectively. Since early March of 2026, there have been hundreds of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, unmanned aerial systems, and even aircraft like Su-24 bombers that were detected and mostly intercepted over Qatar. Some of the strikes that actually went through were near Al Udeid Air Base, which is the largest military facility in the Middle East. It hosts thousands of American troops. Other places were Hamad International Airport, some industrial zones, some residential areas, and most of them were fortunately neutralized with limited or no casualties. Now, unfortunately, even though Qatar was able to intercept most everything and not really get much damage, Bahrain didn't fare so well yesterday because there were a couple Iranian ballistic missiles that snuck through defenses and crashed into Bahrain's petroleum company refinery on the 5th of March of 2026. Now, Bahrain's been getting pummeled since the 28th of February, because that's the home to the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters. So far, from what I saw, reports confirmed at least 1 direct impact on the Bahrain Petroleum Company refinery, which is the kingdom's primary and state-run oil refining complex south of Manama that processes about 400,000 barrels per day. And according to Bahraini authorities, they confirmed that the Iranian ballistic missile struck a unit facility at the Bapco refinery, which triggered a massive fireball, intense flames, heavy black smoke, and a large blaze that was visible in footage that was shared all over the place, including Al Arabiya, Al Jazeera, Associated Press, numerous others. Fortunately, emergency services quickly responded and the fire was fully contained and extinguished within hours. No casualties or injuries were reported from this specific hit, fortunately. Separately, the refinery remained operational and continued working despite the damage, although it disrupted confidence in Gulf energy security and also contributed to spiking global oil prices, which is one of the things that Iran's been attempting to continue to do, because if they can cause all the global oil prices for the world...
Okay, so this is how you figure out that this is actually price gouging. The war started a week ago. How long does petrol take to get refined and shipped to fucking countries? You fucking idiots. This has nothing to do with the fucking war and everything to do with petrol companies fucking price gouging. Okay? The fucking prices are going up because they're about to go even further up. They're padding it so they can charge us even more. And you fucking idiots are making excuses for them. Stop it. In a month, talk to me about fucking war making oil expensive. Right now, it's price gouging. Fucking fight me. I'm so sick of this being like, oh, it's the war. No, it's fucking corporate price gouging. It's nothing but. There is no reason that petrol should have spiked in price.
to spike enough, then they're hoping that that will
Shut
put
up.
pressure on the United States to stop their assault. But we'll see what happens. Bahrain's Ministry of Defense has said that 75 ballistic missiles and around 123 to 124 unmanned aerial vehicles have been launched since the war broke out. They've destroyed 65 out of 75 missiles. I haven't seen any listed statistics on how many unmanned aerial systems they've intercepted, but they've probably intercepted quite a few. Although there's been a lot that have gotten through as well. I've seen a lot of high rises, like apartments and stuff like that, get hit by unmanned aerial vehicles there. And of course, there were some that slipped through and hit the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. That most of you have probably seen that. There were also some unconfirmed reports of explosions in Manama and possibly a fire or impacted Salman port, although that's not confirmed. Beyond the refinery, though, apparently there weren't any officially reported major additional direct hits. Bahrain condemned Iran's brutal aggression and emphasized defense's successes, as well as their alignment with their Gulf neighbors and joint statements affirming self-defense rights and things like that. Because of the fact that, well, not only the United States, but all of the Gulf states that are basically all of Iran's neighbors have been intercepting so much, they've been burning through a lot of their interception supplies. And they don't necessarily have a lot of the laser technology defense systems like what some places have, which really all of them should have at this point. I think at this point, it's going to become standard to have laser-powered unmanned counter UAS systems, because those are, number one, much cheaper and much easier to effectively counter UAS with. But because that's not the case right now, and they don't have a lot of those counter UAS laser systems, the United States has been reaching out to Ukraine to see if they could provide anti-UAS systems, because obviously if anyone knows UAS at this point, it is 100% Ukraine. They have been dealing with it for 4 years straight, and they're getting pretty good at countering UAS coming from Russia. So if anybody's a subject matter expert on counter UAS, it's Ukraine. And on the 5th of March of 2026, the Ukrainian President Zelensky actually publicly announced that the United States officially requested Ukraine's assistance in defending against Iranian Shahed-style attack UAS, because in Russia, they produce what's called Gerin 2 UAS, which are the same things as the Shahed. It's just a Russian version that's being made in Russia. In the post that Zelensky made on X, he said that Ukraine had received a formal U.S. request for specific support in protection against Shaheeds in the Middle East region. He also said that he instructed relevant Ukrainian authorities, including the ministers of foreign affairs and defense, the intelligence services, and the National Security and Defense Council to provide, quote, the necessary means and ensure the deployment of Ukrainian specialists in anti-UAS operations to guarantee required security. Any assistance would be conditional, because it definitely can't be weakening Ukraine's own defenses against ongoing Russian attacks, which have involved thousands and thousands of these same UAS. And obviously, if they're going to be helping us with something, then they're going to expect that the United States helps them with some security cooperation and diplomatic leverage. He also emphasized that Ukraine helps partners who help ensure our security and protect the lives of our people. That's a pretty big deal. Ukrainian specialists could send actual UAS specialists on site to train and advise local forces in the Gulf states how to operate stuff, and also probably save a lot of money, because they don't have the same like massive military that the United States has. They don't have the same amount of money for it, so they've had to make do with what they have. And the way that they've been countering the Russian UAS, if that could be employed in the Middle East for all the Gulf states and for the United States, it could save people a lot of money and potentially make it a more effective means of doing it, rather than having to shoot very expensive missiles every time. It's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. But like I said, the U.S. actually confirmed it separately from the Ukrainian president. The Financial Times actually put out an article confirming this. They reported that the Pentagon...
What? Yes, I'm blue.
Okay. You're just the same color as Sweden.
Not quite.
Pentagon and at least one Gulf government are actively in talks to purchase Ukrainian-made interceptor UAS to defend against swarms of Iranian Shahed-style attack UAS. They basically were saying, hey, look, we're trying to shift to a more cost-effective means of intercepting these things, because all the Gulf states like Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia have been relying pretty heavily on like the high-end U.S. supplied systems like the Patriot PAC-3 missiles, which cost up to $4 to $13.5 million each, and also THAAD to intercept Iranian projectiles. Being that they've relied on these really expensive interceptors, it's been depleting stockpiles pretty quickly, and there are some reports that
if you should go here where the horses and iron are. And there's 2 luxuries. There's also a shitload of amber.
You mean right here, where I've got attack?
Yeah. Yeah, in that
I'm
area.
setting it down
Just
here
look at,
first.
Look
so
at
I
this
have a double.
isolation.
I wanted
you
a
can
double
cut
front
off.
against Sweden, so I put 2.
Yeah,
2
Sweden's going to
settlements
be a
down here.
problem. Russia's also losing a city to her right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't expand anywhere into her because the city-state's here. But that also means she can't really expand towards me. So once we take these 2 spots up here, the only place she'll be able to go is right here where you have your tech. Nah, she'll be able to go over here because she'll take this city.
Yeah.
So she'll probably go out here.
Yeah, she'll push over out into the Vatican area.
Yeah, to the west.
Or she might go up next to me, but I might put a city in between.
Well, that's what I'm
these
saying
mountains
is
here.
if you beat her by putting a city here to clip the Vikings.
Yeah.
And then you can get a city in this little mountain range and
Well,
cut the Vikings off.
If you have a look at this, right? Have a look here. This spot for a city could be okay because it's very protected and I could build a mountain pass. Now,
Well, just remember that
the only problem is I'd have to buy tiles immediately.
if that would mean if they had a troop in the north and south of the city, so 2 troops would put it under siege. Because it's the amount of tiles, like the mountains can work against you.
Well, I would put my dude in there that
I would just
sieging.
settle on top of the Mercury to the south of it. That's a little better. Then you
Well,
at least have
there's
3.
a mountain pass there as well. There's literally 1 path through. It's a zigzag through it.
Yeah, but if you set on the Mercury, you'll just get that luxury resource.
Yeah. Well, that was what I was thinking. But that also has massive production on that tile there, so maybe I could put an industrial zone. Or you know what? It would give me gigantic holy site bonuses. This will be my holy site science city. Instead of Paris.
Note hundreds of launches in just days, which have created some shortages and massive costs to replenish them. Counter to that, Ukraine has pioneered and mass-produced very low-cost interceptor UAS, some as cheap as a few $1,000s or even 750 pounds or 950 bucks, specifically to counter the same exact type of unmanned aerial systems, because the same UAS that Iran's using is what Russia's using. Ukraine systems offer a affordable approach, cheap UAS for ramming and intercepting these things, electronic warfare jammers, acoustic detection, and mobile teams that have all proven very effective at a fraction of the cost for Patriot missiles, especially since these Shaheeds are roughly $20,000 to $30,000 a piece. So that's why they have so many of them. It'd be interesting to see how fast they can procure these things, but it could be a win-win for Ukraine because then they can basically be like, hey, look, if you can produce a whole bunch of these things for us and teach us how to use them, we will give you a lot more money to invest in your own security for other things. I think this could be a win-win for them and for the United States. In any case, the United States continues to attrite and weaken and degrade the Iranian capability of launching these unmanned aerial systems. They've also been trying to counter their ability to launch any type of air force at all, actually. Specifically, U.S. Central Command and a lot of open source intelligence accounts have circulated footage showing an American strike package that targeted Iran's Bushehr Air Base, which is also known as Bushehr Airport, because it's a key Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps Air Force facility in southern Iran near the Bushehr nuclear power plant. It's very likely that precision-guided munitions like joint direct attack munitions or standoff missiles or laser-guided bombs from U.S. aircraft carriers or aircraft impacted the site. There were some very large explosions from there. And then there were some extremely large secondary explosions as well, which are characteristics that you typically see when ammunition dumps or ASPs or ammo depots are hit. I mean, there's a bunch of big fireballs, huge chain reaction detonations, massive plumes of black smoke, debris rising up all over the place, tons of stuff cooking off. It was a lot. Obviously, this is just another step in CENTCOM's goal to degrade and disrupt Iran's ability not only to wage any type of air campaign at all, it's also to degrade their ability to defend with any ammunition for anything. They're also trying to destroy missile storage and logistics in the south while they're still targeting all of these portable missile launchers and stuff like that, like the trucks that they have everywhere. As far as like the after action for this, there were multiple ammunition storage sites that were reportedly destroyed, contributing to Iran's declining ability to sustain missile and unmanned aerial system barrages on U.S. and Gulf targets. Now, the official CENTCOM post didn't mention anything of Bushehr, but all the open source intelligence reporting guys, the internet sleuths, they are able to find this stuff pretty quick. And then, of course, it was reported on by mainstream media as well. One of the big ways that they can tell and do some like after action is using Vantor, which is pretty damn good satellite imagery. That's where some of these accounts have found pictures of this stuff. Now, I'm not sure how they continue to manage to do it, but despite the fact that they've been getting pummeled for the past 4 or 5 days, they're still able to launch waves of ballistic missiles. They're still managing to do it. And on March 5th of 2026, nothing really changed in that regard. They launched a wave of ballistic missiles targeting central Israel. And some of the key details from that were that a lot of the missiles, at least one and possibly more, were carrying cluster munition warheads, which is basically what the K-Bar Shekan variant missiles do, because they deploy cluster payloads. What happens is while this thing is descending, it opens up mid-descent and it disperses about 20 submunitions, each with approximately 2.5 kilograms of explosives, and it disperses it over a wide area that's like roughly 8 kilometers, which is a pretty big space to space out. That leads to scattered impacts.
Also, war crimes aren't a real thing. 2, gotta sign the convention.
Yeah. Where are you putting your shit?
Huh?
Where you putting your shit?
Right where the settler is, hopefully.
Oh, right there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Look, he's right in the
Perfect
right at
spot.
the edge.
Yeah, beautiful. Because that's as far, because I wanted that river, so that was as far as I wanted to go. I'm not going to put a city around here, so you can have some space to expand into this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up.
Floodplain.
The only place I can go is up. Is north.
Yeah,
I
around
can't go
the
south.
right side of Jolo.
I literally can only go up from here.
Yeah. All right, so if you follow the coastline,
But you can forward settle Sweden and the Vikings.
So if you settle up the coastline, I reckon, I'll put a city between these two religious states.
Don't even worry about that. Worry about going south right now.
No, I'm just saying, like, in the future. So, like...
These tacks right here. And then we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm doing first. But all of these are tundra tiles, so... Above me, so... We'll see what happens.
She doesn't like me either. She's always angry about something.
I told you. She's a cunt. She fucking hates everybody. Like, grr, I'm on an island. Get away from me.
Wants to have more great works than anyone else. Likes those who leave great works to her.
Well, fuck you.
Dislikes people who have many great works. I don't think I have any.
I have one.
Here's a delegation.
Explosions all over rather than a single large explosion. It basically increases the likelihood that there's going to be more casualties. Apparently, the impacts caused damage to a bunch of structures, shrapnel hitting buildings, cars, commercial areas, roads, possibly a basketball court or something similar in some of these strikes, creating like these small craters equivalent to like rocket hits. So far, any of the reports I've seen that says there's no injuries or fatalities from this specific salvo, which is different than some earlier cluster attacks this week that injured 12 plus people. But emergency services responded to the impact sites to make sure that people were okay, but the barrage was described as much smaller in scale compared to the beginning days of the conflict where they were like mass launching stuff. This marks at least the 6th confirmed use of cluster warheads by Iran since the war began on the 28th of February. I will say that the persistent missile fire that Iran was putting out now compared to the beginning of this conflict is about 70 to 90% less from the initial days, which leads me to believe that their stockpiles have been largely destroyed, or they've been burning through a lot because they've been throwing them out all over the place. Now, fortunately, it didn't cause any major fires or anything like that, or anything crazy after those cluster missions went off. But for some reason, a strange fire broke out at Ali Al Salim Air Base in Kuwait for some reason on the 5th of March of 2026, around 6 to 11 p.m. local time. Now, Ali Al Salim Air Base is a major U.S. installation northwest of Kuwait City. This was confirmed from NASA firms, which basically is fire and information for resource management system. Basically, that tells you where there's fires set around on planet Earth, any large fires you can see. A lot of people I've been seeing reporting on this said that it looks like they were struck on the southeast side near a fuel farm, and it's really close to the runway based on the firm's image that I pulled up. And that's going to either stop people from being able to use that runway until they get the fire under control, or they're gonna have to shut it down for a little bit. I'm not sure. They do have a fire department on the base though, so they should be able to put it out pretty quickly, at least from what I recall last time I was out there. One of the weirdest things about this whole campaign in general is the fact that the Saudis don't like the Islamic regime, like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps.
No
They
way.
don't get along. They haven't gotten along for a while. They've been kind of on the opposite side of the fence. I feel like the Saudis would want to be involved in this if they could, but I think they're probably avoiding it. But I'll tell you this, on the evening of March 5th of 2026, Iran fired 3 more ballistic missiles into Saudi Arabia at the Prince Sultan Air Base, which is located south of Riyadh in the Al-Kharj region. Now, Saudi air defenses, including Patriot and THAAD batteries that are near the base, engaged and stopped all 3 incoming
Guess what just
ballistic
happened?
missiles. But it's
You
just
putting that
interesting that,
city there
Prince Sultan Air Base
just
has
put
been
my
repeated.
trade route through 2 of your cities. Because I sent one to Aksu, and your city is going to go right through it. That means that gets a trading post as well, right?
No. That's not how it works.
Ah,
The trading post only gets built in the final city, and it gets built when the trade route is completed.
Very disappointing.
Now, on the other hand, I'm Kublai Khan, so starting a trade route immediately creates a trading post in the destination city.
Oh, beautiful.
Receive an extra level of diplomatic visibility for possessing a trading post in any city of any civilization. All Mongolian units double the usual combat bonus for having a higher level of diplomatic visibility than their opponent.
Okay.
But right now, I'm just doing the internal trading because I'm too worried about barbarians hitting my trade routes right now.
Yeah.
But
targeted or threatened since the war started. I think it's probably mainly
Russia
because
lost
they
the
host
city.
a lot of U.S. assets there and they enable operations against Iran, but no official Iranian claim has happened after this. There's been no claims from Iran that they did this, that they even launched this. And
his normalization all over the place. Why is it so loud suddenly?
time that like somebody gets mad about a missile that obviously came from Iran, they're like, no, we didn't do that. Nope, that was a false flag. We have satellites. We can see where these things are coming from. It's not like a surprise to anybody. It's like, hey, we're tracking. I'm just surprised that the Saudis aren't getting more upset about this kind of stuff. Or maybe they are. Yeah, I think Bahrain's been probably getting it the worst though, out of all the Gulf states.
Which is
if I
like,
had to
they're
guess,
the ones who
it's
have been
probably
the
a tie
least
between
involved.
Bahrain and Erbil, Iraq, because Erbil
That's why they're
close
getting
to
it the
Iran.
worst.
Bahrain's Ministry of Defense issued a statement out confirming that some
Trump killed
Iranian
7
unmanned
US
aerial
service members?
vehicles
Damn.
targeted 2 hotels and 1 residential
Crazy.
building in the capital of Manama on the 5th of March of 2026 and caused some serious material damage to the structures, including impacts, fires, broken windows. Apparently no fatalities or loss of life was reported or even confirmed serious injuries from the incident, but emergency services were assessing the site after the impact. I know Bahrain is sick of their crap. At this point, they're sick of their crap. But here's the thing. Bahrain's not trying to get super involved. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to put boots on the ground in Iran. That's the problem, because they know it would be like a major undertaking. Manama's been getting hit constantly by ballistic missiles and also unmanned aerial vehicles. And to close this one out, I want to play a clip from the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, who gave some statistics about ballistic missile attacks, UAS attacks, and also where Iran's Navy is at right now. We'll play that clip real quick.
Then if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier.
Is that the one that was off the
and
coast
as we
of
speak,
America?
it's on fire.
I'd say that's a pretty good update. And with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow with hopefully some more information. I'm sure there will be a lot of crazy stuff happening between then and now because as every day passes, something new crazy happens. So I will keep you guys updated.
Who's your little scout doing there, Sweden? What to do? Can't hear. Can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything?
Yeah. Hello,
Let me
person.
try again.
What's up, person? Welcome to the stream, person. Who are you?
Let me try again.
Tell us your life story. Dox yourself.
Doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
Nonetheless, Trump did not suggest that American boots would be on the ground, and instead called on the Iranian people to rise up and effect regime change.
Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government.
How much faith
it will
do you
be
have?
yours
You
to
can't
take.
give it to me, can you?
This will be probably
How much gold
your
do you have?
only
I also
chance
wouldn't
for
give you faith.
generations.
How much
For
gold
many
do you
years,
have?
you
Why do you
have
want
asked
gold?
Because she's sending a settler.
Who?
Who do you think?
Sweden?
Yes. I don't have
I'll
enough
take it.
units to body block her.
Take it.
It's with a
Need some-
horseman. We'd have to wage war with her. I am perfectly fine to raise the city
I'm sending.
after she settles it.
I'm sending 3 archers
Alright.
in that direction. And
I got
will
one
s-
one scout.
Well,
That's-
the
that's
thing
my
is, I have a
defense.
barb camp here.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
I'll send 2 archers, and then I'll have a swordsman shortly.
I don't have enough faith, but I'm accumulating much more now.
Well, I'm
I've got to settle a
mainly
building.
diving into faith because
Yeah, I got to settle a building at the moment.
monumentality, so I can get the settlers for faith.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm unlocking my policies to get the 50% settler. Worth it. See if it stops.
Also, it doesn't matter if she's sending a settler. That's why you're forward settling her to begin with.
Yeah, she's sending it towards where I want to put my city.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not fine.
Then settle next to it. And
I don't
fucking,
have a settler.
You're fucking Eleanor. Let her settle her city, settle next to it, and fucking Eleanor her. Like, you
want my
are the
city where I
forward
planned
settle
it.
civ. It's stupid to settle towards Eleanor. It's just giving her cities.
For America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight.
What an asshole.
Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond.
So in this video,
So
we're gonna
let's
look
see
at this
how
latest
you
war
respond.
and what might happen next.
Weird inflections.
Very strange.
Epstein was ranked 13th on our list of the world's most influential people. So in the latest issue of our magazine, Too Long, we explain how Epstein remains influential more than his issue
your
pages in the magazine. Because, as always, there's more to Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description.
I'm good.
So, while Trump obviously listed a litany of allegations going all the way back to the 70s,
The more
in his
you
speech,
fucking tell me to
proximate
buy it,
cause
the
of
less
this
I
war
want it.
seems to have been a breakdown in negotiations between Iran and the US. According to reports, there
Sweden
seems
just
to have been
declared
two
war
major
on
stumbling
Russia.
blocks in these
No
negotiations.
way.
Firstly, the US wanted to expand
should
the
hit 'em
scope
from
of
the other side.
negotiations beyond just Iran's
Exactly.
nuclear
We
should
program
help Russia.
to include two other topics.
Russia
namely,
is my
Iran's
friend.
ballistic missile program, with the US pushing for limits on both the size
I
and
have
range
open
of
borders.
Iran's missiles, as
Send her, denounce her for the war right now.
Okay.
Wow, she went Sanguine Pack. That's so weird for Sweden.
Can I pick what I denounced her for?
No. Just send
Oh.
a denouncement. All the other AI will be denouncing her too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing, is she only has us, Russia, and the Vikings.
Around her.
No. That's the only civ she has relations with.
Mm.
So she
well as
hasn't
Iran's
found
proxy
Indonesia.
network, with the US pushing for Iran
No,
to
she wouldn't
halt
have.
all support to its regional
I mean,
proxies,
she's right.
like
She's
Hezbollah
not that
and
far
Hamas.
from it.
Again, according to reports, Iran basically refused to expand the scope of negotiations, and instead insisted that the nuclear
There's
file
her
be
city that
treated
she
in
just settled.
isolation.
No,
But the
that's you,
second
sorry.
stumbling block
Similar
was that
color.
even on the topic of the
I'm dark
nuclear
blue.
program,
I
Iran
know,
and
it's
the US
still
were
too
unable
similar.
to come to
And
a
then
deal
Russia's also
due to a
dark blue.
persistent disagreement
French
over the
flag.
question of
That's
uranium
me.
enrichment. For context, uranium needs to be enriched slightly before it can be used as a fuel in nuclear reactors.
So I
But
think
if
my
it's
religion was
continually enriched, it can then be used in nuclear warheads. The US insisted that Iran could not have any
Yeah, my
domestic
religion
enrichment
is red.
capabilities,
Think the
on
French
the
flag.
grounds that this would give Iran the means to make a warhead. But Iran signaled that while it would accept limits on enrichment, verified by international observers, it needed at least some enrichment capabilities, both for reasons of energy independence and because Iran believes that it's entitled to domestic enrichment capabilities under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, to which Iran is a signatory,
Fair
and
enough.
which guarantees non-nuclear states the right to the, quote, production and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes without discrimination via Article 4. More broadly, though, there seems to have been what we might call a strategic misunderstanding between the two sides. Trump basically seems to have assumed that because the US is a more powerful country, and because Iran didn't fare too well in the 12-day war last year, Iran would just accept his demands. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, made this clear in an interview with Fox News last month, where, as the US was amassing forces around Iran, he said that Trump was curious as to why they haven't capitulated.
I know that we have red lines here from the U.S. How about over with Iran?
The president asked me that this morning, and I don't want to use the word frustrated. It's almost because he understands he's got plenty of alternatives. But it's curious. He's curious as to why they haven't, I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated. Why under this sort of pressure with the amount of sea power, naval power that we have over there, why they haven't come to us and said, we profess that we don't want a weapon, so here's what we're prepared to do, and yet it's hard to sort of get them to that place.
But while it's obviously true that the US is a lot more militarily powerful than Iran, the Iranian regime apparently believed that they couldn't afford to make concessions during these negotiations, because this would just encourage the US, which is always going to be more powerful, to come back and extract more concessions later. This is why, in the same way that the smaller guy in prison always has to put up a fight against the bigger guy, the Iranian regime apparently decided that they had to put up some sort of resistance in the face of America's military might to re-establish a
sending a
degree of
missionary.
deterrence. You can think of this in game theory
he
terms.
disappeared. I
Trump
don't know
was
where he
apparently framing negotiations as a single game, in which case it
Probably
would have
here.
been rational for Iran to accept whatever concessions it needed to avoid being attacked. But instead, the Iranian regime are thinking about this as an iterative game, in
Yeah,
which
you got a
case
pretty
it's
good
rational
block
to
already.
put up a fight to impose at
yeah.
least some costs on
With
Trump
my 2
in order to
units.
deter him from further aggression in the future. Game theory
did
also
start
explains why
moving,
war became pretty
so
much
that's
inevitable once the US had
made
amassed
me a
its
little
massive
nervous.
military presence around Iran. Given that any US-Israeli attack was going to focus on Iran's missile systems, this created
so
a
close
use
to
it or
getting my
lose it
settler, I'm gonna be
incentive
so
for Iran
pissed
to strike first, and
if she fucks up
consequently
my
an
placement.
incentive for the US and Israel to strike early in anticipation. But while there was a whiff of inevitability to all of this, the specific timing of Saturday's strikes seems to have been driven by intelligence obtained by the US and Israel about a meeting of Iran's senior leadership at Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound in Tehran. The compound itself was obliterated, killing the Ayatollah and
Vikings
a number
really
of
got
senior
fucked with
officials,
this desert.
including his chief advisor and the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. In response, Iran launched missile attacks at not just Israeli and US forces in the region, but also at non-military targets in nearby Arab countries, including oil facilities in Saudi Arabia and hotels in the UAE, which is probably Israel's closest Arab ally at the moment. This is a pretty drastic move, not least because it previously looked like Iran was trying to mend relations with its Arab neighbors, which shows quite how desperate Iran is to impose some sort of cost on the US to re-establish a deterrence, even if that's an indirect cost, like pushing up oil prices or upsetting its Arab allies.
All
Since
you have
then,
to do
Iran
is
and
make
Israel have
Americans
continued to
wait
trade
in
missile
line.
strikes, with a fresh wave of strikes hitting Tehran on Sunday morning.
They hate that.
So, what's going to happen next here? Well, broadly speaking, we see 3 possible outcomes in Iran. First is the most optimistic one. Namely, that, as Trump hopes, Khamenei's death paves the way for some sort of positive regime change, which ultimately ends with a government that's more moderate in policy terms and more popular inside Iran. This is possible, but not straightforward. The second is that despite being decapitated, the regime hangs on in one form or another. This is very possible. Unlike, say, Venezuela, the Iranian regime is not a personalistic dictatorship and is more institutionalized than many often assume. This means that Khamenei's assassination, while incredibly embarrassing and destabilizing for the regime, does not guarantee its collapse. If the regime does hang on, Khamenei will probably be succeeded by someone more hardline, given that the relative moderates in the regime, who generally favored negotiations,
like, this is literally what I said, is this isn't going to change
congratulations.
shit. Someone worse is going to get in, and the regime is going to crack down even worse. That's the only result that I could see coming from this whole thing is that.
Us. All weekend we've been bombing Iran. We killed most of their top leaders and they seem nowhere closer to capitulating.
Oh, is that a good thing?
The tinderbox of the Middle East is exploding. No country is safe, but Iran looks like it'll...
YouTube now pauses when I don't want it to pause.
That's fun.
Us. All weekend we've been bombing Iran. We killed most of their top leaders and they seem nowhere closer to capitulating.
Oh, is that a good thing?
The tinderbox of the Middle East is exploding. No country is safe, but Iran looks like it'll collapse any day now. Any day now. Any day now.
Sir, are you sure we should be so open about this in front of them?
What? Oh, them? They're not listening. We didn't even try to convince them this time. Didn't ask Congress, just started bombing.
Sure, they're right there.
Look, hey, where is Iran on a map? See, they don't know. They don't care.
That's kind of cool, actually.
All their tax dollars are going to these bombs. Literally all of it. They don't even have health care. Right. Pandora's box is open. They're too busy eating hot chip and being bisexual.
Oil prices are skyrocketing, and they just want more. More pronouns.
Right?
What did you say?
Nothing, sweetheart. Just go back to Netflix. Daddy's working.
Iran is trying to close the Strait of Hormuz, so gas prices are going to rise up really fast. The fuck did you people do?
It's nothing.
This is where you draw the line? Or? I have to drive 75 miles to get to the nearest grocery store. All 7 of my children drive Hummers.
That's all it takes. All it takes for America to get mad is waiting in line for gas.
Hilarious.
Editing this video, and right before I was about...
Oops. All right, let's see what this fascist has to say.
I just finished editing this video, and right before I was about to export the project and upload it to YouTube, I checked the news and I just saw that Israel and the United States have just launched an attack on Iran. So the things that I'm about to say in this video are more urgent
this
and
isn't
pressing
specifically about Iran.
than...
I don't care.
I sent. Did I send you video? I sent you another video.
Hang on, I have to downvote this. Where is it?
Guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest, and first, Professor Zhang. He is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made three big predictions. One,
look at who they had on before him.
Two, that he...
Who?
Look at the name.
Sachs?
Jeffrey Sachs. Do you know who this is? The guy is probably China's biggest shill.
I've seen this guy say some interesting stuff about China.
Yeah,
as well.
I kind of like his lectures,
start a
but
war
it's
with
not
Iran.
something I would be like, I'm going to listen to this guy when he says Iran will win a war against the United States. Like, you're going to have to convince me in a very convincing way.
He specifically sets up conditions with game theory to do it.
Yes. And that's what his whole lectures are about.
And three, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making three big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. Do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
You would say that.
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing,
Jeffrey Sachs
I
is
think
awesome.
that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion,
Iranians,
this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack.
Okay,
through their proxies,
Here's your first problem. Your assumption that you've seen America's capabilities. You fucking idiot.
like we've been saying for a long time, is that America can't beat Iran because of the proxies in IRGC. So, what is the conditions of what we consider the war and what the goals of the Trump admin are?
Yes.
Aren't
Will
going to
depend on
match
what the success.
line up specifically with the things he's going to say using game theory.
Hezbollah, Hamas,
And who else is going to give that nuance here?
Have been able to
People are just going to listen to this guy and be
really
like, haha, this guy
grasp
predicts
the
it.
American mentality, and now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what
Iran.
The Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy, and so they are striking the GCC countries, And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz, and eventually they will go after the water desalination plants.
Wrong.
Which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply.
We found out recently
the water
that they're not moving through the strait because they don't have insurance, because the insurance plans are changing. So they're waiting.
Supply. So
but sure, they close the strait.
And these drones cost $50,000. If they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia.
If she goes to settle this city, I'm going to start war with her.
Bahrain, Qatar. And what is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars, and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well.
A lot of conditions he's rolling out. Yes, if the Gulf states are unable to sell oil, which is not going to fucking happen.
As well as the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right, so my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came into being after World War II, and it's designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's what the American air defense system is basically, and that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire U.S. dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
We already are in
Professor,
one.
this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility, and he said,
went to war
oh,
with
well, we're not
Christina.
going to project to you
Did you
what
declare
we
it?
will or will not
Yep.
do, but we don't want to
I absolutely
rule
fucking
anything
did.
out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pounded right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go,
I'm literally
then
taking the city,
petrodollar goes.
His classrooms aren't even real.
I'm literally, right, taking the city, raising it, and then making sure she doesn't fucking move any further up.
I want to see anything about his classrooms not being real. That's funny.
So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to cease, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among American people. Remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point. And yet Trump still decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what, already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military, okay? So hubris is a factor, and we see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily, and he thought it was invincible, right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career, right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways and Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms.
Oh my
so
God.
Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is the eschatological factor, where if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Septine Frankists, which control the monarchy of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script
that is true.
that they're
this
following,
is why I said,
even though it's,
right? This
doesn't
is
make
why
any
I said
typical...
before that now the Iranians have to face Islamic fascists at home, Christian fascist bombs from the sky, and Jewish fascist special forces on the ground.
Bro
That's
just
great.
said,
So Iran...
Bro just said the Illuminati is real.
He did. And I'm trying not to fucking laugh, to be honest. Because he linked the Illuminati to literally Christian fascists. Can we just call it Christian fascists? Can we just say that it's Christian fascism? Like, they're literally praying for the end times by invading Iran. Is that not Christian fascism? Fighting a theocratic fascist regime in Iran that is Islamic. This is a holy war. This is a fucking holy war, and the Iranian people are suffering because of it. I can't believe nobody has spoken about this. But instead, we get this guy going, it's the Illuminati. Very cool. I am a big fan of this. I love obscuring the realities for fantasy. This is great. It's just a game theory.
Sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us.
That wasn't actually his time on the show. He was just mentioning the Illuminati, so they're like, all right, let's get this fucking wacko off the screen. Speaking of wackos.
That was fucking crazy. Glad we watched that. God damn.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an update on the potential Alberta secession from Canada. Their referendum, which now apparently has a timeline and a date, as long as they get the signatures required, which many people think they will because the number was lowered by the Premier of Alberta. The thought process is that the actual question will appear on the ballot, the date being October 19th. You can see this negative 15 degrees. I guess it makes sense. Maybe it's in Calgary. I don't know where that is, but negative 15. I mean, it's like 27 degrees right now. But nonetheless, this article talks about the Premier, Danielle Smith, saying the citizen-initiated referendum question on Alberta's independence could appear on the province's October 19th ballot if the petition reaches the required number of signatures and is validated. And so I guess we're still waiting to make sure that they get the number, which was, again, lowered, and you think they'd be able to reach it. If they're not able to reach the number to even get this to appear, then there's no point of even voting on it, because that would signal that the referendum would have such a low chance of succeeding. They need possibly over 51, 52% because of what happened back in the 90s in terms of the simple majority when it came to Quebec trying to secede from Canada. And the real question now, between now and October 19th, is getting the amount of signatures, which I would assume is pretty much a given. Again, it doesn't even make sense if they're not able to get the signatures, because there's no way they'd be able to pass the referendum. So if they do end up getting it, you can see it says Elections Alberta. The petition requires around 177,000 signatures. That's 10% of the total number of votes cast in the previous general election for it to be. So they just need 10% of the people that voted in their last general election to pledge via this signature and basically endorse the idea of Albertan independence, which I would assume at this point the independence movement would be for Alberta to be its own country, likely in some type of agreement with the United States for military protection, and there'd have to be a lot of negotiation with Ottawa in terms of certain pieces of land within Alberta technically belonging to Ottawa, other things possibly within the province belonging to Ottawa, and that's where it could get really messy. But we know, based off of the recent stuff that's come out like a few months ago, early 2026, the Trump administration jumped into the fray. And Trump last year was really trolling Canada and Mark Carney, and there's a lot of conservative Canadians that say the only reason Pierre Poilievre lost was because of Trump kind of being bombastic. And it's a very interesting dynamic with Trump and liberals in general. The only time they're nationalists for their country is in spite of Trump, and that's kind of what happens. We saw it yesterday with Canada, how the Canadians were seething that they lost in the men's hockey final, mainly because they wanted to brag about it to Trump. That would be like their one big...
No, it's because Canada fucking cares about hockey. That is like, they literally in Civ, their unique tile improvement is fucking hockey. They're mad because they didn't get the one-up Trump.
One-up they would have over Trump, and the men's team won in overtime, the U.S. men's team, and so that was pretty funny. But you can see it says Trump administration engaged in meetings with Albertan separatist groups, specifically the Alberta Prosperity Project, fueling tensions over Canadian sovereignty. They're seeking financial support. And so the real question here, and I've been very speculative on the potential of success for this referendum, but I feel like there's a few things that could happen. Number one, there could be something that happens within Canada that causes a bunch of Albertans to say, we don't want to be a part of this anymore. But I think that's more of a time-sensitive micro thing that causes a snap reaction.
We got 8
You're
gold
probably
medals
not
in
going
hockey.
to get that unless, like, to me, you would need the
Yeah.
referendum right after.
It's like when the Red Sox finally won that World Series. Like, who cares except Red Sox fans who finally were like, we did it.
Carney win, so it's fresh on everyone's mind. The fact that it's taken over a year now, or I guess it's not a year yet since Carney won, but this referendum would be in October. There has to be a catalyst is basically what I'm saying, because I don't feel they have the number or anywhere close to the number in terms of maybe they could get 30%, 35%. That would be the projection right now. So there has to be a catalyst. Now, maybe that catalyst comes from the administration, the Trump administration, offering certain things to Alberta. I don't know if it would necessarily be Alberta joining the United States. Maybe it would be some type of pact or agreement that would give Albertan citizens financial security, possibly, you don't want to say bribing them, but there's potential to where they may be exchanged to U.S. currency and they get a one-for-one exchange rate. That would be complicated, but maybe they wouldn't be a U.S. state or territory. They'd be able to remain their own, because it does feel like of the Albertans that want to separate, it's not a given that they all want to join the United States. In fact, I think most of them want to be their own country, but they have to be realistic about it and say, well, we really don't have a military to defend ourselves. We would have to have some type of relationship. Obviously, Alberta understands the amount of resources that they have makes them very attractive. Albeit for the United States, the U.S. has many avenues to oil. You know, that's what Alberta really offers is oil. So it's not this crazy thing to where we need them. It's not like they've got rare earth refinement, which would be amazing for the United States. But they do have a ton of oil, right? And so you want to be able to have access or control or proxy control over as much as you possibly can if you are the U.S. So, and for someone like Trump, who is very obsessed, we know, with Greenland, you look at the threats he's made against Canada, albeit probably trolling. I hope they're trolling, because the U.S. acquiring Canada over the long term, unless it somehow stays a territory, I don't think would go very well for Republicans. You would say that...
I love that he's only worried about Senate balance when it comes to annexing Canada. He's like, that will add too many liberals to the country. And then the Democrats will win.
What a dickhead. Oh, I've been warned, huh?
Alberta would be very interesting, because you could kind of take... It's almost like precisely just taking the good part of Canada, and you don't want to say that because, I mean, the entire western side of Canada is very beautiful. There's a lot of conservatives there, but Alberta is the most conservative province. And I think a lot of people are over-embellishing with Canada and the liberal versus conservative, because they say, well, in Alberta, they would vote for Kamala Harris by 20 points. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Because I've heard that from people. But there are people that say, well, that's just how big the political divide is in Canada. Even the most conservative province is like to the left by 20 points in American politics. I don't know. But when you look at Alberta, in terms of just the culture of it, it makes more sense. They compare it to Texas. They are more conservative in nature in terms of their rights. And it wouldn't be surprising to me if Trump and the administration tried to formulate some type of deal. I mean, I feel like you would have to, because these people are going to vote on this. They're not going to get the proper amount. There has to be some level of coaxing. There has to be some catalyst that happens for this to actually form, because their own premier is really not spearheading this either. It's like you need a leader to spearhead this movement for separation. It's such a crazy thing.
She stopped her attack on St. Petersburg. She was literally about to take it, and she had to pull back.
Good. Fuck her.
And then she's not going to keep the pressure on the city.
Would the citizens actually do it? It's a big leap to make. And I feel like if you don't have the proper channels in place to actually push this forward and the proper leadership, their premier said that she wasn't going to support it, but she also said she respects what the Albertan citizens choose. And this could also be something like a leverage play.
I'm going to send
if
a bunch of
Alberta
horsemen
to maybe get a better deal from Ottawa in terms of that Equalization Act.
This is what you
maybe
get.
Getting a better deal in terms of
you should have taken my fucking units standing in front of you as a signal, not to fucking settle your city. This is what you fucking get. And I already had grievances, so I didn't get any.
We're going to separate, or you give us better deal.
Bad.
I was going to say the only thing you should have done is went to Russia and see what they would give you to join the war. But they probably wouldn't have given anything because it's so early. They don't have much to offer.
Who's Alberta? if Alberta does secede, there's people saying, well, this is going to be it. It's the first domino. And that could be a problem for the United States. I mean, would we really want to take on all of Canada? I don't think so. I don't think it'd be good for the country. I mean, there's definitely territories you would want, but it's like Greenland.
But the
I mean,
city I'm
these are all
going
diplomatic
into
things, and you're
doesn't
not gonna
look
go to
like
war
it's
for Canada.
defended.
It's ridiculous. And so it's all this bluffing. But to me, there
Where you
has to
going?
be some type
Oh,
of
that one?
catalyst. I don't.
No,
think
she
they
doesn't
really
have
this.
walls on
Maybe
any of her
they have all
cities.
these rallies and they galvanize,
has-
and it's like,
no,
oh,
she
we hate
literally
Canada
doesn't.
so much, and it's so bad.
And she's
listen, I
losing
know, you
health
look at
in
the
this
numbers
city
in
too.
terms
What
of
the
the
fuck?
economy.
Probably
their
a
economy
flood
relative
or
to
a
basically any
volcano.
of the other Western countries is completely stagnant. And nobody really knows what's going on. They got all these Indians in like 2020, 2021 said there was going to be this major tech boom. These are all entry-level H-1B people. It's a complete mess. And their economy is not growing at all in Canada. So it is.
Okay, great. Where's the other dipshit?
Which one, Annette?
Of course.
Can't wait. It's an event every time.
Yeah, but she's hit or miss.
Recently, yeah.
Oh my god! Hang on. Hang on. Question. Why did you make this?
Norway's not happy I forward settled him.
The official Adolf Hitler iceberg. Did we need this, bro?
What the
Why
fuck?
did you make this? He's got tons of... He's got a lot of... He just did another video an hour ago. Hitler's giant abandoned Nazi resort. Bro, you're a little too into Hitler.
What is happening? Can't hear it.
Hello?
Hello?
Load the page. Hello? Fucking YouTube.
Special Epstein Island edition!
Apparently, some alt-right folks were combing through Clinton campaign emails hacked by Russia and published by WikiLeaks, and noticed there seems to be more references to pizza and pizzerias than they had expected, which can only mean one thing: secret s***ing.
Pizza was better than Clooney's. They both made, everybody made a certain kind of pizza.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
She makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza,
Wonderful pizza.
First time when we ever done it with Papa, the first time when we have done it, we had feared so much.
When you
Just give YouTube a second. Never wants to work right.
Oh, there's a
Oh, what's
bar
this?
right here.
Missionaries from Sweden. Time to burn them at the stake. Russia's got a scout in here that's whacking her city too. That's so
That's
funny.
Did what?
Pizza,
Wonderful pizza.
First time when we ever done it with Papa. The first time when we little done it, we had the time when we ever done it with Papa.
For fathered?
First time when we little done it, we had beards so much.
When you did what?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but where does QAnon go for the apology?
Warning, I am
Where
not
do we
a
even start
prosecutor,
from?
it said. I am not a prosecutor, a detective, or your lawyer. This video discusses allegations and publicly rewarded claims.
Okay.
For commentary and entertainment purposes only. Alleged. Viewer discretion advised.
Where do we even start, friends? We finally made it. It's only been a decade trying to talk about this group of elite PDF files, Pizzagate, QAnon. We've been labeled every name in the book. And I
You're
mean, you guys
QAnon?
know, my first 100 subscribers,
Are you
I got
surprised?
talking about this stuff. Don't get me started on all the censorship. And I don't know, I thought it would be a little bit more bittersweet, but it's not. It's only bitter. And it's a lot worse than we thought. And it's definitely not time to gloat right now. It's a sensitive subject, so I am going to be censoring a lot of my words. But I would definitely be lying if I said I wasn't just a little tad bit excited seeing people that were asleep 10 years ago finally
Did you see
wake
she
up
made
to
a
the Great
lanyard for
Awakening.
her mic
And
so
they're
it could
Yes, I
discovering
did.
all our
rub against
studies
her?
and everything we found out already, like they're just
Already muffled. The mic.
She's great.
discovering the Great Awakening map. Do you guys remember that? Or those very same people discovering like really old Joe Rogan clips from like 2015 where Alex Jones was on discussing.
She's literally wearing a flannel where she can clip that shit.
Yeah.
Annette logic.
Need that not the best source soundbite back.
Epstein's Island back then. This kind of sounds selfish. I thought we were going to feel a little bit more vindicated, but unfortunately, this is just so dark and demonic, and we have to be the light. I've started reading the Bible. I mean, remember what you always said, the stage is set. I was always a Trump supporter before I started following Q, but it seemed like
Oh
just
my
the
God.
icing on the cake that Q's
She just straight
message was
admitting
to
it.
support and
Cool.
vote for Trump, and he will drain the swamp.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of files and cancer.
And that he's in the files.
You are behind. Or
Annette!
I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know.
This is also why it was never about right versus left, because Trump was never a politician before 2015. He was a businessman. And he used to be a Democrat, like most of us were before the left went so far left. And it's just so crazy that many Americans forget that we voted for this. We voted for mass deportations.
That
We
is
need to
that
stop
is
the
Annette.
fentanyl
That is the
crisis.
description
We also
of her
very
videos.
well need to stop the child trafficking. We voted for the Epstein
She's the
files,
crazy
Voted for the
aunt.
child
which is
sex
happening
traffickers
now. Well, at least most.
guy.
What did
That's
Joe
your
Biden
guy.
do for you?
Your guy is the child sex traffic guy. While they focus on Biden, like, awkwardly kissing his granddaughter or something.
Yeah.
Well, Trump is like, I want to fuck my own daughter. No hyper focus on any of that.
No, of course not.
Besides
Why would they do that?
allegedly retracting all the Epstein files. Allegedly, some are saying that some of the names that are being retracted are
She just said retracted.
ex-victims that were being trained to become recruiters for more young.
That's awesome.
Oh, again, as for Trump, if he is guilty of any of these hideous crimes, I would be the first one who would want to see him pay. The Epstein files alone proves
Doubt.
his innocence.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this."
Because he didn't purchase the property until 2006, meaning that allegation would have been literally impossible.
These liberals are locked in on this redacted photo of Trump because they're still trying to frame him to this day. These women are not underage victims. They were
That makes it okay.
Hawaiian Tropic tanning lotion models. They were hired. They're at Trump's Mar-a-Lago for a brand event. It shows what we've all been saying, what we already knew, that in 2016, Trump.
Her audio is getting worse every time. It gets quieter and quieter.
He was up to. He permanently kicked out Jeffrey from his country club when he found out that he was hitting on his friend Anthony's teen daughters. Trump
Sure.
was an FBI informant. Over a decade ago, many of us were learning about Pizzagate and the idea that Trump was going to save the day. Meanwhile, the media, owned by the same powerful interest, was running one of the biggest smear campaigns in history, pushing the orange man bad narrative, allegedly. And those very same liberals—
That's a lot of nuts!
Swear that Trump is guilty because his name is in the records more than Jesus' name is in the Bible. Well, the Epstein records, the ones that have been released, are 3.5 million pages. That is like 3,000 times longer than the Bible. And of course his name is in the records. Jeffrey hated him. And you also have to know how to decode the
How many
records,
times was it?
right? You
A million?
have to know how to read the files. The emails are going to hold a lot more weight than a lot of the fake calls that were
No,
coming
my
through
scalp.
the hotline. After Epstein
He was supposed to loot the
allegedly
science.
unalived himself, I've always thought he was still alive, but we're going to get into that later. So many people called in with TDS making fake allegations about Trump, and they all got dismissed. They led nowhere.
Chairman, if I could just add in real quick to follow up on that, though, we asked specifically the victims, and we were all there, as well as the Speaker and the Democrat members of Congress, if the president was involved, and they exonerated him. So why would we bring in the president of the United States, who's been exonerated, who cooperated with law enforcement, and who released the files when we had to fight? We basically threatened to hold the Clintons in contempt if they didn't want to come in. So to be clear, we had cooperation.
The Biden administration actively tried to put Trump in jail 3 times.
Who's this guy?
And they had access to those files.
Source, random TikTok video.
If there were damning evidence in those files, it not only would have come out, but it would have been used against him. Okay, to ruin his reputation, at least, if not put him in jail.
It already was, and
That's
you
the
idiots
sad
defended
part,
him.
is libs don't care about these victims at all, like we have for
But
the
you
last
do.
decade. They just hate Trump. Just like ICE.
Got it.
ICE
This will be our
is the #1 agency
last
to
video.
take down
The
child
era's ending anyway.
offenders. You think you would want them
All right, I'm
around,
about to take
right?
this city,
Nope.
so-
Not libs with TDS. They are still
I'm about to go
anti-ICE
into a dark
because they're
age.
hate
Once
for
I
Trump.
raise this
and
shit-
if you truly read the Epstein files, you,
I'm about to go
you
into a dark
wouldn't
age,
be
too.
for open borders. That's how this is all possible. Don't you get it? And this is worldwide. Do you
Fuck,
think it's
I
only
should have bought a
happening here?
mission
It's
or
what makes
put
the
a
world
settler
go
before
round.
I went
These
in.
sickos are sending everywhere, and you want open borders. You want to talk slavery? We have so much more slavery now with modern
All
slavery.
right, I'm gonna go
and
evangelical.
trafficking than we ever did in history. Now, as most of you know, I support Israel and the Jewish community on my channel.
I
maybe
didn't
a little
lose
too
a
much.
single city.
Just a quick disclaimer. I am not anti-Semitic. I am not a Holocaust denier. I don't know. As of late, I've been a little
City
skeptic.
raised.
since
Get the
Ghislaine
fuck out of
Maxwell's
here.
Dad, Robert Maxwell, wrote a lot of our
Good,
school
don't,
books.
Siri.
Apparently, they didn't start teaching the Holocaust in school until the 90s. I don't know. I want to know if that's true. Maybe ask your parents, or depending on your age, your grandparents, if they learned about the Holocaust. And this just makes you think. The Jews do really own a lot of things. Like all the banks.
I'm not
and
anti-Semitic,
Hollywood.
she said.
Maybe
Followed
not
by
everything we learned about the Holocaust, allegedly,
the
is
typical
not
anti-Semitic
100%.
dribble.
Like they always say, and they really get mad if you get this wrong, that 6
Her audio
million
is
Jews
all
were
over the
unalive
place.
during the Holocaust.
And that you can see the levels in your edit. You know, the little lines. Normally they're green in most programs.
Holocaust. But I read that there wasn't even 2 million Jews in Germany at the time.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
The most fucking concentrated part of the Holocaust was fucking Poland, you dumb asshole. Yeah. Oh, well, there were 2 million Jews the reason why you even have that fact in your head is because of who you hang out with and who you associate with. Nazis. The Holocaust... Auschwitz wasn't fucking Poland! Is in Poland!
That's awesome.
Like a majority of the concentration camps were focused in fucking Poland! Because the Jews had already fled Germany!
You should reply in the comments, I'm not anti-Semitic, but Holocaust denial.
I don't do Holocaust denial. But here I am to do Holocaust denial.
Truly incredible stuff.
Frank?
I'm just gonna write.
Wow.
No comments.
You should delete this video.
What was all that stuff about the Holocaust? Let me look up the spelling for Auschwitz.
Jesus Christ. Hit.
What was all that stuff about the Holocaust? You know, Auschwitz is in Poland, right? The Nazis didn't just focus on Jews inside Germany. You can't say I'm not a Holocaust denier and then follow up by
with Holocaust
saying there was not enough Jews to even kill. Okay. Wait, what was that about the Holocaust? What was it? What's with the Holocaust tonight?
Diary?
Their analysis determined that
More
significant
grievances
portions
while
of
we
the
know
work
who's getting
were
those.
written with the ballpoint pen. Since ballpoint pens were not available to everyone before 1951, portions of the work were added well after the war. The true author of the diary was Jewish novelist Meir Levine, who demanded and was awarded 50...
Why is this just Holocaust denial shit in here? We're now saying the diary of Anne Frank isn't real?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's just look up not real. Anne Frank diary, not real. Okay, here's some AI overview. The diary of Anne Frank is not fake. forensic investigations by the Netherlands Forensic Institute in the 1980s and earlier German studies in 1959 confirmed the handwriting, paper, and ink are authentic. Also, fountain pens existed before ballpoint pens, you fucking dingus!
That's great.
Originating from Anne Frank between 1942 and 1944. Claims of forgery are baseless, often stemming from neo-Nazi, right-wing, or Holocaust denial movements.
No way.
So it says, the final version. While some critics argued that the diary was altered, Anne Frank began writing her original entries in March 1994, having decided she wanted to publish her diary after the war.
Okay.
Okay. Now, can we look up, what is this? Unfiltered reality with a 3? Let's see who these guys are real quick.
Nice.
Okay.
What'd you find?
Found that page. I found their page. But also, who was the true
Portions
author?
of the work were added well after the war. The true author of the diary was Jewish novelist Meir Levine.
Okay, let's look up this guy.
Nazi?
Hang on. Epic. This is what I suspected. This is what I suspected. Is that this guy probably did the play. The Diary of Anne Frank, which is different than the diary that she wrote.
Oh.
You know, she doesn't talk about her period and shit in the play.
I made peace with Christina, by the way.
Why? Why would you do that? We're not saving.
Okay. Why?
Because I'm in the middle of a war and trying to take our cities!
Oh. I didn't realize you wanted to do that. I was just destroying our city. I didn't realize you wanted to do that. Should have communicated.
You should have communicated before you went to war with her.
I told you I was going to wage war with her if she said
Yeah,
that
but then
city.
you just did it and let me know after. When we could have levied fucking Russia.
That is true.
Fucking
That is
asshole.
true. Should just be the last autosave. Because I raised our city.
There's a book here, The Stolen Legacy of Anne Frank. Which is probably...
About Nazis. And, denying the Holocaust. You know, lack of communication, communication breakdown all round.
staging of the diary. Okay, so Mark Levin's overly Jewish dramatization of the diary was rejected in favor of a play with a more universal message. There's tons of people who are like saying that this guy was the author and stuff. No,
really?
He wrote an adaptation of the
Amazing.
fucking diary.
That's so funny how stupid they are.
Okay. Meet the man whose family created Israel. Is it fucking David Ben-Gurion? Oh my god, there's a Sada shit on this guy's page.
Amazing. Can't make
Assad
this shit
revealed
up.
the truth about the Holocaust. Weeks later, his regime was brought down. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Pretty cool.
Just,
okay.
Just click start while you're doing that. This is great.
Who demanded and was awarded $50,000 in payments.
No, he was not. Okay, so he sued over them not picking his fucking version of the play. That's what he sued over, not the diary. It took me not long to fucking Google fact.
Incredible. They really are the dumbest people on earth. Like, you truly have to have
great cities of stone and
brain
seen early
cells
empires rise
absent
and fall.
to be a
Soon
Nazi.
you will stand under the towering pinnacles of castles.
And like, this
alongside
just
your gallant
shows
knights.
that she doesn't Google
where the
a
story
single
of your
fucking
people
thing she hears.
Just as the young apprentice learns to carry
Like,
a sword,
she just
so
gets
shall
told,
you
you
grow
could tell
to
her
understand
anything,
your
and she
place
would
in
believe
this
it.
world.
As long as you're a fascist, she'll
Hey, did you know the moon was
Grandson
made of
of
cheese?
Genghis Khan. You will amass an
I'm sure
empire
she
to
doesn't believe in
rival
the moon
his.
landing. She's
You know when to
QAnon
bend and
confirmed
when
now.
to strike to gain the advantage.
I love that we
Your
got a net
wits
lore
and
drop.
political prowess will serve you, as will your martial skill in your conquests.
Added well after the war. The true author of the diary was Jewish novelist Meir Levine, who demanded and was awarded $50,000 in payments for his work in a court action against Anna's father, Otto Frank.
You see, if you've been here long enough, I'm a big believer in that there's good and bad in all religions, in all races. There was a
I
horrible
don't
Christian,
believe you.
and his name was Hitler. I just needed to
Hitler
add
was not a
quick
Christian.
disclaimer.
He was not a Christian. But if you want to take Hitler for Christianity, go for it.
There was a horrible Christian, and his name was Charlie Kirk.
Or wait, Mike Johnson.
What is all this weird Holocaust denial shit?
It's such a left turn. Like, we kind of suspected something like this, but this is crazy just to come out of left field. And she edited this together and posted it. Good lord. She
Because we're
personally
going to be talking
edited
about
this
some
video.
horrible Jews in this video.
This is why
Some
you need
truly
somebody to send your
demonic
videos
people,
to.
like Epstein,
To
and
tell you
Maxwell, her whole
not to
entire
upload this.
family, Harvey Weinstein, and the Rothschilds.
Wait, I didn't want to.
If you grew up in the US, you were about to question your entire worldview. It turns out that the founder of McGraw-Hill is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. If you forgot about McGraw-Hill, well, it's the company that produced all of your textbooks from
Okay,
elementary
so here
through
we go.
high
So
school.
now she's making the connection that all our education, including what we learn about the Holocaust, is a Jewish plot.
That's what it sounds like.
Cool.
Very cool.
Cool in that. Pretty cool in that.
That's quite the take.
It's funny because she's clearly like not an evil person. She's just really stupid.
Yeah. And nobody around her is telling her. Probably because everybody has stopped talking to her.
Maxwell's goal with McGraw-Hill was to dominate the entire U.S. education market, which they did.
Wow.
But what you should know
Sounds
is that
like capitalism.
Maxwell was infamous for sneaking Israeli spy software into governments and financial institutions around the world.
What about the 6 million Jews? Well,
what the fuck?
What?
Did they lie? Hitler killing 6 million Jews?
That's awesome. Man, she's really going for it. Do not comply. I've seen this fucking page before. That's great. Good job, Annette.
Okay, let's look up this one. This page? No.
Okay, we still be fighting war. Let me take... Oh. That's a really, really, really good Dark Age policy.
What?
Start an Inquisition with a single charge, not the whole apostle. Which means I can just get my religion filled in one turn. I love that.
Oh,
and
yeah, I can't get the do not comply page to really come up.
It's probably shadow banned. Let me see if I can find it.
The only thing that comes up is like a skateboarding page.
Jewish Encyclopedia, which you can consult, and as you can see in all my literature, lists in 1932 and 33 only 2.5 million Jews for the entire area, everywhere that Hitler possibly could have been.
In our school books, we are taught that the evil Germans wanted to genocide all the Jews. Ironically, there were no written German plans to exterminate the Jews, but on the other...
Maybe a good,
There were no plans to exterminate the Jews? Written down? He wrote a book! He literally wrote a book about getting rid of Jews. Go read Mein Kampf. Like, if you're gonna fucking do all this Hitler shit. Wow. Annette really just... Right when I was like, she's like hit or miss.
Yeah.
Did you make a peace deal with Christina for 12 fucking gold?
When?
I mean, that's what she offered me.
Possibly.
You're pathetic.
It was also luxury resource, and I couldn't be bothered anymore.
No, just keep going.
Fine. I'll send my fucking horsies into her shit and take her shit like I wanted to.
She's fighting on 3 fronts for all we know.
That's true. Ding, ding. I'm gonna shift my governors around.
On the other hand, there were many Jewish plans to exterminate the Germans.
That's what the book burnings were about.
Right.
They were burning all
no.
these research books about transgender stuff because it was like morally repugnant. It's the same stuff that's going on today. All that transgender stuff was coming from Jewish intellectuals.
All Jewish people are for the genocide?
Their religion itself calls all Gentiles cattle.
That looks
which
like a
means that
Nazi.
I am cattle to
Hey,
them.
is
and
that a
they
bunch
false
of
blame.
eights?
World War II was fought
Was that a bunch of eights in that fucking username? Was that something very Hitlery? You should delete Facebook and that. You would benefit greatly. Ooh. Production. Toward districts. Pick. Theater.
I don't have theaters. I have holy sites.
Okay, we can do holy sites.
And markets.
Sure, we'll do holy sites.
That's so much better than the grievance policy that they were giving us on the last vote.
Last time, yeah.
It is funded by the rich, the Rockefellers, all the rich, the Rothschilds.
Okay, so yeah, let me ask you a question.
They funded all those.
What was Hitler bad?
I don't think. I think Hitler was bad. Yes.
Did the Holocaust happen?
The Holocaust did happen.
How many people?
Not 6 million.
How many?
It was not 6 million. I don't
How
have
many?
I don't have an exact number, Charlie.
Yes.
I don't have an exact number. It wasn't.
Okay, but
6
you said it's
million.
not 6 million.
The reason why Jews have been run out of 109 countries throughout history is because every time they get into a country, they try and take it over.
Hitler said even on his death, he was...
Remember when she said she wasn't anti-Semitic in this video?
Sure did.
And she said, there's bad people in all religions. She did say Hitler was bad while saying that the Holocaust didn't happen.
Hey, do we still have that soundbite?
I mean, it's in there, in the backups.
Mr. Kirshner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said.
Oh, I thought we were doing the Hassan.
you,
That's not the
Jared
main problem
Kushner.
with Hitler.
No, I meant that one. Let's go.
This
horsey.
certainly is something from Annette, huh?
It really was. Is. She should stop.
I'm losing loyalty in this city because I went into a dark age.
Yeah, I started losing loyalty. At least I didn't lose the city, though.
I'm moving a catapult.
Mhm.
She's fucked. See if we can take her out real quick. It shouldn't take long. No, don't go all the way around, you fucking dumbass troops. Always doing wacky shit.
Yeah. They do. Get in that city.
I also have a crossbowman moving down now too.
Yep.
Start World War III. One of his soldiers asked how. Hitler replied,
You got Kanye West in here now.
Incredible. Man, she's really hitting all these points, huh?
the day mankind finds out what I was trying to defend this nation from, then that's the day World War III will start. For on that day, mankind will learn that I was trying to save my nation from the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Jews. For if
Guess who just
Americans
started
win the war,
World War
then they will
III?
conquer the world and forever be a slave to the Jews.
Guess you have
And they will
proven
try
wrong.
to conquer God.
Hitler claims in his book that the Jews are communists.
They were.
They made the Russian Revolution, their 30 million Russians, all the intelligent ones, in a cruel and horrific way. And that's their plan for the
were
entire
started
world.
by the Russians.
Does everyone else think it's a nice
Like,
Jewish
this is
family?
the
Okay,
problem,
hang on.
right?
She said the only people who had plans to eliminate people was the Jews, and now we're learning that that source is Mein Kampf. Because Hitler said that in his book.
Yes.
Great.
That's great. Maybe she has read Mein Kampf. Maybe it's her favorite book. Maybe this is her coming out. Should we call it something else? Fascism reveal party? Are there balloons?
Annette, what have you done?
This is amazing.
What have you done, Annette?
From the outside, you appear to be a nice Jewish girl.
Definitely.
And you all are worshiping the devil inside the home?
Right. Well, there would be rituals in which babies would be and you would have to, you know...
Whose babies?
There were people who bred babies in our family.
Unfortunately, we found out we were right, and they were using all these code words for children, like pizza. Allegedly, they were people and children.
Here is an
So
email
this
where
is what
Jeffrey
you got from the
Epstein
Epstein
refers to
files,
human
but
infant
Trump
cream.
is somehow not implicated? Okay. Sounds like Pope. Man. Go away. She wanted to give me 33 gold that time. I fucking warned her. I denounced her. I told her, don't fucking settle that city. She fucking did it anyway. Can't help it. You know? Should have listened. And we didn't get any grievances for starting the war either. That's great. I guess everyone hates her. Anti-Sweden gang. Because I think what I did is I made peace because I wanted to change my government. And I didn't even think about it. Oh. That's neat.
Cheese.
They also did do all these rituals we were talking about and thought they were doing all along.
Why is not a single person talking about the fact that on Epstein Island there is a temple used to worship Moloch? Out of all the islands in existence, this is the most disgusting one by a landslide. Moloch is the demon that specializes in child, and this is what these elites are all worshiping.
I'm not trying to get too much into the gory details, but I've been thinking, like, human beings can't consume human blood, right? I've been seeing a lot of these pictures, and some of the meat they're eating at some of these dinners are really pale, like almost white or light pink.
She was offering
And
me
maybe
2
it's
gold
just
for
my mind
peace that
thinking
time.
too much. Maybe they're eating kosher.
Her economy not
Maybe
doing well. She
they're
must have just bought some
draining
units.
all the blood. And I know you guys saw Nicki Minaj outing all them and all their crazy rituals. She was even outing Jay-Z
Outing
on
them
her
all.
own X account.
So they aren't going to talk about this, but in the new Epstein files
Who's
drop,
they?
Jeffrey Epstein was emailing Robert Trivers, who's an American biologist. And they were actively talking about pushing the transgender ideology onto children as young as 3 years old.
Ooh, not to mention Jeffrey was allegedly also talking to Bill Gates about planning a pandemic simulation. Sound familiar? Why do you think we were calling it a pandemic? Other conversations he had
you're a
with his
nutcase.
friends were how to get rid of, eliminate the poor population. The poor you and me.
And then what?
A lot of people are
And then
also
what?
talking about this 4chan.
And then what? Who will they rule over?
They really don't think, do they?
No.
It's just a empty, vacant space inside her skull. Truly amazing. We have now gone 25 minutes over. Because
I
she
told you
started
we'd be
to
done
make
after this
Talking
video.
about how they saw
and
Epstein or
spiraled.
someone sneak out of the jail cell, and there might be photo evidence of this. Like there might be like a sleeve, like someone in a jumpsuit, like an orange jumpsuit, like sneaking out of the jail cell. And do you guys remember the photos of him when he like unalived himself?
Okay, keep your eyes closed, Jeffrey. Don't crack a smile.
I don't know. I just kind of find it hard to believe that
That's
he
not
would
proof,
unalive
dickhead.
himself. And why would you unalive your buddy? You wouldn't. You would keep him around. I know you guys all heard about.
So how is this lady hit or miss? What we mean by that is, is there stuff in her videos that make us go crazy? Because she's made a few videos where we're like, all right, this is pretty boring. Let's move on.
Mm-hmm. And then the rest of them, this is by far.
You're correct
the
that
worst.
they're all misses in
Yes.
that context.
Yes, yes.
We're talking about, are they entertaining to put on stream?
We're talking content gold, sir. Yeah, this is on Zaman
Jeffries.
order shit.
He's hit or miss as well, honestly.
Yeah.
Active Fortnite account.
I think it's going to be really funny when we find out that Jeffrey Epstein is alive, and the way we found out is because he bought V-Bucks. Department of Justice files show that Epstein had the email littlestjeff@yahoo.com linked to his main email, jeevacation@gmail.com. In May 2019, there was a receipt in his email showing that he spent $25.95 on V-Bucks. V-Bucks as in, yes, the currency from Fortnite.
Epstein's still alive. We know that, but no one's been able to prove it. Oh no, it's in the files. Just type in this, and it comes like right up. You can't see who this is from, who it's to, who it's CC. You can't see any of it though. But it was an email regarding him in 2021, which is 2 years after he died. It's just a top secret debriefing over Zoom. LOL, I'm on Arizona time. Emoji. Epstein does live in Colorado.
But it looks like that he might be, he might be a gamer. I wouldn't say someone that plays Fortnite. Actually a gamer. The Island Boys might be Jeffrey.
Oh my God, not
children.
this shit.
Me and my brother, we was basically brought up on Epstein's Island.
Allegedly, Jeffrey was doing some demonic Handmaid's Tale shit on his island where he was having young women have his and who knows what he was doing to those babies after. And yet we have 0 names. Not one arrest has happened here in America.
That's because of your
But yet
boy.
the UK already arrested Prince Andrew for God's
Your
sake.
boy is the one protecting them.
That's your
That's
boy.
your boy. That's your man.
God's sake.
Her
But I
city
haven't
is
seen any
healing faster
arrests
than
or
I can damage it.
investigations here
But
in the
not for
United
long.
States from this
Yeah, it was
Department
doing
of
that
Justice.
until I got 5 units,
Prince
and then it fell
Andrew,
in
Duke
2
of York,
turns.
has been arrested.
Yeah.
Peter
Once you siege it, it can't heal.
Ah.
But like not only do I have swordsmen coming, but I also have a crossbow.
God damn it.
Mandelson, he's been arrested. Former Prime Minister of Norway has been charged. But we don't see any charges, arrests, or investigations in the United States. Who are the men
Asmongold,
that should be
nice.
investigated? I'll name them right here. Leon.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'll name them right here. Leon Black. You don't even have to see past the redactions.
Guy is worth $13 billion. Between 2012 and 2017, gave Epstein roughly $150 million. And this was way after his initial convictions. Most mails are redacted, but there is one where Epstein directly mentions him. While writing to Israel, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
This video has been taking me so damn long to film because I was waiting for the Clinton.
Uh-huh.
She was waiting for the Clinton depositions that were a big waste of fucking time. Where Clinton just said, I'm not even involved with Epstein. Why aren't you talking to this guy?
Those files.
Oh, she got a man-at-arms over here.
Bullshit.
A pikeman anti-cav?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got a man-at-arms over here with me. Which is actually a threat.
I'm just gonna
I
go
lost
for an
Suze over Vatican, huh?
Ludo shit. Give me the loot.
Oh man. Condemn heretic! Suck my dick. Suck my fucking dick, Christina.
That'll do.
She's still fighting Russia? Russia made peace with her. Hey, Russia.
Join the war.
Join this war. He won't be able to for 10 turns.
Yeah. Still
His
would've been
deposition.
funny.
I was waiting for them to talk to Hillary and Bill this past week. And of course, it was a nothing burger. Of course, they denied everything.
I did not have relations with that woman.
After you learned that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of sex crimes, did any of these photos of your husband with women being massaged on the beach, did it concern you?
I have no context for even answering that question. How can I answer questions about a person that I don't believe I ever even met, although maybe I was in the same room once?
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have
There
another-
are photos that are being released. If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home.
Not to mention her husband, Bill, the president of the United States, went to his island almost 30 times. There's photos of him with young girls and victims in pool.
Hillary Clinton was being asked about Frazzle Drip. That video came from a life insurance folder from Anthony Weiner's laptop. That
Yeah.
video was said to make even the most hardened NYC police veterans cry.
That were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled Insurance, Life Insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle.
This is way outside the scope.
ruling.
This is way
within the
outside
scope? Is this within the scope?
But no arrest here in America. Just disgusting images and descriptions burnt in
that's not
our
good.
brains and nightmares we're going to have forever. I think Pam Bondi and Kash Patel should be fired at this point.
So you've probably seen this video doing the rounds of what looks like Ghislaine Maxwell walking around in Canada when she's supposed to be in prison. Is it real or a deep fake?
And I know you guys all saw the pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell, the one that's in prison. That looks nothing like her. She
Oh
has
my
like
God.
a short little piggy nose. When Ghislaine Maxwell has like a long pointy nose, it's probably like a body double or something. But then there was a video that someone found
That's
where they
amazing.
said her name, and this woman turned around with white grayish hair, looks just like Ghislaine. I don't know. Some people are saying it might be AI because it looks just like her compared to. And she even has like a squinty, lazy eye. And lastly,
She's giving me
following
Amber to make
all
peace
this
now.
drops
Fuck
of
off,
crazy
Christina.
information like the Epstein files, the government decides
I got her on the
they're gonna
rails over
do
here.
alien disclosure now, which is so funny because Q warned us that once they drop the Epstein files, they're going to
She
do
literally put an
alien
Apple
disclosure
ringtone
as
in.
a distraction.
That's
and
great.
not to say I don't believe in aliens. I totally believe in aliens. I think they're here amongst us. We're aliens. Like, it's just all a different race. But I just think the timing. What a time to be alive? Question mark. Are you red pilled yet? Black
No.
pilled? If
No.
you like this one, please give it a big thumbs up. It
You know
really
what?
helps.
That reminds me, I need to thumbs down this weird Holocaust denial video. Thumbs down. Well,
That was a video.
That's a lot of nuts!
Good lord.
oh, my archer.
I sent my trader off, that's right. I can't remember where I sent
A
him.
few days back, Big Bubba Bill Clinton, as well as Hillary Clinton, were talking with a panel about the Epstein files and their involvement in it and the photos and what they all mean, giving their perspective on things. While not being formally accused of wrongdoing, they were there to try and explain their side, so they'd, you know, spaghetti out a bunch of lore here, and that was really it. And not a whole lot to come from it outside of, like, clips, you know, of, like, Hillary Clinton getting upset during it, and Bill Clinton in particular, who I really want to yap about, because he was giddy. He was like Howard Lutnick anytime Epstein's name gets brought up. He couldn't stop laughing and smiling, like, throughout the whole thing. And there's one particular moment that we went over on stream that I have just got to show you, because it is certified wackiness. This is like actual bozo clown level insanity here. Like, he goes through the Epstein files and some of the photos there like he's scrapbooking. Now, apparently one of them was about, like, a painting of him in a dress or something that he was giggling about. I don't know if that's, like, confirmed or not, but that's the speculation based off of, like, what you can kind of see when he's turning one of the pages. But it is weird. And to me, it showcases just how little they actually give a fuck about the Epstein files. They treat it like a joke. Like, Bill Clinton treating it like a joke, the entire fucking administration, like Howard Lutnick...
Charlie, you fool. They're treating it like a joke because they're using the deposition to fucking go after Democrats instead of...
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Charlie.
Gut every time Epstein's name gets brought up. The powerful people know they're going to get away with it. And I really think this whole hearing is just a farce. I think this is just a little song and dance for the plebeians to enjoy. Like, look, we're doing something about Epstein files. Look, here's the Clintons. No, we're not actually accusing them of doing anything wrong, but we're pretending that we might. Even though the administration has reiterated multiple times to just drop it, move on, and that there probably won't be any real investigations henceforth. And Perjury Patel likes to keep lying about it out the wazoo till his whole anus falls out till he full-on prolapses.
Doesn't have
on his
enough
lies.
pressure.
So I don't have a whole lot of
It's right
faith
next to
in
his
this,
capital.
Like, committee
That's
here
hilarious.
that was asking the Clintons questions. I think it's just a sham. I would love if they really did investigate them and everyone in the Epstein files, but I don't think that's coming. And based off of Bill Clinton's attitude here, I think they're also pretty confident that nothing like that's on the horizon anytime soon.
Money.
Did you see the Did you see the clip of Bill Clinton smiling while looking at old Epstein photos while his lawyer was trying to take them away? Oh my God, yeah.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me. Looks like he's talking to me.
Can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking him if he recalls this?
I do not. I have no idea.
You appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo. What do you disagree with?
I'm comfortable with all of it. I'm comfortable here. I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable. Let me see.
Damn, they don't have the whole thing. So in the whole thing going up to this, he looked at it, he started smiling, his lawyer took it away, and he goes over with a big smile on his face. He's like, give me it, give me it, give me it. And then he reminisces. They're cutting out all the bits. It's so shameless. Just look at the way he follows it. It's like a dog when you take their toy and they're ready to play fetch. It's unbelievable. Hey, that's enough, Bill. No, wait. Stop. I was having fun.
It's sieged.
You wouldn't believe the story behind this one.
Oh,
it's coming down now.
Yeah, nice.
Mr. President, we have about
Once I
5
take it
minutes
down, we'll
remaining
end.
in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask
I'm gonna
you
loot our shit.
some questions related to
It might
Crazy.
even be next turn.
It's
but
crazy.
Probably won't be.
Epstein and Miss Maxwell.
Unreal. Bill being nostalgic is crazy. I know, man. And his lawyer was like, okay, this, come on. That's enough. Those were the days, off face, yeah. Can I get a copy of that? Like, the way he starts pointing at it actually makes me feel like he's asking for, you know, can I check out some more of these? He's having so much fun. I think this is the happiest Bill Clinton has looked since he got the fucking Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky. This guy is glistening. He is like radiant
There's another
with glee
campus.
going through these Epstein files. And I've seen some
Two holy
weird
sites.
defense of this where people are claiming
Another
that
campus
the reason
here.
he's acting that way is because he's taken aback by the comical attempt to pin bad stuff on him with the Epstein files here.
My
So he's not
catapult
taking
is
it
in
seriously because
position
they've done
finally.
such a poor job.
Finally.
It's actually a galaxy brain chess maneuver from Bill Clinton here to show that he's not guilty. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This makes him look significantly more guilty, at least to me it does. And I imagine this probably is pretty poorly put together. I imagine they haphazardly threw this committee together without any real teeth or any real drive for justice, probably just as a way of trying to, like, appease the public, showing that there is movement on this front, since most sane, sensible people aren't dropping this. But what Bill Clinton's
there any
doing here
left of
doesn't
that
show
campus
like
for
he's
ya?
not guilty. It shows that he doesn't take this
Oh, I'm not-
seriously as if it's a
I'm
big
focusing
deal.
on her city.
When it is. The administration keeps trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about this and that it's not a big deal and we need to move on, which I think is the most unhinged shit imaginable, because this deals with the largest sex trafficking operation in this country's history. Like, the abuse, the trafficking, the potential murder, of children at the hands of Epstein and Epstein's clients, and nobody has been arrested outside of Maxwell, who again gets to just go to a fucking summer camp instead of a prison because of this administration. Like, it's absurd. You should care about this. And then you have people like Bill Clinton here, who in front of this committee is now just giggling about it and looks like he can't wait to keep reminiscing going through these files. He's probably excited to get back in that chair to look at more photos. And even in the slightest, like, literal tiniest iota of a chance that Bill Clinton isn't guilty of any wrongdoing, the behavior that he's showcasing
she's
here,
finally
I think,
got
is still
walls
completely
installed now.
unacceptable because of the severity
Finally.
of this case. Again, this is a child sex trafficking operation that went on for so
She's
many years,
building
implicating
walls
some of the most powerful
on all
people
her
on the fucking
cities,
planet,
actually.
and nobody's taking it seriously in the government here. Like, it's unbelievable. And Bill Clinton can't stop laughing about it, and people in the administration can't stop laughing about it.
I
It's
don't plan
just
on taking any
crazy
more
to
of our
me.
cities.
And I don't know how anyone could watch
Yeah,
this
probably
and defend it. Now,
won't
throughout the
be able
deposition,
to.
both Bill and Hillary maintain that they
But
didn't
I'm
do
still gonna
anything
push.
wrong. There was nothing sexual or anything like that ever happened.
I'm gonna push junk.
When Bill was
just
pressed
because
about
it will
some of the
help
photos
handicap
in
her.
the files, like
Well, that's why
him
I'm
and
going for
Maxwell in a
unloading our
pool
shit.
with an unidentified woman, he said, you know, that was actually at a hotel, nothing sexual, nothing freaky, nothing weird, and I imagine that's where the investigation stops. I have no confidence, no faith in anyone actually pursuing real justice against the evil co-conspirators, the fucking heinous, vile monsters, the clients of Jeffrey Epstein. Like, I don't believe anyone's actually going to seriously try and get anyone thrown in the slammer for it. I really do think, like, this committee, this little hearing here, is just a performance. See, we asked Bill Clinton the hard-hitting questions, and then he said, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks, and we said, well, if Bill says so, we did all we could. Hands are tied. Because that's kind of been the whole attitude about it. That and making a mockery of it. A joke out of the Epstein files. You know, Bill Clinton laughing about it. Administration constantly giggling about it. You know, they're slapping their knee every time Epstein's name is brought up. It's fucking scary. It's so out of control, man. But anyway, I had to yap about this Bill Clinton clip in particular. There's actually a few moments like this throughout the whole thing, but that one's the most egregious, so that was the one that I wanted to show. That's the one I think most people have probably seen by now, too, because it's so ridiculous. But there are quite a few moments like that throughout there. They just don't last as long as this one did. He really got lost in his happy thoughts, reminiscing in his Epstein days, his glory days. Anyway, though, that's really about it. It's fucking sick stuff, man. Absolutely twisted. Alright, see ya.
Bye. Oh, you got that shit. Nice.
I don't even know where her military is. Says she has 137.
Yeah. Well, I've got more than her now, which is great. Which is probably why she's not attacking me anymore, because I took out her pikeman.
Well,
It
she
took-
only was able to
Oof.
send a warrior and a man-at-arms at me, but... Oh, you know what it is? It's the vampire. The vampire here. Her last unit coming for me.
That's amazing.
Look, she literally got all the walls. So I bet you she was one turn away from building walls in this city. Okay. I save.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Good start to a game for once.
Yeah.
I say I think you should instead of going for her capital, you should move down to Jonk.
Come help
And
you.
we'll hit Jonk on both fronts.
Okay. I'm gonna send my horsies in to loot her shit, and I'll send my archers down. That should work. I'll start sending them down now. And that way,
We'll
I
see
know.
if we remember that we're gonna take Jonk.
Well,
next.
what I'm
Oh,
planning
she's got a
here,
trebuchet in Stockholm.
what I'm planning here is to just basically leave the units going to where I want them now, and hoping that when I click them, I go.
Well, I already
right.
saved, so let me know and I'll save again.
Okay. Peace? Nah, fuck you, bitch. Shouldn't have settled that city. And make you fucking pay.
Remember when I said we've been bullying Christina? I'll make her a little more difficult this game. And it's just us bullying her again.
Yeah, whoops. Oh, Malmo's got walls now. It's gonna be able to hit me. Okay. Save.
Yeah, I'm gonna click my text. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Stand by.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. Fuck theocratic fascists.